Chapter 1. Primal Nature. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Today I was having a bad day. It all started out okay earlier this morning when I was on my way to school, when I was able to catch a villain attack during rush hour. I even got to see the up-and-coming heroine MT lady make her debut. It all went down once I arrived at school. As usual, all of the regular bullying and abuse happened. This was only because in a world where 80% of the population possess a superpower dubbed quirks, and I had no superpowers, so I was dubbed quirkless. This made me, Izuku Midoriya, a social outcast, worthless, perceived as a person without a purpose in the world. When it was revealed back in grade school that I was quirkless to my classmates, I was immediately castigated and bullied to the highest degree. However, it didn't hurt as much when my former best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, I like to call him, Kaken, bullied me. He did it verbally and physically. Hell, even today after classes were over, Kaken literally told me to jump off the roof and hope to have a quirk in the next life. The reason he said this was because our teacher revealed to the class that aside from Kaken, that I will also be applying for U.High, the greatest hero course in all of Japan. Knowing that I had no quirk, in Kaken's mind, he knew I had absolutely no chance to make it into the prestigious high school. He also told me that I will die in the exams. Yup, definitely a bad day for me so far. I sighed. However, I had to learn how to deal with it on the daily basis since I was 4. So it was whatever. Taking a shortcut, I tried to get home faster. Walking through a tunnel, I was not paying attention as I found myself captured by a slime villain. The villain was trying to take over my body as he suffocated me to death. I know, today was pretty much a horrible at this point, but there was a twist. You see, as I was seconds away from my own death when out of nowhere the number one hero, the symbol of peace, All Might would appear to save the day. He would land a Texas smash on the ugly slime villain and freeing me from his grasp. I woke up from my unconscious to see my idol standing before me. I was so excited to see him that I went into complete fanboy mode. I wanted to ask All Might to sign my hero journal number 13, but gasped in delight when I saw that he had already signed it. My excitement wore off as I had to get serious because I wanted to ask All Might one last thing. A question that mattered more than anything to me. This question roamed over my mind for over 10 years. Something that has been answered countless times with the same answer. Can I become a hero, even if I'm quirkless? Before I saw that the number one hero was about to leave as he said that he had to turn the villain into the authorities. Seeing this caused me to panic because this may be my one and only chance to ask All Might this question. Because who knows if I will ever have the opportunity to see, let alone ask, All Might this question since he is a very busy person. I decided to take the risk and grab onto All Might as he took off, jumping high into the air. All Might noticed that I was hanging onto his leg for dear life. It forced him to land on a nearby roof, even though his transformation was running out. Landing on the roof, there was a huge puff of smoke. When it cleared, I was shocked to see All Might was gone, and what was left was a skinny, almost anorexic-looking version of All Might. Confused by the situation, I asked the man where All Might went. The skinny man told me that he indeed was All Might, or at least that was his true form, and his real name is Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori then explained to me that 5 years ago, he fought a villain who mortally wounded his respiratory system and destroyed his stomach. He visited countless doctors, but neither one could do anything for the hero. This injury has now limited to All Might only being able to complete 3 hours of hero work each day. Toshinori also explained that it was kept secret from the public because he still has to keep the persona of the symbol of peace. If word got out of his true condition, then villains would take advantage and cause more havoc. That is why it is necessary for All Might to never show any sign of weakness and to always have a smile on his face so that the people won't have to worry, because I am here. After Toshinori's explanation, I decided to ask the question, can he become a hero even though he is quirkless? Toshinori frowned, then proceeded to tell me the same as everybody else that I couldn't become a hero. The job of a hero is too dangerous for somebody without a quirk. Rampaging villains would do anything they can do to achieve their goals, and that meant killing as well. Toshinori told me that it is alright to dream big, but he also to dream realistically. Toshinori told me to look into more suitable careers such as a policeman or firefighter. Those jobs were also very important and admirable as they also risked their lives to protect and serve the people. Toshinori also asked me to plead me keep all of what he said a secret as the public don't need to know that the symbol of peace was at all vulnerable. After that he exited the rooftop and left me alone. I stood there as I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. The one person had been my idol and hero had told me that I blatantly could not become a hero no matter how hard he tried. All because I wasn't born with a quirk, something that was completely out of his power. There were so many emotions going through my thoughts at that moment. Sadness, anger, hurt, depression, but the biggest one was definitely disappointment. Disappointment in myself and in All Might. How could he say that? He's supposed to inspire hope into other people and motivate them to achieve their dreams. These were my thoughts as I left the rooftop and proceeded to the ground as I heard an explosion. Still disappointed, I wasn't paying attention and didn't know I was subconsciously walking to where the commotion was. While I was walking, I was beginning to realize that this day was going from bad to completely horrible. Putting it straight, this has to be the worst day of my entire life no matter how anyone tries to slice it. Izuku's POV end. Now in the present time, Izuku is walking towards a large crowd to see the fight that started earlier when he and All Might were on the rooftop. That's strange. Is the fight from earlier still going on? Izuku said. Why am I here? Did I subconsciously walk here just to check it out? Izuku thought as he crossed the street to get a closer view. I shouldn't even stop. All of my notes are useless, Izuku thought depressingly. However, his tone shifted as he saw the villain that was causing havoc. That's the same guy who attacked me. Izuku thought as he saw the same slime villain who tried to take his body through the tunnel earlier. That can't be right. All Might captured him. Izuku then thought back to when he and All Might were flying through the air. He must have dropped the bottle when I was holding onto his leg. Izuku then realized another fact. But then that means it's my fault, Izuku said as his face filled with dread. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? A civilian asked as he was a part of the crowd. It looks like they met their match. Plus the villain captured a kid and things aren't looking so good. Another civilian responded. He caught someone? I wonder how long they've been in there. How could they survive being suffocated like that? I thought I'd die after only a few seconds of struggling, Izuku said in his mind as he thought back to his near-death experience when he was captured by the very same slime villain. He cringed at the thought of somebody else going through the same traumatic experience. Wait, I'm confused. Isn't that the same villain All Might was chasing earlier today? One civilian asked. What, All Might? No way he lost. Where is he? Can someone call him or something? A young woman asked. Seriously, why hasn't he shown up to help the heroes? Toshinori, who was at the back of the crowd, looked down to the ground in anger and was clutching his chest as he couldn't do anything because his time limit was up and couldn't jump in and save the day. Izuku has his hands covering his mouth and looked down in utter shame. I'm the one to blame. He wasted his energy on me, Izuku said in his mind. I'm worthless, Toshinori thought with the same shame as Izuku. He can't power up yet, and none of the other heroes have the quirks to stop this monster. They're not doing anything and are being forced to watch as none of them have the courage to risk their lives. Come on, aren't they called heroes for a reason? Izuku thought with anger. So pathetic, Toshinori said to himself as he is doing nothing but being a bystander. It's my fault. I'm sorry. So sorry, Izuku thought in sadness. I am a disgrace, Toshinori thought as he kept on insulting himself. Help will show up and save the day, I'm sure, Izuku said in his mind with hope. I'm not a real hero, Toshinori said in his mind as he clutched his chest harder and looked downwards. Someone, a real hero will come soon, Izuku thought. However, at that moment, Izuku saw the face of the person who was currently being held hostage by the slime villain. He had blonde spiky hair with red eyes. He was struggling so hard and trying to breathe as he desperately opened his mouth to no avail. The hostage is Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's eyes widened with shock. He couldn't believe it. His former best friend was getting suffocated and tortured right in front of his eyes. An innocent child who could be moments from death. And he was the cause of it. Even though Izuku has been a victim to Katsuki's traumatic bullying in the past up to the present, he still hasn't done anything near as bad to deserve the sadism he was enduring at the moment. Nobody deserved this. It was too much. Izuku looked at the pro-heroes. Nothing. They were doing absolutely nothing to save the child. They were merely helpless bystanders. Not even MT Lady could do anything as she couldn't transform to full height since the alley was way too narrow and it would risk serious property damage and even some lives as well. No one was doing anything. At that very moment, something awakened within Izuku. Something that has been dormant for a very long time. Something that has been built up and has been waiting for its release. What is this sensation? Izuku thought as an unknown source of power went through his body, coursing through his veins as he felt his muscles bulging. Wait, he has muscles? Isn't he all skin and bones? Izuku looked towards Bakugo and how he was struggling against the slime villain. Then the look of shock was replaced by a look of determination and anger as he sprinted towards the slime villain. Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST. You say run. Start playing at 0:22 timestamp. Toshinori and all the other heroes gasped as they witnessed Izuku Midoriya run straight ahead towards the villain. No, you idiot. Stop, you're going to get yourself killed. Death Arms yelled as he tried to stop the young man from heading straight into danger. Not this brat again, the slime villain said as he looked towards Izuku. Deku, Katsuki said in shock as he couldn't believe that his quirkless classmate and former best friend was running towards him, seemingly to save him. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? Izuku thought to himself as he kept running at full speed towards the villain as he continued to feel the unfamiliar, yet it felt so natural. Power flowing through him, giving him an unbelievable amount of power that felt so right that it was almost unexplainable. You're toast, kid. The slime monster yelled as he aimed his fist towards Izuku. Izuku took off his book bag and threw it towards the monster's eye to momentarily stun him. This loosened his grasp on Katsuki and gave him the opportunity to finally breathe. Izuku then jumped high in the air and landed a strong right fist straight at the slime villain. The punch was so strong that it was able to push the villain back about 50 meters. This allowed Katsuki to finally be freed from the villain's grasp as he looked at Izuku in shock. What the hell? Why are you here? Katsuki asked Izuku. He was about to respond, but suddenly Izuku started moving towards the slime villain again at high speeds. What in the world is happening to me? My body is moving on its own. Yet for some reason this power. Why does it feel so good and so natural? Izuku thought as he got closer to the villain. Okay, now you've made me mad. I'm going to kill you. You damn brat, the slime villain yelled as he threw tentacles towards Izuku. However, Izuku is somehow able to dodge all of the attacks perfectly and uppercut the villain with even more force. Is my body moving out of pure instinct? Izuku thought as he saw the slime villain land to the ground after getting hit with an uppercut that generated so much force. It was able to create shockwaves that pushed the bystanders back a few steps and even broke some nearby windows. Izuku turned around, tears around his eyes, and with a big smile on his face. Kaken, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Toshinori gasped in utter shock. Here was a quirkless boy doing everything in his power to save the hostage while he was just being a bystander doing absolutely nothing. I have to do something, no matter the cost. Toshinori thought as his body began to get bigger and steam was forming around him. I'm done playing with you, the slime villain said as he moved towards Izuku to finish him off. Save the boy. This thing will kill him. Death Arms yelled as the pro-heroes began to advance to get Izuku out of the way of the slime villain's attack. Izuku, however, felt no fear and was about to counter-attack her when there was a mini explosion in front of him that made him cover his face. I really am pathetic. Izuku opened his eyes to see that All Might was the one who blocked the villain's attack. All Might, but I told you the traits to make a great champion, but I see now that I wasn't living up to my own ideal. Izuku and Katsuki looked on in amazement as they witnessed the #1 hero lift the tentacle upward and made a fist. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. All Might yelled as blood was escaping through his mouth, illustrating the pain that he was suffering due to forcing his hero form beyond his 3-hour time limit. Damn you, All Might. The slime villain then began to strike the #1 hero using numerous slime tentacles. Detroit Smash. All Might yelled as he punched the villain square in the face and created a tornado that produced shockwaves and winds that were blowing everyone away, both figuratively and literally. Music end. All Might panted as everybody looked in awe at his raw power. It then began to rain as the clouds were moving. Holy crap, he changed the weather, Death Arms said. Then the crowd started cheering as All Might saved the day once again. After that, the heroes collected all of the scattered mounds of sludge, and the villain went into police custody where he belonged. There were crowds of reporters and cameras trying to get an opportunity to speak to All Might. Izuku got chewed out by the heroes big time, while Katsuki was praised for his bravery. The one who was hostage and almost died was getting praised for bravery, while the one who risked his life and saved the hostage was castigated. Oh, the irony. Sunset came and Izuku was walking home. He wanted to apologize to All Might, but he was swarmed by interviewers. He didn't want to interrupt. He can always try to send a message through his website when he gets home. He was also feeling really tired after fighting the slime villain. He felt really sleepy and really needed to take a nap. He was still trying to figure out just what exactly he did back there. That power, speed, strength, agility, and instinct. His body was moving on its own. Was it his quirk? It didn't feel human, but it did feel natural, almost like a primal power that he is only now experiencing. And it also felt like he knew how to fight, the way he was dodging and counteracting. He wasn't even nervous or scared, more like excited. DKU. Izuku turned around and saw Katsuki running up to him. Kaken, listen, I would never ask a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who won't even cut it as cop. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Don't forget it. I don't owe you anything. Katsuki then turned around and began to walk off. Izuku's sweat dropped. What was that? Kaken is right, though. It's not like I did anything to help today, but at least I tried. Guess now I should get back to giving up on my dreams. Izuku said as he began to walk back towards home. I am here. All Might yelled as he landed in front of Izuku. All Might, why are you here? How did you get rid of all of those reporters? Haha, I stand for justice, not sound bites, because I am All Mig Dash. All Might was cut off as his transformation ran out and now returned to his true form while spitting out blood and coughing as Izuku screamed in shock. Young man, I came here to thank you, and also to discuss your question from earlier, Toshinori said. Huh. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd, so thanks. Oh no, it was my fault he was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. I wasted your energy, and not to mention your time. Izuku responded. I'm not done. You told me you didn't have a quirk. So when I saw this timid quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. Izuku gasped as he processed the words his idol, the #1 hero, just said. There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. Music, Boku no Hero Academia OST 2. You can become a hero, Jinwa Hiroi ni Naruto. Izuku's eyes widened as he began to shed tears. For some reason, he remembered his mother's words in that moment. I'm sorry, Izuku, that I wish things were different. Izuku clutched his chest with both hands as he began to lower towards the floor. And today, that's what happened to you. Izuku's mother never told him the thing he wanted her to say back then, the words he needed to hear. The wind started blowing as cherry blossoms flew through the air. Young man, you too can become a hero, Toshinori said. Izuku then began to sob fully. Dreams can become reality. Mark Twain once said, the two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. And on this day is when Izuku Midoriya found out that he indeed was born to become a hero. Izuku clutched his chest even harder as he began thinking of all of the doubters and bullies that told him that he was useless, worthless, and had no shot to become a hero. Izuku needed someone to tell him that he can become a hero, and the person he admires most in the world just did. Honestly, part of him thought he would never hear those words, "You can become a hero," much less from All Might. "I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit," Toshinori said as he put out his two hands in a motion like he was trying to give someone something. Izuku stopped crying and looked up with tears still around his eyes and mouth. Huh? Wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what? Izuku asked with a confused look on his face. Ha 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 ha. You should see your face right now. Don't worry, I'm not going to force this thing on you. Toshinori laughed as he walked closer to where Izuku was sitting. Toshinori raises his index finger pointing up towards the sky. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Toshinori points his finger towards Izuku now. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? He yells as blood comes out his mouth. Izuku continues to look at Toshinori with a clueless face. What is he talking about? How does this? Toshinori rubs the blood away from his mouth. There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Journalists always guess my quirk as super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask an interview, I always make a joke and dodge the question. And it's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero like any other, but I'm not. There's something natural about my ability. Huh? Toshinori then spread his arms out and looked towards the sky. I wasn't born with this power. It is a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else. Someone gave you this quirk? No way. Izuku said in shock. The wind blows as Toshinori's shirt moves, revealing bits of his scar. Yes way, and you're next. I can give you my abilities. Toshinori said in a dramatic pose. Wait, hold on, this is a lot to process, Izuku replied. It's true there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. Nobody has ever figured it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. People are constantly talking about it online. While the idea of passing on a quirk and inheriting it just doesn't make any sense to me. I never heard anything like it. A power is supposed to be unique to each individual, and since the first superpowers, no one has been able to just give someone their power like a present. That's crazy. If this is true, this has changed everything we knew about quirks to begin with. Izuku kept on muttering and muttering as Toshinori looked on awkwardly. Sounds like you're overthinking this whole inheriting thing. Stop nerding out. Izuku stopped his muttering as he heard Toshinori shout. You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that's just one facet of my secret abilities. Toshinori holds out his hand as rainbow-colored light starts to emit from his palm. The true name of my power is One for All, Toshinori revealed with emphasis on the one for all part. One for all, Izuku said slowly in awe as the name itself radiates power. Yes, one person improves the power, then hands it off to another person and continues to grow as it's passed along. Toshinori says as inside Toshinori's soul, multiple different colored stars move and turn into bigger and brighter stars as it finally stops when it reaches to a bright yellow star. It is this cultivating power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength. Toshinori finished as the rainbow-colored light in his palm faded. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? Izuku asked. I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor. And then, I watched you jump into action as the rest of us idly by. You may just be a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero. Toshinori answered Izuku's question. Izuku then began to cry tears of joy from listening to the inspiring words of his idol. Toshinori saw this and began to laugh. Come on, seriously, you've got to stop crying like that if you want my quirk. Come on, kid. Izuku made a fist in his left hand. He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? How can I turn him down? Izuku said in his head as he wiped the tears off his face. Izuku stands up with a determined look on his face. Okay, I'll do it, yes. Izuku accepts Toshinori's offer. No reluctance, that's exactly how I figured you'd respond, Toshinori said with a smirk. Meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach in 2 days, 5 a.m. sharp. That is where we will begin your training for you to inherit one for all. Right? I'll be there, Izuku responded. All right, one more thing. Mind explaining me those moves you pulled off while fighting the sludge villain? Where did all of that speed and strength come from? I thought you said you were quirkless. Did you lie to me? Toshinori asked the green-haired boy, as he never seen moves like that before. It was like he was fighting as an experienced fighter with such expertise, and it seemed like he knew what he was doing. Izuku waved his hands around in panic. What? No, no, no. I would never lie to you, All Might. I really am quirkless. What happened back there? I don't know how to explain it. My body was moving on its own, on pure instinct. I felt something, a power so great that it flooded throughout my body and filled me with excitement. I had no fear, I was just going with the flow. I've never had any kind of experience like this, yet it felt so natural, like I was born to fight, and it just awakened. Izuku finished as he looked at his hands in wonder. Toshinori hummed. This is something that I should keep an eye on. It may be a hidden quirk that was never awakened until met with a life or death situation. Toshinori thought as he returned his attention to the freckled boy. We'll talk about this later. It's getting late, so head on home and get some rest so you're ready in 2 days. All right. And with that, the two parted ways and Izuku went home to rest for the upcoming trials ahead. When Izuku reached his house, he immediately felt tired and yawned. Must be from all of the stress today. I should go take a shower. Izuku proceeded to the bathroom and took a warm shower, and as he was washing himself, he felt a slight bump near his butt. Must be a bruise from the sludge villain, Izuku assumed, and finished showering and proceeded to bed. As soon as he reached his room, he collapsed on the bed and felt really sleepy. Man, I'm really tired today. Oh well, lights out. Izuku though as he shut off the lights and proceeded to fall in a deep slumber. The next day, Izuku woke up from his deep sleep. He yawned and stretched as he got up from his bed. Whoa, I slept good. I feel full of energy, Izuku said as he headed to his bathroom. As he walked to the bathroom, Izuku felt really weird. He didn't feel any pain or drowsiness, but something felt off. For one, Izuku felt a little higher as if he was standing on a stool or something. Also, he felt like something was attached to his bottom. He didn't have any clue as to why that is, and his clothes felt really tight. When he reached the bathroom and looked at the mirror, his eyes widened in shock. Standing in front of the mirror wasn't the skinny little plain Deku that he was known as. No, standing there was a young man with a height of 5 feet 11 inches with broad shoulders and a defined lean muscles all throughout his body that would put most bodybuilders to shame. There was no more baby fat as his face had defined cheekbones and a sharp jaw with a face that resembled more like a man than a boy. His chest was much bigger, and so were his biceps and triceps that they were bulging under the now too small and tight shirt Izuku was wearing. His hair was longer, denser, thicker, and much more spiky, and a lot more darker. While all of this is surprising to say the least, the thing that shocked Izuku the most was what was behind him, more specifically a part of him. Behind him was a wagging brown monkey tail that was a few feet long. It was moving freely as it was the most normal thing in the world. What in the world? Why do I have a monkey tail, and why do I look so different? Wait a minute, could this be my quirk? Izuku thought as he closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt it, the same rush of power he felt yesterday against the sludge villain. Only this time, he felt more in control and like it was something he has had for his entire life. I feel the exact same energy when I was fighting the sludge villain. Is this really my quirk? If so, what exactly is I dash? Izuku, are you still sleeping? It's past noon already. It's time to get up. Inko Midoriya said as she walked towards her son's room, but stopped when she saw the bathroom door open. She peeked inside and saw a completely different Izuku inside, with a brown monkey tail. Izuku, honey, what happened to you? Inko asked in shock as she couldn't believe her son was in the bathroom, taller and packed with muscles that looked he worked his entire life to gain. Not to mention the fact that he had tail too. I don't know, Mom. I just woke up and I looked into the mirror and saw this. I think this could be my quirk that has finally awakened, Izuku said as he tried swinging his tail, which he successfully did. Well, okay, you can explain in a minute. I'm going to go look for some of your father's clothes as it looks like they can fit you now, Inko said as she went to her husband's old closet to fetch some apparel for Izuku. After putting on some of his father's clothes, Izuku explained everything that happened yesterday with his fight with the sludge villain, leaving out the part where All Might picked him as his successor obviously. Inko thought Izuku's new quirk was a bit strange. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, who works overseas, quirk is that he can breathe fire. Her own quirk is the attraction of small objects. Usually a child's quirk is either one of the parents' quirks or a combination of both. So where in the world did that monkey tail come from? Nevertheless, she felt extremely happy for the fact that her son finally has his own quirk. She felt guilty for all of the trauma that Izuku had to endure because of his quirkless status. She hated that he wasn't able to inherit her power or his father's. She even felt guilty for not encouraging and inspiring him to pursue his dream no matter what. Instead, she just said sorry. But now, Izuku has a power now and has a chance to follow his dream, and that's all a mother can ask for. Izuku, please be careful, honey. Don't hurt yourself testing out your new powers. We don't want a repeat of what happened with the sludge villain, Inko said as she was worried for her son's safety after the incident yesterday. Don't worry, Mom. I won't do something that's stupid, Izuku said as he ate his breakfast and went outside to test his new quirk out. Izuku went to his backyard and decided to see if he can recreate the moves he performed against the sludge villain. Alright, let's see how high I can jump. Izuku then jumped with all of his might as he rocketed towards the air in high speeds. He looks down and sees that he's up so high that he's about 200 feet in the air looking down towards his neighborhood. Whoa, I didn't know I can jump as high? Hold on, why aren't I falling down? Izuku looks down and sees that he's floating. What? I can fly too? Just what is my quirk? Izuku said in shock as he went down back to his backyard. Alright, let me test out my strength. Izuku then punched the ground with so much force that it was able to create a mini shockwave and craters in the ground. Izuku looked at his fist in awe. It was unbelievable. He was able to go from a weak little quirkless boy to a guy who's able to fly with superhuman strength. Wow, what else can I do with this power? One day later. Dagoba Municipal Beach is a beach that was once a beautiful place with golden sand and a glistening blue ocean. It was an ideal spot for young couples to come and relax and express their love for one another. But now it is a complete dumpster, full of trash and garbage. It has been a total mess for the last few years. Because of the ocean currents, anything that is dropped in the water ends up on the beach. People take advantage of that when they are illegally dumping their trash. Now all the locals avoid this place. Toshinori is on the beach waiting patiently for a certain green-haired boy to show up. He looked at his phone and the time read 4:58 a.m. He should be arriving any minute now, Toshinori said as he looked towards the entrance of the beach. In the distance, he could see what seemed to be a young man with a mop of green spiky hair, running to the beach with a bright green tracksuit on as he was getting near to where Toshinori is standing. Wait a minute, is that? Toshinori said in surprise as the young man reached Toshinori. Hey, All Might, I'm here, 5 a.m. sharp, just like you said. So why did you tell me to come here to train in this dumpster? Izuku asked with curiosity as he wondered how this would be the ideal training place. Wait a second, young Midoriya, is that you? When were you this tall? And where did all of those muscles come from? And is that a tail? Toshinori asked as he couldn't believe that the skinny, plain, little boy with no quirk is the same tall and muscular young man standing right in front of him right now. Izuku smiled and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, you see. Izuku told Toshinori all of what transpired the day before, how he woke up and the powers he discovered that he had. He hypothesized that this is his quirk that took a long time to manifest, probably because of the physical requirements needed to use properly. Izuku demonstrated his power by picking up a fridge with one hand and absolutely crushing it with the other hand. He then showed how fast he was by running so quick he was able to run across the ocean. After that, he flew up so high that Toshinori thought he was dreaming. After Izuku's demonstration, Toshinori turned into his hero form. My goodness! Never have I seen such feats from such a young boy. It seems that inheriting one for all will be much easier than expected. Wait, what do you mean by that? Izuku asked as he flew back down to the beach. What I mean is that my quirk one for all is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical prowess of everyone who has ever used it creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit it. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to. Izuku imagines his limbs tearing off and his body falling apart and decimating itself. He cringed. Seriously? Damn, that's harsh. Izuku shaked his head as he tried to get the image out of his head. Okay, so this whole trash thing is some kind of hardcore gym workout. And you're my trainer. All Might smirked and did a thumbs up. You got it. But there's another reason too. I did a little online research yesterday. Turns out this part of the beach used to be beautiful, but it's been a total mess for years. Izuku looked around and nodded in agreement. Yeah, people just throw their garbage here, and since it's already a mess, people wouldn't suspect a difference. It's a shame nobody has taken the time to clean this place up. Izuku said with disappointment, as one would think a hero would at least try to renovate the place. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. Things were different before Quirks. Service is what mattered. Back then, heroes were those who helped the community, even if it was kind of boring. All Might said as he grabbed a microwave and crushed it effortlessly. You will restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach. That is the first step of your path, young man, towards being a hero. All Might finished as he stared into Izuku's eyes seriously. All this. But there is so much. Izuku said, looking around the entire beach, which was filled to brim with garbage of all different kinds. That's impossible. Young Midoriya, you want to go to Udata, right? Well, yeah, of course. You went there, so it must be the best school around, right? Izuku looks down and balls his right fist. It's a long shot, but still, I'm going to shoot for the moon. Udata. You've got a lot of spirit, fanboy. But as I said before, being a hero isn't easy to do without a quirk. It's not fair, but that's unfortunately the reality. And U.A is the hardest hero course to get into. So that means that I have to prepare my body for your quirk really fast. U.A's exams are in 10 months. All Might took out sheets of paper. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered with the help of my handy, aim-to-pass American Dream plan. Follow this to the letter, and you'll clean up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. Izuku looked at the sheets of paper. Wow, even my sleep is scheduled. If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard. Think you're up to it? Izuku smirked and gained a look of confidence. Yeah, sure I am. I have to work 100 times harder to get in if I'm going to outdo everybody else. So what choice do I have, right? Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST. Hero A instrumental. Izuku went right to work, taking as much trash as he could at a time. Ever since, he has gotten his newfound power, his overall strength, speed, and stamina increased to the level of superhuman. He's able to lift cars and trucks that weigh several tons with relative ease. His efficiency in cleaning up the trash was so off the charts that All Might estimated that Izuku may get the job done with time to spare. When Izuku returned to school, all of his teachers and peers were speechless. They almost couldn't recognize him as he looked like a totally different person. It was unreal to them. When they saw his tail, they were even more shocked as they thought the green spiky-haired nerd didn't have a quirk. He explained to the class that his quirk finally awakened during the whole sludge villain ordeal. He theorized that the quirk is mutant/physical enhancement type that required the user's body to be developed in order to use, as if he would have had it when he was 4. It may have been too much for his small body to handle. Surprisingly, Katsuki Bakugo didn't really give Izuku's newfound quirk much glance. If anything, he probably still thought he was much superior thanks to his incredibly powerful explosion quirk. After that day, Bakugo and pretty much everybody else stopped bullying Izuku. This was most likely because Bakugo respected Izuku a little for what he did against the sludge villain, and now that he had a quirk, it moved him up on the proverbial food chain in society. Since Izuku's NE power gave him inhuman amounts of stamina and endurance, he was able to study and do his schoolwork with ease since he didn't feel much fatigue after the morning and afternoon workouts cleaning trash that he would have otherwise felt. Another cool aspect Izuku discovered about his new abilities was that he is able to feel the energy signature of any living being. He could tell where someone was located based on their unique power level, which is what he liked to call it, and he could how strong exactly someone was and assess their abilities. This would be a very useful ability as a hero where he could predict the power level of dangerous villains. Another ability Izuku had was what he dubbed Ki Blasts, which were small laser-like blasts generated through an energy called Ki and fire them like projectiles. This was especially useful as long-range attacks since it wouldn't be a good idea to always fight somebody at close combat, depending on what type of quirk they had. Izuku set time aside to practice his Ki control so he would be able to increase the efficiency of his Ki attacks and hopefully master them to an extent before the UDA exams. Izuku gave his mother a recipe for the new diet he would have to take courtesy of All Might's training. A side effect of Izuku's new quirk was that it increased his metabolism, which allowed him to eat a ridiculous amount of food that wasn't normal by human standards. Inko was surprised at first, but she smiled and didn't mind it since she had no problem cooking for her beloved son. Izuku loved his mother's cooking, and it would motivate him to keep on training and studying as hard as he could in order to achieve his dream to become a hero. His motivation was so strong. He even went to the beach and did extra cleanup during the times that he was supposed to be sleeping. He wanted to get it done as soon as possible and to get as much training as he could before the exams. I need to train 1,000 times harder than anyone else if I want to be the #1 hero, is what he told himself when he would spend the late night and early morning hours cleaning trash as fast as he could. He was so serious about his training that he even put training weights on all 4 of his limbs weighing 200 pounds each in order to increase his strength and endurance so that he can be the best possible vessel he can be for One for All. When Toshinori would arrive at 5 a.m. at the beach, Izuku would already be there hard at work, disposing as much garbage as possible going at incredible speeds even with his training weights on. Toshinori was appalled at Izuku's pure work ethic so much that it even scared him a little. The only person that he could think of with the same kind of work ethic was his old sensei Gran Torino. Izuku would spend so much time on training that it wouldn't be far-fetched to say he was addicted to training. However, it would be a healthy addiction, as Toshinori knew the disadvantage that the young man was put under for the majority of his life. Not having a quirk at an early age and not adapting and training it like other kids of his generation have already done is a big detriment to Izuku's overall growth and chances of making it into UA. However, if there is one thing that Izuku has over anybody else is his will and ambition. He has the will of a hero, and that can take someone a long way. Couple that with his work ethic, incredible power, and the fact that he will soon be inheriting One for All, there is no limit to what he can achieve. The same pattern repeated as Izuku would start working before Toshinori got there, go to school, lift weights under the table during class, eat, study, sleep, train, and train some more. After a while, Izuku got accustomed to his training weights, so he increased them to 2,000 pounds each. He kept these weights on 24/7, even when he was showering or sleeping, because he wanted his physical body to get used to the strain so that when he inherits One for All, it won't be a problem for his body, and he will be able to adjust with relative ease. This made his body add in even more body muscles and made his figure even bulkier, but not too bulky as Izuku didn't want to trade strength for speed as he loved the fact that he had an equal balance of the two. Izuku is too smart to think that strength alone can win you any fight. You need to have other attributes and bring other things to the table to be considered a pro hero. With that said, Izuku has not only trained his body, but also his mind. He has continued working on his hero journals and practiced the many strategies that he has either learned or created that would benefit his quirk. He would spend long hours just thinking about how he could improve his training regime and get the best possible results before the exams. One time he was even caught muttering to himself in class. Although it was embarrassing, he didn't mind, because in his mind and heart he knew that he needed to have the determination and will of a hero if he is going to achieve his dream. Music end. September 26th, exactly 5 months before the U.A entrance exams. Toshinori got out of his truck and walked towards the beach. It was the halfway mark until the U.A entrance exams, and he needed to assess Midoriya's progress in cleaning the beach and see how much longer it's going to take him and if they need to make any adjustments in the aim to pass. American Dream plan to get the job done quicker. It was currently 4:30 a.m., so Izuku should already be there cleaning up as usual. However, before he took another step forward, Toshinori heard something that made him stop in his tracks. Roar! A primal roar was heard throughout the entire park in the early morning as birds scurried and flew away, fearing that such a beastly roar belongs to a predator that is nearby. Toshinori's eyes widened as he looked for the source of the roar until he looked up, and what he saw made him drop his jaw to the ground. On top of a pile of trash was a shirtless Izuku as the sun rose and made the sweat around his body glisten. Over the past 5 months, Izuku grew 2 inches, making his height now 6 feet 1 inch. His overall figure was much more muscular and leaned as his body adjusted to the harsh training protocol Izuku went through. His weights were still on, as they now weighed 10,000 pounds each. The entire beach and the shoreline was completely clean and not an ounce of trash was anywhere in sight. Izuku has completed his task in half of the time that was expected. Hey, holy crap, kid. You even cleaned outside the area I told you to. Seriously, there's not one speck of trash left on this beach. And with 5 months to spare, you've exceeded my expectations. Holy stinking. Super crap, Toshinori said as he transformed to his hero form mid-sentence. Izuku started wobbling and fell off the pile of trash that he was on top of on. But before he could hit the ground, All Might caught him in his arms. Excellent work. Izuku looked at All Might with a tired smile. I finished everything. All Might, I did it as fast as I could. Do you think I'm ready now for your quirk? Izuku asked as he panted. Truth to be told, Izuku was exhausted. He spent countless sleepless nights overworking himself trying to clean the trash up as fast as he could. There were days where he didn't even shower or eat, because he was so focused on getting the job done as fast as possible, because he knew that he needed as much time as he could in order to prepare for the UDA entrance exams coming up in 5 months. However, his determination and the fact that he worked 1,000 times harder than anybody else allowed him to finish cleaning the beach in half of the time that was expected. It was hard, but it was worth it in the end, because now he has 5 more months to train. Yeah, you did good, kid. I gotta say I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond what I thought was possible. Look at this. All Might showed Izuku a picture he took 5 months ago at the beginning of their training. It's you. 5 months ago. Look how far you've come. Such improvement. There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set. But it's starting to look like you can do it. All Might bellowed as he pointed towards the huge pile of trash above them from where Izuku fell. Izuku looked down and raised his fist. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? All Might raised his eyebrows as he looked at Izuku curiously. You've put so much time and energy into helping me. How did I end up so lucky? Izuku said as tears began to escape his eyes. Haha, All Might laughed. Are you really worried about that after all of these months? All Might pat Izuku on the back. It was all your hard work that did this, not mine. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiled. Yes, sir. All Might plucked a hair from his head. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident and the other, a reward. Never get the two confused. All Might replied to Izuku as he remembered the words of his deceased predecessor. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valued effort. Izuku smiled as he heard All Might's words. He knew what he said was true, and he took great pride in the fact that he did indeed earn his quirk and is worthy to inherit it. But what All Might said next completely made his eyes go wide. Eat this. All Might yelled as he held his strand of hair towards Izuku. Izuku was speechless as he slowly comprehended what exactly the number 1 hero was saying. To inherit my power, you gotta swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works. This isn't exactly how I imagined it. Come on, there's no time. The exam is in 5 months, and we have to get you ready so that you're able to use one for all efficiently, so you'll no doubt make it into UDA. Eat, eat, eat. All Might yelled as Izuku took the strand of hair and forced himself to swallow it, and cringed as he stopped his gag reflex and swallowed as hard as he could feel the strand of hair going down his throat. It should take you about 2 hours for you to digest my DNA. By then, one for all should start taking into an effect. Until then, you should relax and take a breather. I know how hard you have worked these past 5 months. Also take off those weights, as you shouldn't strain your muscles because one for all can hurt your body enough as it is. All Might said as he gave Izuku a water bottle. When Izuku finished the water bottle and took off his weights, he began to feel a surging sensation throughout his body. It's similar to the key energy he uses with his quirk, but it was different. He could feel a lightning ozone go through his veins and a shooting star rushing through space as it gathers energy and power second by second. All Might, I think I can feel one for all. It's growing stronger by the second. Izuku yelled as immediately stopped resting to tell All Might the news. But that should be impossible. It has not even been 5 minutes yet. Surely your body hasn't digested that one strand of hair that fast. Well, you see, one side effect of my quirk is that it exponentially increases my metabolism rate. So food digests faster, and it makes me hungrier than the average person, and it allows me to eat a lot more than the average person also. So your hair has probably digested by now, and I think I'm able to use your quirk now. Izuku explained. He could feel the power get stronger and stronger, adapting to the incredibly strong body. I see. I guess it's convenient for the situation. Are you feeling okay, young Midoriya? You think you can try to use one for all in your current state? All Might asked with concern for his successor. Izuku smirked as he flexed his right arm. I think it wouldn't hurt to give it at least a test run. Well, all right. Don't push yourself too hard, young man. Remember, we got 5 months left to prepare you for the exams, so we've got plenty of time. Right? So how exactly do I activate the quirk? Izuku asked curiously as he can still feel the intoxicating power flowing through him, just waiting to burst out. It's pretty simple, kid. All you have to do is clench your butt cheeks and reach down from the depths of your heart and yell smash. All Might yelled as he demonstrated by punching the air and creating a mini tornado that resulted in a whirlwind. Izuku nodded and looked towards the crystal blue ocean. He concentrated and raised his right arm and clenched his butt cheeks. His arm began to glow as red markings appeared and his biceps bulged as he can feel the power building up in one point. He can also feel his ki in his right arm supporting the power that One for All was giving him. It was so unreal. The power. He has never felt anything like this before. It felt so right and meshed so well with his other quirk that it practically felt like a perfect combination. Izuku looked towards the ocean and yelled with all his might. Smae wash. Izuku sent a thunderous punch towards the sea. The force of the punch was so great that it sent him back a couple of yards. It created winds that were going at 60 miles per hour. The sea was split into two as it created waves that were so high that it seemed that they could touch the heavens. Izuku's punch also created a tornado similar to the one that All Might produced with his Detroit smash against the sludge villain. It wasn't strong enough to completely change the weather like All Might did, but it was still impressive in its own right, especially since it was Izuku's first try. All Might smirked as he saw the display of power Izuku put on. He was extremely impressed, and Izuku even exceeding his expectations once again. That smash was near the level of All Might's 5% Detroit smash in his prime. All Might walked over to Izuku to see the condition of his arm. He knew what the backlash of using One for All for the first time could be like. He just hoped that he didn't completely break his arm. Wow, I was able to do that much with just one punch. I can't wait to see what I'm able to do when I've mastered this quirk. The power output is so amazing. All Might's jaw dropped to the ground when he saw Izuku standing with no injuries at all, looking completely fine. Young Midoriya, is your arm all right? Do you feel any pain? All Might asked in surprise as Izuku didn't even look like he was in pain. His arm looked completely normal. Yeah, it feels a little numb, but that's probably mostly from the weights I had on. I guess all my training paid off. My body is able to handle the backlash of One for All with little to no injuries. So does that mean my body is a proper vessel now? Izuku asked All Might as he was stretching to loosen up his muscles. This will make your training a lot easier. And since you've given us a 5-month head start, in that time, we will be focusing on increasing your control and efficiency rate of using One for All. This is so that by the exams you will be used to the effects of One for All and you won't have to worry about not knowing how to use it. Young Midoriya, are you sure you don't need rest? I know you have been working really hard, so are you sure you can keep training for the rest of the day? All Might knew how important getting into U.A and becoming a hero is to Izuku. He also understood how little time he has to prepare. However, too much of anything can be detrimental to anyone. especially if one were to overwork themselves. The human body had limits after all, so it would be only natural is the young man needed to take a day off to rest and recuperate. No, it's fine. I promise you, All Might, I can keep going. How many times do I have to tell you this? I have to work 1,000 times harder than anyone else if I want to be number one. I don't want to just make it into UA. I want to excel and be the top student of my class. So that's why I'll keep training no matter what, and I won't rest until my job is done. Izuku yelled with vigor. The same red markings of One for All began to appear around both of his arms and legs as he flexed his arms ready to get to work. All Might just smiled. What else could he expect? Hearing those words just gave him the reassurance that he made the right decision in choosing Izuku as his successor to bear One for All. You truly have the spirit of a hero, young man. Then it's settled. These next 5 months we will train your control of One for All, and we will commence by holding a series of sparring matches between you and me so you can get some combat training. Get ready, young man, because this is where the real training starts. Also, I almost forgot to mention, from now on, refer to me as Toshinori-sensei. 4.5 months later, 2 weeks until the U.A entrance exams. It's been over 4.5 months since Izuku gained One for All, and the progress he was able to make in such a short amount of time is nothing short of amazing. He is now able to use One for All at 20% and at a very proficient level. Usually, when children awaken their quirks, it's hard for them to use their powers without wasting a lot of energy. That doesn't seem to be the case with Izuku though. Izuku is so skilled at using his quirk that he's able to fight and launch attacks with little to no backlash to his physical body. When All Might saw the progress that Izuku was making during their sparring matches, practically getting stronger, faster, and better every day, it almost scared him. He has never seen someone so young be able to adapt and increase the output of their quirk almost flawlessly. Izuku's key abilities improved as well. He could now sense the energy signature of a person 1,000 miles away and can even lower his own energy to the point where he's almost completely unnoticeable. During these 4 months, Izuku has had some weird dreams. His dreams would always involve either a man with spiky black hair and an orange outfit or shorter man with long, upright, spiky hair with some sort of armor on. In these dreams, he saw various things. He saw many fights and the encounters that those two had in their lives, and even some techniques that Izuku learned. One technique that Izuku was able to learn was the Kamehameha and the Gallic gun used by the man with the orange outfit and the man with the blue armor respectively. Izuku felt like he should know who those two are, but he just couldn't quite put his finger on it. Maybe it was another side effect of his quirk? Whatever the case, they were very helpful to him in his training. It allowed him to learn many fighting techniques that he could use during his sparring matches with All Might. Granted, he was never able to win against the number one hero. He just had much more experience than him. However, Izuku was able to land some hits on him and even catch him off guard a couple times and actually almost managed to beat him one time, if it wasn't for that damned Oklahoma smash that sent poor Izuku flying away towards the sky. All Might went really hard on him during those spars, and he even complimented on Izuku's fighting style, saying if he had not had more raw power and hero experience than Izuku, he probably would have beat him. During those sparring matches, All Might made sure to have Izuku wear his training weights at all times. He increased the weight to 25,000 pounds on each limb. His rationale for such harsh training conditions is that if Izuku is able to keep up with somebody as fast as All Might with 100,000 pounds on his body, then he should have no problem outperforming any other person during the exams physically. This day and age, too many people rely solely on their quirk to do all the hard work, when in reality they have forgotten that just how powerful humans can become with their physical bodies alone. And thanks to Izuku's quirk, his physical abilities seem to have skyrocketed. This is one edge that Izuku will have over any other applicant, as both Izuku and All Might knew for a fact that no other person his age trains like Izuku does. Detroit Smash. Instantly, the waves of the Dagoba Municipal Beach were raised to seemingly impossible levels. The ocean rumbled as if a tempest was taking place, but the weather remained the same. Not strong enough. Toshinori-sensei is able to change the entire weather with a single Detroit smash almost effortlessly. Mine is pretty good, but it still lacks the extra force and volume that Toshinori-sensei's smashes have. Guess, I'll have to keep practicing until I get to that level, Izuku said to himself as he stood on the beach by himself. He is currently shirtless as he was sweating from training the entire day. All Might isn't there because this is one of the days when Izuku is supposed to be taking a day off. But who was he kidding? Izuku doesn't know the definition of a day off. Izuku now stood at 6 feet 2 inches as he was able to grow 1 more inch during the past couple of months training with All Might. Izuku guessed that the reason he was growing so fast was because of the addition of One for All. His body adapted since the bigger and stronger his body is, the more effective his usage of One for All can be. He now had a defined six-pack, which is a sign of evidence of all the hard training he has done these past 9.5 months. Well, at least it's better than before 2 months ago. Flashback to 2.5 months ago. Damn it, yelled a frustrated Izuku. He just finished a sparring session with All Might and was currently taking a 5-minute break. Why do you seem so troubled, my boy? You have made excellent progress. At this point, Izuku has already gained access to 10% of One for All. He is able to activate it in all 4 limbs and fight on par with All Might's 10%. It's just that, I feel that there is a way to use One for All a lot easier and more efficiently like you, Toshinori-sensei. When you use One for All, it's not just in your arms and legs, but your whole body, and you're able to use it with much more versatility. I want to be able to use it like that as well, but for some reason, I can only activate it in my limbs. Right when he said those words, Izuku widened his eyes as a light bulb lit up in his head. Wait a minute, that's it, Izuku exclaimed as he jumped up and confused All Might. Huh. All this time, I've been thinking of One for All as sort of like a switch, where I turn on and off whenever I use its power, as if it's an external weapon, sort of like a gun or sword. However, I've got it all wrong. One for All isn't just some disposable weapon. It's a part of me. It's connected to my very core and soul. It's the power that will unite the world and smash all evil into its place. I am One for All. Izuku closed his fists and began to power up and use One for All. Red markings immediately appeared on his arms and legs. Then it started to spread to his forearm, then to his hands, then to his feet, and upwards to his chest and shoulders. Come on, focus and concentrate, Izuku said loudly and grit his teeth as he put in his absolute best effort. The red markings then rose up to his neck, cheeks, and ears. Then it finally reached to his eyes and head as his eyes turned into a brighter and glowing shade of green. His hair rose a little as his green spikes became a little more defined. After that, the unique red markings completely disappeared, and in its place came a sparking green lighting coated with a reddish aura that produced an ozone scent. Izuku smirked. I did it. I can use the power of One for All throughout my whole body now. It feels amazing. All Might smiled in pure pride. He was so proud of how far Izuku was progressing in such little time. He will even admit that he's doing better than when he himself got One for All for the first time. All Might cracked his knuckles. You ready for another round? Izuku just grinned and charged full speed towards All Might and yelled, One for All! Full cowl! Back to the present. Izuku smiled at the memory. Ever since that day, he has practiced using full cowl non-stop, doing his best to increase his control as much as possible for the exams. Now he had only 2 weeks left, and he wanted to be prepared for anything Udare may throw at him. However, he also knew that if he pushed himself way too hard, it could start to have negative effects on his overall health. Izuku is smart enough to know that any addiction, even an addiction to training, is bad for you. But he just can't help himself. He just loves to train and fight. It fills him with excitement and joy that he can't really explain. It's almost like some sort of primal nature. Maybe it's because now he has a quirk. He has never experienced the joy in having his own power to develop and train. But it feels like something else. Wow, I have never seen someone pay so much attention to detail for their own quirk. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard a sweet feminine voice behind him. He thought he was alone on the beach. He must have been so preoccupied with his training and own thoughts that he didn't notice their energy signature in close proximity to him. Izuku turned around and was shocked to see what seemed to be a teenage girl his age with his hero journal number 14 in her hands as she read with awe. However, the fact that there was a girl reading his journal wasn't what shocked him, but it was the girl herself. Standing at a height of about 5 feet 8 inches, She has black hair with a long, spiky ponytail and gray eyes. Her face is nothing short of beautiful. She has a mature physique for her age and a curvaceous figure that most women would kill for. She has bangs on the right side of her face, and she also has a large bust. Izuku had to admit, she is one of the most gorgeous females he has ever seen. Oh hi, I didn't see you there. What brings a beautiful young lady like yourself to this beach? Izuku asked as he put back on a green tank top he was wearing earlier, feeling embarrassed being shirtless around such a pretty girl. The girl blushed after hearing that kind of compliment from a boy who she will admit is handsome. I could say the same to you. I just wanted to find a good spot to relax and ease my thoughts. And what do you know? I find a beautiful beach that suits perfectly, she said as she turned a page in Izuku's journal. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, by the way. And what is a handsome hunk like you doing out here alone? She asked with a smirk as she complimented Izuku back. Now it was Izuku's turn to blush. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-chan. As to what I'm doing here? Well, I'm just training to prepare for the U.A entrance exams in 2 weeks. I really want to excel above my peers and get in, and I know it's going to be really difficult. So that means I can't slack off, and I have to continue training diligently. Izuku answered proudly with a big smile on his face. Cute smile, Momo said in her head as she smiled in awe of Izuku's will and determination. Well then if you make it in, then we'll be seeing more of each other. Because I got accepted into U.A through recommendation. Whoa, seriously? You were able to get into the #1 hero course solely through recommendation. That must mean your skill set and quirk is amazing enough to accomplish such a feat. Wow, congratulations, you earned it. Izuku said impressed. Momo was speechless to say the least. She expected him to say how lucky she was or that she got in the easy way. But in reality, Izuku said the opposite, which she really appreciated since she deals with self-confidence issues and sometimes doubts her abilities as a hero. So hearing Izuku's words was a relief to her that she needed. Thank you very much, Midoriya-san. That really means a lot to me, Momo said as her cheeks became a little red. Don't mention it. And you can call me Izuku. You don't have to be so formal, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Okay, then if I can call you Izuku, then you should be able to call me Momo. It's only fair, right? Sure, no problem, Momo-chan, Izuku said as his eyes widened. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to ask. What is your quirk? It must be really powerful to allow you get accepted into U.A through recommendation alone. Izuku asked curiously as he was now really interested in Momo's quirk, being the nerd that he is. My quirk is called creation. It allows me to create any inorganic object as long as I understand the atomic makeup of said object. The only drawback is that creating objects require lipids as fuel, and my skin needs to exposed so I can create something. Momo demonstrated by holding out her hand as a baseball appeared out of her skin. That is so cool. That makes your quirk adaptable to virtually any situation. It's also very useful in daily life as well. No wonder you were able to get accepted into U.A through recommendation alone. You're really amazing, Momo-chan, Izuku said as he truly was impressed by the greatness of Momo's creation quirk. Momo's face began to get red once again as she received another kind and truthful compliment from the 9th holder of One for All. All her life, she thought her quirk as not so great as it wasn't exactly an offensive juggernaut. However, this handsome boy she just met said that her quirk is amazing and that she is deserving of being accepted into UA. It made her heart skip a beat seeing the warm and kind nature that the boy had. She also couldn't find any deceit in his eyes or face since he was being 100% truthful. So what exactly can you do with your quirk, Izuku-kun? Momo was now the one curious and interested. My quirk is a physical enhancement type. I'm able to increase my strength, speed, and durability to superhuman levels and deal massive damage. Look, I'll show you. Now it was Izuku's turn to demonstrate. The scent of ozone invaded Momo's nostrils as Izuku powered up to 5% One for All. Full cowl and green sparkling lightning surrounded his body. Momo stood in awe at the pure raw power that Izuku was emitting. Izuku turned towards the sea. You should take a couple steps back, Izuku warned as Momo listened to what he said and moved back. Izuku readied his fist and yelled, Detroit Smash. Just like before, The ocean waves rose to an unbelievable height as a mini tornado was created, causing the whole beach to slightly rumble. Momo's eyes widened and gasped, "Such power! I've never seen anything like it. It's comparable to All Might." Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Oh, you're being too kind. I'm nowhere near All Might's level." Izuku blushed at the praise. However, that blow was using one for all only. He could have used Ki to throw an even bigger smash, but Izuku wasn't one to boast. "Oh, stop being modest. It's true, I haven't seen a quirk like yours before. You can be a real powerhouse as a hero." Momo then looked at her phone to see a message from her father, telling her to come home, since it was getting late. The sun was already starting to set. "I'm sorry, Izuku, but I have to head home. It's getting late and my parents don't think it's safe for me to be out during dark." Momo said, disappointed at the fact that she had to leave. "That's no problem. I can take you home if you want. Just tell me the address," Izuku offered as he started floating above the ground and getting ready to take off. "Hold on a minute. You can fly too? That's incredible, Izuku-kun. I don't mind since I want to see how it is to fly." "Let's get going then." Izuku proceeded to pick up Momo bridal style and flew off to Momo's address. During the whole ride, Momo had a huge blush on her face. She could feel Izuku's rock-hard abs through his shirt. Momo looked down at the beautiful city and saw the beautiful sunset, keeping her in awe. She looked up to see Izuku's smiling face. She felt secure, safe, and protected in his arms. She somehow knew that he wouldn't drop her or let anything bad happen to her. As she thought of this, it made the blush on her face darken and caused her heart rate to increase. "We're here," Izuku said as he descended to the ground. In front of them was a huge, expensive mansion with a large front yard. Did I make a wrong turn?" Izuku asked. "No, this is the place." "Holy crap, she is stinking rich." Izuku yelled in his mind as he didn't expect Momo to come from such a financial background. "Before I go, let's exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch," Momo said as she put her phone number in Izuku's phone and vice versa. "Goodbye, Izuku. I'll text or call you later. Good luck in the exams," Momo shouted right before she entered her house. Izuku waved and flew to the air towards his house. While he was in the air, he realized something. "I talked to a girl. I even got her number, and she's smoking hot too." Chapter 2. The U.A Entrance Exams. "For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace, and not of evil, to give you an expected end." February 26th, the morning of the U.A entrance exams. The sun rose. The ocean waves moved. The seagulls flew in the sky. It was a peaceful sight this morning at the Dagoba Municipal Beach. It was quiet. The only sounds that could be heard were the sounds of nature. When the public heard that the once dumpster of a beach returned to its original alluring and prepossessing state, people wondered just how it was cleaned up and by whom. Citizens hypothesized that maybe a diligent hero cleaned it up, or maybe some sort of volunteer for community service. But when they tried to think which hero could have done such a feat, nobody came to mind. All of the possible candidates were just too busy to have the time to clean up some beach with no particular reward in return. However, there were rumors being spread around about some civilians passing by and witnessing a skinny, lanky, blonde-haired man yelling at a tall, muscular teenager with green hair as he picked up various types of trash and disposed of them at an inhuman rate. Some even proclaimed that they still saw the same teenager training and practicing his quirk. Every time someone would try to go near him and question him regarding the state of the beach, he would almost instantaneously disappear out of their sight, as if he were never there in the first place. Who were those two individuals? And were they the ones responsible for returning the beach to its true glory? The world may never know. Nonetheless, today was a beautiful day. Well, it may seem like that on the surface, but in reality, this day is going to be a very significant and important day. The reason for this is that this is the day of this year's U.A entrance exams. U.S entrance exams are the hardest to pass of any high school with a hero course. Only 3 in 100 applicants pass every year. For young ones aspiring to be heroes, it is an opportunity to prove themselves and show they have what it takes to be a hero. However, it is easier said than done because there are numerous applicants with only so little seats. The events of today will determine the future generation of heroes. A red truck pulled up on the parking lot of the beach. The driver of said truck, none other than Toshinori Yagi, the #1 hero himself. He was wearing a long black coat. The reason he was here is because he texted Izuku last night telling him to meet him at the beach just before the exams. Toshinori walked on the sand and looked around for his young protege. His eyes was finally able to lock onto him. Izuku was floating a few meters above the ocean in a lotus position. His eyes are closed as he was meditating deeply. The milky white aura of his ki would be seen as the ocean currents reacted to the power as they moved in various directions. Alongside his ki was the green lightning aura of One for All. Izuku is currently using 20%. He sensed Toshinori's presence, but he didn't let it stop his flow. His two auras came close to touching as they were nearing each other in the middle of Izuku's body. The two quirks were close to merging with each other. But right before that can happen, the auras completely disappeared with Izuku opening his eyes soon after. Damn it, I messed up again, Izuku thought with a frustrated and disappointed facial expression. Izuku's frustration was caused by the fact that he was unable to combine his One for All, full cowl mode with his ki throughout his whole body and use the two powers simultaneously. He is able to use the two only in certain concentrated points of his body. For his example, he is able to infuse One for All energy into ki blasts and fire them from his hands or feet to increase the power output. Or he could also infuse ki into an attack like a Detroit Smash and increase the punch's destructive capability. But he isn't able to combine the two all around throughout his body like full cowl. And he really wanted to achieve a mode like that. The reason being that when he combined the two quirks into one attack, it would cost him a decent amount of his stamina and limited his versatility, control, and efficiency, similar to how it was when he used One for All before he had full cowl. This was something Izuku has been trying to succeed in for the past couple of weeks now, but no matter how hard he concentrated, focused, or tried, it all ended in the same result. Both of his quirks shutting off, and each time making him feel more annoyed. Izuku tried to use a similar strategy to unlock One for All, full cowl, but for some reason, this was just a lot more difficult than he expected. You struck another dead end, huh? Toshinori said to his successor, knowing full well that he just had another failed attempt in combining his quirks. Izuku told Toshinori of his shortcomings with combining the two powers. Toshinori was intrigued at the idea and thought it was actually a very interesting assessment. In theory, if he managed to use One for All and ki simultaneously, it would make him stronger many times over. But to be able to control two quirks with such high levels of raw power was no easy feat. It took Toshinori years until he fully mastered One for All, and even then, it still cost him a considerable amount of stamina to maintain. So he could only imagine how hard it was for Izuku to control both One for All and his ki. It had to be strenuous, especially for Izuku who has only had his quirk for 10 months. I don't know what's the problem, Toshinori-sensei. I've tried everything I could, but I keep on coming up short. There has to be something missing, but I just don't know what. Izuku flew back to the sand and stretched his legs out. They were a little stiff from the intense and long meditation session. Toshinori sighed. He understood Izuku's frustration, but there are other important matters at hand. The exams are going to begin in about 2 hours, and it would not serve well for Izuku if he is distracted and unfocused. It could cost him dearly if he is not careful, and he could not afford to be off his game. Not today. So to cheer him up, Toshinori transformed. Worry not, young Midoriya. I understand your frustration and concern, but maybe you can try again later. As for right now, you've got bigger fish to fry. The exams are going to commence soon, and it would do no good if you were distracted. You have to bring your A game. This is what you have been training so hard for. You said you want to excel above your peers and become the #1 hero and the next symbol of peace, right? Are you willing to throw all of that away just because of a failed attempt at controlling your quirk, which you've only had for 10 months now? Izuku tightened his fists. He knew that what his sensei is saying is 100% true. He shouldn't let something like that discourage him. Of course, there are things in life he won't succeed in at his first try. Nobody is perfect. He's a human for crying out loud. Or is he? You're absolutely right, Toshinori-sensei. I didn't come this far to only come this far. All of the hard work I've done these past 10 months will be all for naught if I let this one little thing get to my head. Don't worry about me. I will pass the U.A entrance exams. And not only will I pass and get accepted to the #1 hero course, but I will be the #1 applicant and outperform anyone else. And that is because I will be the #1 hero. Izuku exclaimed as he had a cocky smile full of unmatched confidence that actually surprised All Might, as he never heard Izuku be so sure of himself. Usually, he would be very modest, timid, and shy. But it seems that All Might successfully brought the young man's spirits up to where they need to be. I would expect nothing less from you, my boy. That drive and will to win is one of the many reasons why you are deserving to be the rightful ninth holder of One for All. I like the confidence, Izuku Midoriya. Let it fuel you to do what you do best, and that is make people's jaw drop. Always remember that I am proud of you, and no matter what may happen in the exams, just know that I take pride in calling you my successor. All Might said honestly, as he truly is happy that he met Izuku. Without him, he may never had found the right successor to pass on One for All. But everything happens for a reason, and All Might had no doubt in his mind, heart, and soul that Izuku is destined to be a hero. Pride, huh? Why does that word make me feel so strong and motivated? Izuku questioned in his mind, but he smiled and replied with, and always remember, Toshinori-sensei, that I feel pride in bearing One for All, and that you have chosen me to take your mantle as the next symbol of peace. I promise you that I won't let you down, and I will use the power you have given me to smash any obstacle in my way. Izuku yelled with life as he lifted his right fist that was sparking with green lightning. All Might just smiled. He loves this kid. All Might then checked the time on his phone and saw that the exams are only about an hour and a half away from starting. You should go back home and get ready. The exams will start in an hour and a half. For this special occasion, I'm going to allow you to take off your training weights. I want you to perform at your absolute best and be the #1 applicant. So feel free to go all out if it is necessary to do so. But even if you do as well we're hoping for you to do, I don't want you to get cocky and slack off on your training. That's how you get rusty and sluggish. Understood, All Might said with a stern and strict tone. He may be the hero who always has a smile on his face, but that doesn't mean he can't toughen up and get serious when he has to. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes. He was used to it anyway. After being forced to carry around 50 tons on his limbs 24/7 for several months, and with that same weight on him, having to spar with the #1 hero practically every day who has the strength to change the weather with a single punch, it didn't really bother or affect him anymore. On the contrary, he is actually grateful All Might is strict in that sense. He would expect nothing less from the #1 hero, and if he himself wants to be the next symbol of peace, he's going to have standards to uphold. Yeah, I know. You slack off on your training, and the next thing you know, you're out of shape with man boobs. Izuku replied as he gathered his belongings. Exactly. That's my successor. Keep working harder than anyone else, and no one else will be on your level. All Might said as laughed and pointed his finger up towards the sky. Well, I'll talk to you later, Toshinori-sensei. I'll let you know how it all went after the exams finish. See you later, and don't overexert yourself fighting villains. Izuku said right before he blasted off towards the sky. All Might stood there for a second as his eyes followed Izuku's milky white key trail he left in the sky, flying, until he was completely out of sight. Show them what you're made of, kid. I'll be watching you and supporting you every step of the way. Man, I haven't felt this loose and light for a while, Izuku said as he walked towards the U.A building. He was dressed in his middle school uniform with his yellow backpack on. When he went back to his house, he took off his training weights and immediately felt an extreme amount of looseness and relief. It was so much easier for him to move around, and he realized why All Might made him wear the weights 24/7. The results were a dramatic increase in dexterity and agility. Immense amounts of raw strength and power means nothing if you can't move as fast or faster than your opponent. All Might wanted to make sure that Izuku would have practically all physical advantages over all of the other applicants. It just made Izuku more grateful for how much All Might has changed his life. Earlier, he received a text from Momo wishing him good luck. Izuku replied with a thanks as his mother also wished him luck in the exams. Izuku is extremely happy that he has people supporting him to succeed. It just made him a lot more motivated. He made a promise to himself that he will make into UA no matter what. Izuku finally reached the entrance to UA. Izuku sensed a familiar energy signature walking behind him. He smiled and turned around, knowing exactly who it was. "Good morning, Kaken. Are you ready for the exams?" Izuku asked cheerfully. Over the past 10 months, Izuku got over his fear of Bakugo. It isn't necessarily because Izuku thinks he's now stronger than him. It's because Izuku realized that now he has power. His own power. Power that he will use to become a hero. And in reality, the same could be said for Bakugo. Izuku sees Bakugo as his equal, not as somebody superior to him. Once upon a time, he may have thought of Bakugo that way, and some could say he even had an inferiority complex. But not anymore. Izuku now has the confidence and pride in himself needed to not have to fear his former childhood bully anymore. They were both just two kids aspiring to be heroes. And really, Izuku just wanted to be friends, not enemies. Katsuki Bakugo looked at Izuku, up and down, sizing him up. "You've gotten taller, Deku." It was funny seeing as how Bakugo always figuratively looked down at Izuku for not having a quirk, labeling him worthless and good for nothing. It's how he came up with the name Deku. However now, Bakugo has to literally look up to Izuku whenever he spoke to him because he was about 7 inches shorter than him now. That fact alone annoyed Bakugo to almost no end. Just how in the hell did he get so much taller, damn it? Is his quirk like a miniature version of MT Ladies or something? "It's good to see you too," Izuku replied sarcastically as he laughed at Bakugo's behavior. Izuku knew that Bakugo hated the fact that Izuku now stood taller than him. He would occasionally tease the explosive quirk user that now Izuku had to look down at him. Every time he mentioned this, Bakugo would usually yell and curse at him, saying that he will set Izuku on fire. Izuku would always respond with, "If you can reach me." It would piss him off even more, and Bakugo's reactions will always cause Izuku to start cracking up. Katsuki merely scoffed. "Whatever, just don't you dare even thinking about trying to get in my way, Deku. I'll show you and everyone else why I'm number one, and that anyone else is just an extra." After his little proclamation, Bakugo went inside as he left Izuku standing there. Other people who were also applying for UA recognized Bakugo as a student in middle school who was a hostage of the sludge villain 10 months ago. They were amazed that someone his age could have survived such an attack. "Some things just never change, Kaken," Izuku said in his mind. "But I'm not defenseless anymore. I have to remember all of the work I put in. Thanks to Toshinori-sensei, I'm actually going to be a hero." Izuku began walking, but then he accidentally tripped on his own feet. "Or I'll just die." Izuku closed his and waited to feel the pain coming from his face hitting the pavement, but for some reason it never came. Being confused, Izuku opened his eyes to see himself actually floating off of the ground. But he didn't activate his ki though. So how in the world was he in midair defying the laws of gravity? "Are you okay?" Izuku heard a sweet and high-pitched voice beside him. He tried to look towards where the sound of the voice was coming from, but he was stuck in midair and couldn't move properly. So he started panicking and flailing his arms around as he tried to regain his balance. The same voice laughed as said person helped Izuku up back to his feet. Izuku immediately calmed down as he felt gravity return to his body. Thus he again had control over his body. "I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. I don't think you would have enjoyed kissing concrete." Izuku was able to get a good look at his savior. She is a girl standing at a height of about 5 feet 4 inches. She is a normal-weighted girl. She has fair skin, big round brown eyes, and shoulder-length brown hair which sports 2 long locks beside her face and a short bob at the back. She also has little pads on the top of each of her fingers similar to the pads on an animal's paws. She was currently wearing a brown coat, with a pink scarf and a black book bag. She also had 2 permanent pink blush marks on each cheek. Izuku's face began to flush a little. He had to admit, the girl in front of him is highly cute and attractive. And the fact that she saved him from tripping over himself also made him a little embarrassed. But he did his best to keep his cool. "No, it's fine. You don't have to apologize for anything. Thank you for preventing me from falling on my face. It would have been a terrible omen." Izuku responded as he sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of his head out of habit. "Well then, you're welcome." It happens when you get really nervous, and sometimes we may trip and fall on the way. Well, guess I'll see you inside. But the girl proceeded to enter the building. Izuku stood there as he just processed what just happened. Holy crap, that's the second girl I just talked to recently. It is true. Excluding his mother, Izuku doesn't have much communication or interaction with the opposite sex. It was not until he met Momo that he actually started to have a little more socialization with females. After so many years as being deemed a social outcast, Izuku got used to being pretty much antisocial. He really doesn't have any friends aside from Momo, who he just met 2 weeks ago. And if you really want to go there, you could count Bakugo, but that's really it. As a result of being deprived of friends, he doesn't have any experience with girls, and if a girl were to talk to him, he would almost freeze up, especially if the girl is as attractive as Momo or the brunette that saved him. It also doesn't help that Izuku has been fatherless for pretty much his whole childhood up until now. A father would be needed for teenage problems like this. But as fate would have it, Izuku's father can't be around. Apparently, he works abroad and has a full schedule where he can't even come to visit for like 1 day. However, he makes sure to support Izuku and his mother financially. But at what cost? Izuku is not even sure his father was aware that he was quirkless. Izuku shook his head as he cleared those thoughts out of his head. I have to focus. I can't let such trivial things distract. I have an exam to take that could dictate my future as a pro hero. And with that last thought, Izuku went inside the building. A Hero Course Entrance Exam Orientation. The written exam was a breeze. Izuku felt full confidence that he aced it. All those hours spent on his hero journals weren't for nothing. During his 10-month training, Izuku made sure to focus on his studies as well. When he wasn't training or cleaning up trash, what do you think he was doing? What good is godly strength if there isn't an intelligent mind to understand how to use it? When Izuku said he was going to excel above all other applicants, he didn't just mean physically, but mentally as well. Izuku understood that mental strength is just as, if not more, important as physical strength was. I guess being a nerd and fanboy helped me out in the long run. Izuku muttered to himself as he found his assigned seat in the auditorium. He saw that the person adjacent to his right was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku concluded that it must be because they were from the same middle school. As the last few people entered, the lights turned out, and out in center stage was none other than the voice hero, Present Mic, also known as Hisashi Yamada. Hisashi is a tall, slender man with long, spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wears a pair of headphones with the word Hage written on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. When his eyes are visible, they appear as concentric circles. He is almost always seen with a large smile on his face. Present Mic's hero costume consists of a black jacket with an upturned collar complete with studs. He sports a tan, studded shoulder pads, black pants with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. His neck is completely covered by a directional speaker. What's up, candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on, and let me hear ya. Present Mic shouted to only receive silence as a response. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine. I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down okay. Are you ready? Again, silence. Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero Present Mic. So cool. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy nuts that all of the teachers are pro heroes. Izuku, however, was nerding out as usual as he was thrilled for the fact that if and when he gets into A, he will have the opportunity to meet all of his favorite heroes in person. Will you shut up? Bakugo growled in annoyance. Knowing Izuku as well as he does, this pretty much is an everyday occurrence, and it will always drive him bonkers. Seriously, could he stop fanboying for 5 minutes? Like your application says, today you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? For the third consecutive time, Present Mic was responded back with silence. Wow, tough crowd today. It must be because of the pressure and anxiousness that comes with these types of tests. I see. They're splitting us up so that we can't work with any of our friends, Bakugo said as Izuku looked at his and Bakugo's cards to see that they were in fact assigned to different battle centers. Izuku's card says Battle Center B, while Bakugo's card read Battle Center A. Yeah, you're right. Our examinee numbers are one after the other, but we are assigned a different battle center. Izuku replied as he took a peek at Bakugo's card. Get your eyes off my card. Damn, I was really looking forward to crushing you. Izuku just smiled and shrugged. Of course you were. Why would I expect anything less from you? Okay. Let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. The goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by immobilizing the foe villains. But check it. Attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are strictly prohibited. May I ask a question? One examinee asked. Okay. Present Mike pointed towards the examinee as a spotlight was put on him. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then U.A, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. The person who said that is a tall, 179 cm/5 foot 10 inch, and muscular young man. He has black hair and wears rectangular half-rim glasses, which go with his serious attitude. His eyes are also somewhat rectangular, as is his jaw. He turned around and pointed towards Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly and spiky hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku covered his mouth in embarrassment. I'm sorry, he muttered. Everybody other examinee present began to chuckle and snicker. Okay. Examinee number 7111. Thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. It's an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Present Mike said, finishing his explanation of the 4th villain. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. The serious kid sat back down. I see. It's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? The whole thing is like a video game, said other examinees in the auditorium as they absorbed the information they just learned about the upcoming practical exam. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck suffering. UA High School Hero Course Entrance Exam Battle Center B. The bus arrived at the battle center, and Izuku was immediately mesmerized. The setting for the practical exam is a giant mock city with many tall buildings and structures. It just goes to show how top-notch of a school UA is. To be able to afford to have access to all of these building sites is incredible. And this is only for the entrance exam. Imagine what kinds of things actual students get to do in hero training. It just made Izuku all the more motivated to ace this test. As soon as Izuku stepped out, he took a deep breath. He is wearing his green training tracksuit. He put 10 whole months of grueling and strenuous work into this same attire when he was training under All Might. So, Izuku thought it was only fitting to make sure that hard work didn't go to waste by wearing the same garb that got him there in the first place. A good luck measure, to put it simply. It's time to do it. It's time to give everything I got from my training with Toshinori-sensei these past 10 months. I will become the hero I always dreamed of being. Izuku said in his head as he began shaking. Why am I shaking? I know I'm not nervous, because I know I have full confidence in my abilities, and so does Toshinori-sensei. Wait a minute, this shaking. It isn't from anxiety, it's from excitement. It's true. For some reason, Izuku couldn't explain it, but the idea of going out and fighting robots and showing the world what you're capable of. The whole concept just filled Izuku with a sudden urge to just rush out and destroy everything in his path. This violent nature, it feels similar to the primal nature inside his core that he felt when fighting the sludge villain. It was so bizarre. It's almost like it was embedded in his DNA, as if he was born for the sole reason of fighting. Whatever it was, Izuku couldn't help but admit that he liked it. The rush of excitement. He can feel it fueling him, preparing him for the battle that's to come in a few moments. His patience was running thin. He just wanted to start right now and Detroit smash every single robot that dared come in his path. Mock battles. Izuku muttered to himself as he looked around at his competition. Everybody seems to be confident. They even have equipment to go with their quirks. Izuku kept on wandering his eyes until he saw a specific person. Oh, it's the person I met at the school gates. The nice person. She was assigned to the same battle center. Huh? Oh yeah, I have to thank her for earlier. Izuku began to walk towards the girl's direction until he felt a hand on his left shoulder stop him right in his tracks. Izuku turned his head to see it is the same kid with glasses that called him out for his muttering earlier. He's here too? Izuku thought embarrassingly as he hadn't forgotten what transpired in the auditorium not even 30 minutes ago. That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? The boy asked with a stern voice with a stern glare that put Izuku on edge. Izuku jumped and began to flail his arms around. No. Of course not. That guy's the one who was about to trip in front of the school gates, right? The one who winced after being called out. He may seem like a tough competitor given his height and extreme muscular figure, but he seems to be a nervous wreck. At the very least, we have one less rival to worry about, huh? Lucky for us, all of the other examinees who saw the interaction between the two said simultaneously as they didn't see Izuku as a threat. I feel like the others think they lucked out because I'm here, huh? Yeah, I guess my nervous stuttering and muttering may give off that kind of impression. I may have mostly gotten rid of my self-confidence issues, but I still need to work on my nervousness and stuttering and muttering. No wonder why I have social issues. Izuku thought in his head as he felt a smile to creep on his face. But I could use this to my advantage. They already wrote me off as a non-threat. So now, I have the element of surprise in my arsenal. So they think I'm nothing to worry about, huh? Okay then, let me show them a portion of what I can do. The familiar scent of ozone filled the air as Izuku's body began to emit green sparking lighting which immediately caught everyone's attention as they didn't expect for Izuku to activate his quirk before the practical officially began. I'll start with 5%, Izuku mentally said as the green lightning became slightly bigger as he went from 1% to 5% one for all. Full cowl. Everybody was so immersed into Izuku's light show display, questioning whether he had some sort of electrical quirk, that they didn't notice Present Mike above them. Okay, start. Present Mike shouted. Everybody stood there confused as they failed to process what was going on. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. The die has been cast, you know. Look, there's already one examinee who's way ahead of all of you. The examinees looked ahead shocked to see Izuku already running and jumping over buildings as he already found robots to destroy. Whoa, he's so fast. He was right next to me, and yet I didn't even notice when he moved. The boy with the glasses said as he and the rest of the examinees, who were still shocked at Izuku's pure speed, raced ahead to begin the practical exam. Meanwhile, with Izuku, as he was running down a street, a robot came in front of him and cut him. Izuku stopped and grinned. So you're the one-pointer. Target acquired. I will kill you, the one-pointer said as it charged straight at Izuku. Bad mistake, Izuku said as he flicked his finger towards the robot. Delaware smash. The force of the finger flick was so potent that it was able to create a sharp gust of wind that completely obliterated the robot in half and barely left any scrap metals left. Really, that's it. That was barely even a warm-up. If the rest of the robots are like this, then this test will be a breeze, Izuku exclaimed as he began running and leaping looking for more victims. At the top of a building, Izuku saw a whole pack of 10 two-pointers, waiting for a fellow examinee and to catch them off guard. Izuku saw this as another opportunity and leaped high above the building and yelled, Texas Smash. Izuku brought his fist towards the floor of the roof, and it created a shockwave that reduced all 10 of the robots to absolute scrap metal. So that's 20 points plus the one-pointer is 21 points. Yosh, I'm kind of getting the hang of this, Izuku said cheerfully as he jumped off the roof and landed on the ground. There, he found 5 three-pointers and 3 two-pointers already waiting for him. They must have heard the shockwave of his Texas Smash and began looking for him. The faux villains circled Izuku as they seemed to be planning to jump him and attack him all at once. Izuku realized this and just smirked. Come on, bring it on. Give it your best shot. After hearing this, the robots charged all at once, hoping to corner him and end his life right then and there. You fell for the bait. Right as the robots were inches away from capturing Izuku, he began to spin around at overwhelming speeds. Oklahoma Smash. The result was a whirlwind that immediately sent the robots flying as they were completely destroyed by Izuku's smash, just like their kin before them. I've been dying to test that move out ever since Toshinori-sensei used it on me during that spar one day, Izuku said as once again commenced to run and count his points. Okay, so that's 35 points now, if I did the math correctly. Man, these robots don't seem to be a challenge at all. That's probably because these were meant for untrained teenagers with subpar quirks to be able to beat them, not for someone who trained directly under the #1 hero himself and inherited his awesome quirk. Izuku concluded as found another pack of 5 three-pointer robots who were coming directly to him. Let's try this. Izuku yelled as he fired 5 yellow key blasts at each of the three-pointers with deadly precision. The yellow blasts melted through the metal and vaporized their circuits as they began to malfunction and fall to the ground, completely dying out. Man, I'm having a field day out here. Meanwhile, in the judge's room. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. It was a dark room with many monitors showing each of the examinees and how they are conducting in the practical exam. There were UA staff members sitting in chairs as they assessed the performance of the examinees and how they decide to adapt to the conditions that were just previously stated. Information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. A monitor showed a big, bulky examinee with what seemed to be tentacles on a rooftop using his arms to scan or look for something. Mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Another monitor showed the serious guy with the glasses using his speed to pick off enemies one by one. Discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation. A blonde French kid is shown shooting a laser from a device on his waist and decimating the faux villains with complete and utter confidence. And pure combat ability. A monitor screen shows Bakugo in a path of utter destruction as all around him are fallen robots with smoke all around them. He looked like he was constipating as he was maniacally laughing like a crazed psychopath who has been let out of his cage. Everything that came in his way, he destroyed using his explosion quirk, which is an ability very suitable for this practical exam. He just wished Deku were there. If he saw him, he would have destroyed him too and anyone else who dared to try and stand in HS' way. Honestly, his actions and attitude kind of freaked some of the judges out. But they couldn't ignore the pure combat prowess and potential that the kid was showing, as he seemed to be one who was a unique card. These basic abilities needed to keep the peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? A feminine voice said. One monitor showed Izuku flying and smashing and dashing around as he kept on racking up the points with no seemingly end to his chaos. His efficiency was off the charts as he kept on earning so many points in so little time at a constant rate. He was sweating as he kept the fast pace up. He wanted to earn as many points as possible as he was serious about his declaration earlier stating that he was going to be the #1 applicant. No faux villain was safe as they got smashed by the power of One for All or got blasted to smithereens due to Izuku's potent ki blasts. His display of dominance surprised the staff members as they never seen anything like it. The way he moved, it was as if he were born and bred to fight, like it was in his blood. A wild lion that was finally let go from his civilized cage and set free to roam in the wild as he caught his prey. If anything, it was like they were witnessing a mini version of All Might. Especially that young man right there. He just oozes raw power and is a cut above the rest, said the same female judge seductively as she licked her lip hungrily when she saw Izuku's defined muscles through his tracksuit. Well, we can't know for sure yet. Their true test is still to come, said another staff member as he pressed a large red button. Back with Izuku. Detroit Smash. Izuku shouted as he punched a three-pointer square in the face. It fell down and short-circuited completely, making its red eyes turn off, and it could no longer function. All right, I think that's like 141 points. I should try to find some more robots and see if I can boost my score up to 150. Izuku said as he began to walk down a street to look for more faux villains. Throughout the whole practical exam, Izuku has only used 5% of One for All. He saw no reason to change how much power he was using since the robots weren't much of a challenge, and it was provided him with a large amount of quickness, which is one of the main reasons why he was able to rack up so many points. It also didn't spend much stamina, as the higher the percentage of One for All he uses, the more stamina and energy is required. So Izuku deemed it best to just remain at the level he was at for now. It's best to save his energy. Okay, so where are the little critters at? Izuku said, but before he can start moving, the ground began to rumble as buildings around him began to collapse. The other examinees looked up to see what was going on, and what they saw scared the living daylights out of them. Standing taller than all of the buildings was a humongous green robot with 8 red eyes. It had hands the size of trucks that effortlessly crushes the top of tall buildings. It had a base the size of a tank with about 12 to 16 wheels, and along its body, it had missiles that can be fired simultaneously in all possible directions. It looked like all 3 types of robots combined into one, but then multiply the size by like 100, and there you go. Holy crap, it's huge. That must be the zero-pointer. Isn't it a little too big? Izuku said as the zero-pointer proceeded to throw a punch towards the ground, which caused a giant dust wave that momentarily blinded all of the examinees as they were forced to cover their eyes. When the dust wave settled, all other examinees began to run for their lives as they didn't want to be in the zero-pointer's path of chaos and destruction. Izuku looked up at the monster killer robot and started to shake. It wasn't the nervous kind of shaking, but the strange, exciting kind of shaking that Izuku got right before the exams began. He didn't know why he was starting to have this sensation again. His mind was telling him to run, as he knew he had way more than enough points to pass. But his body, his instinct was telling him otherwise. It was like a strange voice in his heart and soul that was yelling at him to fight the zero-pointer and smash it down. But his more rational and logical mind was telling him to do the opposite. Izuku was frozen. He didn't know what to do. Should he run and hide? Or should he stay and fight? An overwhelming threat. How people act after they've seen this shows their true nature. The young man with the glasses that called out Izuku before ran by Izuku, who was still standing there frozen. He shook his head and kept on running away from the zero-pointer along with everyone else. Less than 2 minutes left. Present Mike shouted as he reminded the examinees how much time they had left. Not that it mattered. It seemed everyone besides Izuku wasn't going to try to gain any more points, as their main priority was to get away from the giant killer zero-pointer as soon as humanly possible. Less than 2 minutes. Izuku said in shock. Damn it, I wanted to get to 150 points. But it seems I can't since there's a goddamn freaking Metal Godzilla in the way. I guess I won't be able to get 150 points after all. Izuku thought in his head. But just about when he was going to turn around and fly away, he heard something. Ow. Izuku stopped and turned back around. Under a pile of debris and pieces of buildings was the same cute brown-haired girl who saved Izuku from tripping at the school gates earlier today. Her legs seemed to be stuck, and she couldn't get out. Music. My Hero Academia. You Say Run Epic Plus Ultra Cover. By Friedrich Habitler Music. Watch. V=8 IWVFNVSU. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. I don't think you would have enjoyed kissing concrete. Izuku remembered vividly the words she uttered when she saved him from falling onto the ground. And right when he remembered those very words, something in Izuku snapped, and he began to run towards the girl and the zero-pointer. There is absolutely no merit in taking on that faux villain, but that creates opportunity for it to shine brightly. Izuku used 20% One for All, full cowl, to get to the girl as fast as possible. Once he reached her, he lifted up the debris effortless and picked her up bridal style and carried her away to safety. Once Izuku found a spot where he knew she would be safe, he told her, "Stay here and don't come near the zero-pointer." Izuku then used 20% to run back towards the robot. Meanwhile, the girl had a blush on her face. as she could still feel his touch and the way he carried her to safety. And rise to the surface. The staff members of UA widened their eyes as they saw what was transpiring in Battle Center B. They certainly weren't expecting an examinee to face the zero-pointer directly all by himself. Izuku proceeded to fire 2 Delaware smashes at 20% to distract and flinch the zero-pointer. And he succeeded as he was able to push the zero-pointer back a considerable distance. Izuku took this opportunity to open his hands, place his open right hand above and his open left hand below, and place them together. He then brought this pose down towards his right side and began to say, Kadesh. The zero-pointer began to lock his eyes on Izuku as it realized he was trying to do something. So not wasting any time, it began to move again. And this time, its target was none other than Izuku Midoriya. Me-dash. The UA staff members began to wonder what exactly the spiky green-haired young man was trying to do, as they never seen a pose like that before. Just then, a blue-colored energy like Ki Blast was starting to appear inside Izuku's hands. This intrigued the judges as they were now really curious on what exactly Izuku was going to do with that. Ha-dash. The other examinees began to get nervous as they saw the zero-pointer begin to near Izuku. They didn't know what he was trying to do, but he better hurry up, because with each second, the zero-pointer was getting closer and closer as each step was almost like an earthquake. Each one getting louder and louder as the zero-pointer began to get closer and closer. Each step symbolizing the doom that was about to fall on Izuku Midoriya if he doesn't act soon. Me-dash. The brown-haired young girl became to worry and get more worried as the zero-pointer was only 2 or 3 steps away. She wanted to help, but she overused her quirk way too much during the practical exam, that she pretty much couldn't do anything. Plus the fact that Izuku gave her a stern warning to not come near the zero-pointer at all, pretty much gave her the idea that she couldn't do anything but watch and pray that he will survive. Just then the blue energy sphere in Izuku's hand became bigger and bigger. After the blue energy sphere reached its max size, Izuku infused 1 for all power into the energy sphere as well. As a result, the energy sphere became a cyan color as a green lightning surrounded the energy sphere, which amplified its power even more. Just then, the zero-pointed took one last step towards Izuku and raised its right fist and aimed for a punch directly on Izuku's head. Izuku yelled, "Eat this. 1 for all 20%. Kamehameha." Izuku shot his hands forward and finally fired the blast with all his might. The energy beam was so powerful that it created a shock wave strong enough to push all of the other examinees watching a couple steps back. The Saiyan energy blast rushed towards the zero-pointer head-on as it was confused on what to do. But it was too late to counter the blast as it already struck the zero-pointer, and the blast was so wide and potent that it was able to completely envelope the huge robot and blast straight through its entire body. The blast created electrical whirlwinds and the blast completely shredded through the zero-pointer's metal and fried its circuits. The entire zero-pointer was completely vaporized as nothing was left of it. Not a piece of scrap metal in sight. Nothing of the robot survived the Kamehameha. That's right. It rises to the surface, the most important qualification of a hero, the spirit of self-sacrifice. Music end. Izuku looked over at the girl he just saved and smiled. She's safe. I'm so glad. Izuku collapsed and fell unconscious. Due to using 1 for all 20% and Ki at the same time, it immediately sapped at his energy reserves. Especially since he used one of his most powerful Ki techniques, that being the Kamehameha wave. Izuku knew that it was a risky move since he used all of the 1 for all energy he currently has access to into one he had to protect her. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if he allowed an innocent girl to get hurt or worse, when he could have done something to prevent it, no matter the cost. Right when Izuku hit the ground, Present Mike yelled "Time's up" as a buzzer went off signaling the end of the practical exam. All of the other examinees, however, didn't pay much attention to that announcement as they still were shell-shocked at the display of power from a certain green-haired young man with a monkey tail. Never in their life have they seen somebody use a technique like that, and on such of a destructive scale. Not even All Might has shown something like that. Usually he would just smash villains with his thunderous punches. But never have they seen him shoot a beam called the cyan-colored one that they witnessed Izuku fire from his very hands. What kind of crazy quirk allows somebody to do something like that? What was that guy? He suddenly pushed at the zero-pointer and just completely obliterated it with some kind of laser beam that he shot from his hands. He seemed to have a reinforcement-type quirk, but that was unusual. But if he had such an amazing quirk, what kind of life did he live that made him so jumpy? Maybe he was putting on an act to trick others. But it doesn't look like he gained anything from doing so. Anyway, there's no mistaking that he's an amazing guy. Various other examinees continued to comment on Izuku's strength. All were in awe of what he showed and couldn't believe that there was somebody on that level who was amongst them. The consensus was that Izuku will most likely make it into the hero course of UA. However, a certain boy with glasses was having different thoughts. They're missing the point. Didn't they see? He turned his head towards the brunette that Izuku saved. He jumped out to save that girl. He was aware of the remaining time, his own safety, and the points he needed to pass. And even so, he did not hesitate at all. He remembered vividly how he ran past Izuku, just like everyone else, while Izuku did the opposite and actually challenged the zero-pointer head-on. If we had not been in an exam, of course, I would have done the same. But then his eyes widened as an idea popped into his head. Wait, exam. Of course. Wait a minute. Okay, good work. Good work, good work. Here you go. Here are some gummies. A short elderly woman said as she gave out candy to the examinees. Thanks. One examinee said. Yes, you too. That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA, said the blonde French kid. The elder lady walked towards Izuku. Oh dear, you were hurt this much by your own quirk. The reason she said this is because Izuku's arms were bruised and battered as they were a reddish-pink color with many cuts and pores open. This was the direct result of using one for all 20% and a Kamehameha wave at the same time. It's as if his body is not used to his quirk yet. It is true. Izuku's body isn't able to handle the full capabilities of using his ki and one for all at the same time yet. That's why he's trying to find a way to combine the two quirks so he could use them simultaneously without having to waste so much stamina and damage his body as a result. Izuku prides himself in efficiency. And what good is a hero with godly power when he destroys himself with only one attack afterwards? The elder woman puckered and stretched her lips to kiss Izuku's head. What was that? One examinee asked as he and many others were confused at the actions of the elder. The blonde French examine responded. UAHI's licensed school nurse, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, also known as Chiyo Shizenji, is a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a bun that has a syringe looped through it. She wears a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side, 2 yellow buttons, and a pink belt. She wears pink boots and has a helmet on her head. In addition, she walks with a cane designed like a syringe that she can also use for healing. After getting kissed on the head, Izuku's arms began to glow with a green light. Somehow the wounds were beginning to fade. Her quirk is the super activation of healing ability. Yue can only go through with such a reckless entrance exam because of her. All of Izuku's wounds disappeared as his arms looked good as new. Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured? Recovery Girl asked as she went to a couple of examinees who suffered minor injuries during the practical exam. I see. If this exam is set up like that, the boy with the glasses thought as he placed his thumb under his chin in deep thought. Then he's 1 week later. The following week has been a blur for one Izuku Midoriya. When he woke, he found himself in Recovery Girl's office. She explained to him what transpired after he took down the zero-pointer, how she healed him, and the fact that everybody present was completely in awe of the feat he was able to pull off when everybody else ran away. He asked her if anybody else got hurt by the zero-pointer. When she replied with no, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Recovery Girl was honestly impressed. She didn't expect Izuku to be so caring of others, even though he was really the only one who suffered major injuries. Kids these days are usually concerned with how flashy their quirks are and whatnot. But Izuku seems to have come from a rare breed. He already had the mindset and spirit of a hero, and it sure helps that his quirk is very powerful. Recovery Girl asked Izuku if he felt alright, and Izuku told her that he felt better than ever. Her also said that he actually felt felt stronger after she healed him. Which is weird, but Izuku brushed it aside as it probably being because he was able to get some rest. When he got home, Momo called him to ask how the exams went. He told her that the written exam was really easy, and he is pretty confident in himself that he got a perfect score. He then went on to tell her that he got 141 points in the practical exam. Momo was absolutely shocked and told him that score must be a record. She explained to him that the only people to have gotten over 100 points on the UA practical entrance exams were the number 4 hero Best Jeanist, the number 2 hero Endeavor, and of course the number 1 hero and symbol of peace All Might. Izuku was surprised after hearing this, because he didn't know that information before. He felt pride in himself to be one of only 4 people to get over 100 points in the hardest hero course practical exam in all of Japan, where the acceptance rate is less than 3 in 100. Izuku now knew for sure that he was going to get into UA. Izuku told Momo that he would have gotten more points if it weren't for the zero-pointer creating chaos and endangering a girl's life. He explained to her that he couldn't let someone get hurt or worse when he could do something to prevent it. Momo's face flushed when she heard Izuku's words. She was impressed by the level of selflessness he showed. Even though he could have gotten more points and possibly surpass All Might's record for the most points in the practical exam history, he sacrificed that glory to save another examinee, because he knew that was the right thing to do and it was what a true hero would have done. It just made him all the more attractive in her eyes. When he told his mother how he did, Inko was delighted with happiness. In order to award him for his performance in the entrance exam of the best hero course in all of Japan, she made him his favorite meal and quadrupled the size so that he could eat all he wanted until his stomach could not take any more. Izuku cried tears of joy and thanked her over 1,000,000 times, calling her the greatest mother in the world. In the present day, it was evening. Izuku was on the couch lifting weights, continuing his training just like how All Might told him to do. He missed the feeling of looseness and lightness he felt when he took the weights off, but he had no choice but to continue training. He wanted to be the number 1 hero after all, and he can't be wasting time slacking off and doing nothing. Ever since the entrance exam, Izuku hadn't been able to contact All Might. He hasn't answered any of his text messages or calls. Izuku at first was worried and thought that maybe he didn't get into UA and All Might was disappointed in him and didn't want anything to do with him anymore. But Izuku calmed and just guessed that he was busy with his hero work. He is the number 1 hero for crying out loud. Of course, he would be busy and not have much time to contact Izuku. He just hoped that he will hear from him soon. Izuku promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about One for All. All Might entrusted him with his power. He needed to remain as the symbol of peace until it was Izuku's turn to inherit the torch. So he'll keep his mouth shut. Just then, Inko came barging into the living room. Izu. Izuku. It's here. It came. It's here. In her hand was an envelope with a red stamp showing the UA symbol. 5 minutes later, Inko was pacing around outside Izuku's room. She was really nervous for the results. She knew how much getting into UA meant for Izuku. She didn't want all of his hard work over the past 10 months be for nothing. Izuku is inside his bedroom on his desk. He stared blankly at the envelope in the middle of his desk. The envelope that will decide his fate. Oh, what the hell am I waiting for? Izuku yelled as he picked up the envelope and opened it by pulling it apart in half. Out of it fell a small metal device that landed on his desk. A light projection showed up, and in it revealed All Might in his hero form. I am here as a projection. Toshinori-sensei. Wait, this is from UA, right? What? All Might was in a pink background wearing a yellow suit and blue tie. I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. All Might coughed and bowed. I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA. Toshinori-sensei is working at UA? What is it? Somebody was trying to talk to All Might behind the scenes, explaining to him that he had to wrap it up soon. Wrap it up? But there is something I must talk to him about. It's going to push everything else back? All right. Okay. Izuku swallowed in anticipation for what his teacher and idol was about to say next. Congratulations, my boy. You got a perfect score on the written exam and 141 points on the practical exam. One of only 4 people in history to score over 100 points, including myself, the number 2 hero Endeavor, and the number 4 hero Best Jeanist. Of course that means you passed with flying colors. Izuku smirked. Yeah, kind of already knew that, sensei. But there was a secret component added to the test. Izuku raised his eyebrows, curious to what the #1 hero was talking about. I'm an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video. All Might clicked a button on a remote and it showed a video. Excuse me, the nice person? Izuku said in shock as the video showed the brunette that Izuku saved from the zero-pointer during the practical exam. She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. Negotiate what? Keep watching to find out. All Might pressed play and resumed the video. The person with green spiky and curly hair and freckles. Do you know who I'm talking about? He's very tall and muscular with a brown tail. He also has a handsome face. Izuku's face went red. She's talking about me? Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? There was still time left, and he could have gotten more points if he wanted to. But instead, he came and saved me from the zero-pointer. So I thought maybe he needed more points. Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST 2. You can become a hero, Jinwa Hiroi Ninoru. What the hell can you do? Izuku heard the voice of Bakugo in his head. At least the points he lost because of me. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. Izuku also began to hear the voice of Death Arms. He saved me. Izuku gasped as he stood up from his chair, as he was utterly speechless. Please, please, please. All Might paused the video. In addition to now having a quirk, your actions spurred others to act. All Might turned and looked at the camera. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. All Might resumed the video. Even if you ask to, you cannot give him your points. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any. Female listener. Present Mike said as he patted her head. All Might paused the video. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service? Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. A scoreboard showed up displaying all of the examinees' scores from top to bottom. Izuku saw his name at the #1 spot. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. It then showed the #4 spot. And Achiko Uraraka, 45 rescue points. You both pass. And with 141 villain points and 60 rescue points, makes a total of 201 points. You, Izuku Midoriya, scored the highest amount of points of all time in the UA practical exam. And you're the only one to ever score over 200 points. Izuku's eyes began to water as tears were threatening to spill out. This is too crazy. It's unreal. I must be dreaming. Why am I so blessed? All Might opened his hand towards the camera. Come, young Midoriya. This your hero academia. Izuku wiped the tears out of his eyes as he could barely control his tears of joy from exploding. Yes, sir. After receiving a lot of help and waking up with a brown monkey tail one day, Izuku's life changed and will continue to change. And now his dream high school life is about to begin. However, this is only the beginning of his journey, as I almost forgot to mention. This is the story of how Izuku Midoriya became the greatest hero of all time. Chapter 3. Quirk Assessment Test. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. Music. Solid State Scouter, Bardock's theme. Epic cover by Friedrich Habitler Music. Frieza. Explosions and battle cries could be heard in the distant void of outer space. In a galaxy far, far away from the planet Earth we all know love, is another planet that is very similar to it, but not quite. For one, the gravity is about 10 times heavier than that of planet Earth with a very dense and thick atmosphere. Another difference is that Earth is blue. This unique planet, however, is pink in color. The size of the planet is not that far off, with this particular planet being slightly bigger. Unlike Earth, there aren't many landmarks, oceans, mountains, jungles, or any other kind of unique landscape present in this planet. It was mostly land, with buildings very distinct than the ones present on Earth. Planet Earth also has the technological edge in many aspects as well. One major difference that completely set the two planets apart, however, were the races and species that inhabit the two. Planet Earth had a large diversity of animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, and other organisms living on it, including the most dominant one being the Homo sapiens sapien race. The pink planet had a wide variety of organisms too, but there was one huge difference. The most dominant race wasn't the Homo sapiens sapien race, but a very similar species that goes by the name of Saiyan. Humans and Saions had very similar features. They both walked on two legs and had two arms, with two hands with 5 fingers. The way they reproduced and procreated are the exact same as well, making it possible for a Saiyan and a human to mate and create a child with no worries of birth defects. Practically every single damn thing was the same. Every organ, every bone, tissue, cell, you name it. However, there is one key difference, and that being, each and every Saiyan was born with a brown monkey tail. This completely set the two apart as far as strength and overall fighting capabilities go. The Saiyan race are natural-born fighters with a primal nature reminiscent that of a lion. They are always striving to be the strongest warriors in the universe. The planet that inhabits these magnificent warrior race is none other than planet Vegeta. A baby Scion's power level is measured as soon as they are born. If their power level is up to standard, they are raised as upper-level warriors and become combatant candidates. If their power level remains low even after a certain amount of time has passed, they are classed as low-level warriors and become either engineers or infiltration babies. Infiltration babies are sent off to a planet the Scions have selected for takeover, and if the baby grows up into a warrior capable of taking over the planet, they are allowed to return as a full-fledged combatant. Infiltration babies have a low survival rate. Scions do not naturally know how to fly. Some need to be taught, while others work it out on their own. Training to increase power level is also uncommon, with only a few Scion children receiving a short period of special training to acquire a greater power level. Scions do not celebrate any holidays. Instead of playing like Earthling children, Scion children fight amongst themselves. Frieza, stop hiding. Come out and fight me, you coward. The one who is screaming at the top of his lungs is a low-class Scion warrior. He has unkempt hair which partially stands on end. He has a scar on his left cheek, slightly dark skin and fully outlined, sharp eyes. He wears a dark blue and green battle armor, and a green scouter on his left eye, and has red cut pants and black and green shoes. He is wearing a blood-soaked armband as a headband. This armband belonged to another fellow Scion who fell in battle. The name of this man is Bardock, the father of Son Goku. He was currently flying through space above planet Vegeta. There was a huge oval-shaped spaceship hovering above the planet's atmosphere. Bardock was speeding straight towards it. His path was blocked, however, by many countless Frieza soldiers that did their best to detain him. All of their efforts were in vain due to the sole reason being that Bardock was a man on a mission, and any person who dared to try and get in his way was either getting blasted, elbowed, kicked, punched, or thrown out of the way. At that moment, Bardock had nothing but one thing in mind: end the life of the galactic tyrant Frieza once and for all. Then out of the top entrance of the spaceship came out the one and only Frieza. Frieza is an alien creature wearing the standard Scion armor, it being purple. He has 2 horns pointing sideways with pink arms and white and purple patterns throughout his body. He is very short as he stands at a height of exactly 5 feet or 152.4 centimeters. He is currently in a circular mobile space pod that he rides in. Bardock smirked when he saw that Frieza finally came out. Frieza. All of the other Frieza soldiers were surprised and shocked to see that their master actually came out and responded to the low level. Now they were anxious to see what he would do next. Bardock began to laugh. It all comes down to this. My fate. Planet Vegetas. Cockroach. Frieza kept a neutral face as he lifted up his right index finger. Above up was a circular key ball that was beginning to charge up. And yes, yours too, Frieza. Bardock's right hand glowed blue as a key ball charged up, which composed of all the remaining power that he had left stored inside of him. This was his last shot to end it once and for all. We settle it here. Bardock Battle cried as he launched the blue energy ball right towards the tyrant, signaling the end. Ha ha ha. Frieza maniacally laughed as his ki ball began to grow and grow in size until it looked similar to a miniature sun. Bardock's attack made contact with the ki sphere, but it was completely nullified and swallowed up by the much stronger technique. What the? No way! Bardock exclaimed as he couldn't believe his eyes. He put absolutely everything he had in that blast, and it was just swallowed up like it was a pebble compared to the huge sun that was Frieza's attack. The sun-like energy sphere kept on becoming larger and larger until Frieza finally launched it with a flick of his finger, laughing as he does so. "New!" Bardock yelled in agony as the supernova made contact with his body. The supernova began to melt away and vaporize his remaining clothes as the heat burned his skin as if he were taking a dive into a volcano. The supernova also made contact with the Frieza soldiers and instantly killed every last one of them. But of course Frieza had absolutely no concern for them whatsoever. To him, they were just worthless pawns. Bardock began to have a vision. In it, he saw his son, Goku, standing across from Frieza on planet Namek as they prepared to do battle. Kakarot. Bardock smiled and laughed as he knew the future. In time, his son, Goku, the last hope of the Saiyan race, will face off against Frieza, and Goku will win. Not only will he win, but he will avenge his race and everyone else who tragically died at the hands of Frieza. Kakarot. The name of his beloved son was the last thing Bardock said as his body was burned to ash by Frieza's supernova. It eventually made contact with planet Vegeta. All over the planet, yellow cracks were spread throughout as the splash damage of the supernova took effect. A couple seconds later, Frieza began to laugh maniacally once planet was utterly destroyed as all the Saiyans present were destroyed along with it. Nothing remained of the once home of the Saiyan race as it was completely destroyed. Meanwhile, across another galaxy was a Saiyan space pod, and it was the sleeping baby known as Kakarot, who will later be renamed Goku by his grandpa Gohan. Kakarot, my son, you must succeed where I have failed. One day, you must rise up to avenge the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Redeem the pride of our race. Music end. Izuku woke up with a start, his heart racing, panting, and sweating as he did so. He immediately checked his current location and immediate surroundings. He calmed down once he realized that he was in his bedroom. He looked towards his nightstand and saw that his digital clock read 3:45 a.m. He used his key to scan the energy signatures of the surrounding area. He sensed his mother sleeping peacefully in her room. Other than that, Izuku didn't sense in particular high power levels at all, and he also didn't feel any malicious energy. Izuku sighed. He had one of those dreams again, each one getting more vivid and detailed one right after the other. Usually, he would only get these kinds of dreams once every so often, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. But now, he was getting dreams such like this example practically every other day. There were nights where he couldn't even sleep because of the extreme amounts of realism of the dreams. It was as if he was actually present there, watching all of the scenes unfold from a bird's eye view. Man, what a pain in the tail, Izuku said grumbly as he got off from his bed and went to his bathroom to urinate. After he finished his business, he washed his hands in the sink. After he was done, he looked at the mirror and examined himself. He was currently shirtless as none of his pajamas fit him any longer. Most of the clothes he wore now were originally his father's. With all of the time that was occupied with his training and studying, Izuku hasn't had the chance to actually go out to the mall and shop for new clothes that would actually fit him. He was actually surprised to find out that his father's clothes fit him. Since the average male height in Japan was 171.2 centimeters or 5 feet 7 inches, not many people were as tall as Izuku. So it just made him wonder, how tall exactly is his dad? Izuku thought back to the dream he had. That man, Bardock was his name. He had a tail, just like him. And not only that, but he could use ki attacks as well. And that other person, Frieza, he was able to destroy a whole planet with just one flick of a finger. It almost terrified Izuku. To think that someone exists with such unbelievable power. He didn't even think All Might is capable of such a feat. And that's saying something. Izuku looked at his right hand. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate deeply. He called forth the power of his ki to his right hand. After a few seconds, a blue energy sphere appeared on his right hand. It was the same attack Bardock used as his last assault against the villain Frieza before he unfortunately met his demise at the tyrant's hands. Izuku then used one for all on his left hand as green lightning sparked violently. He held the hands side by side as he looked at his reflection, the two powerful energies illuminating him. I have been blessed with these two quirks, and with this power, I swear that I'll be the greatest hero in the world. The night after Izuku opened his acceptance letter, Toshinori contacted him. Toshinori told Izuku to come meet him at the beach so they can catch up and talk about UA and such. When Izuku received his message, he was absolutely thrilled since he hadn't heard from his sensei in over a week. As Izuku was flying over to the beach, he still couldn't get that dream he had out of his head. What was that? And why did it seem so real? It's like I'm having visions of the future or something. Izuku exclaimed as he moved over sideways to prevent himself from hitting an apartment building. Is it just me hallucinating, or do these dreams/visions have some sort of meaning or purpose to them? One thing I realized is that there is always at least one person that is involved, and that is Son Goku. And this dream in particular had to do with him and his father, Bardock. Also, that villain Frieza seems to be an important character as well. As Izuku was muttering to himself, many people down below on the streets saw the bright white light of his ki as it trailed behind him as he flew in the night sky. "Look, Mommy, it's a shooting star," one little girl told her mother. "Yes, dear, it looks really beautiful. Make sure to make a wish." Izuku saw that he was nearing the Dagobah Municipal Beach. Whatever the case may be, I think it is best that I keep all of this to myself. I'm going to have to figure this out on my own. I can't tell this to anybody, not even to Toshinori-sensei. I can't allow something like this to distract me from my top priorities, and that's becoming a pro hero. Izuku finished talking to himself as he landed on the beach. He saw Toshinori standing near the ocean staring at the distance. "Toshinori-sensei," Izuku shouted as Toshinori turned around to find none other than the ninth holder of One for All. He smiled as he walked towards him with his right hand raised up. "Congrats on getting accepted, young man. You got the #1 highest score. I knew all along you had it in you." Thank you very much," Izuku replied as he gave his mentor and idol a high five. "Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you. You're the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges," Toshinori revealed. Knowing someone like Izuku, he would want to earn things the right way without getting any outside favorable help. It just wasn't in him. He wants to win using his own power. Thank you for your concern. It's true, I wouldn't want you or anyone else pulling strings behind the scenes in order to make it easier for me to succeed. Knowing that I completely earned and deserved such a high score just made it all the more satisfying. And thank you, Toshinori-sensei. Without you, I don't know if I could have excelled like that in the UA entrance exams," Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head like he always does. "You truly are going to become a great hero someday. That I know for sure," Toshinori said in his mind as he truly felt proud for what his successor is and what he will become in the future. "Oh, by the way, I was surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA. So that's why you came to this city, huh? I mean, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo at Dash." "Stop that." Izuku stopped mid-sentence and blushed in embarrassment as he realized he was in fanboy mode once again. "I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was searching for a successor," Toshinori said as he turned around to look at the sea. Izuku gasped, "I see. He was originally planning on choosing one of the students from UA, one of the students gifted with an amazing quirk." Izuku looked down at his hands as he felt the power of his ki running through his veins calmly. "I completely collapsed and fell unconscious after using One for All and ki at the same time. It sapped my stamina and broke my arms. Recovery girl had to nurse and heal me after the exams were over. Whenever I use the two separately though, there's such thing happens unless I go beyond 20%. I can control them, but just not at the same time," Izuku said as green electricity appeared in his left hand and a blue energy sphere appeared in his right hand. Toshinori turned around to face his student. "That can't be helped. It's like if you asked who suddenly grew a tail to do a trick, they wouldn't be able to control it. Which unironically kind of fits your situation since you literally grew a tail overnight." Tashinori replied. In response, Izuku wiggled his tail around and wrapped it around his waist. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Since I've only had my quirk for 10 months and I only had one for all for 5 months, it would be hard for anyone to be able to use both quirks at the same time without risk of injury. That's like asking a baby to run, Izuku said as he deactivated his quirks. There wasn't any time, and we had to prepare you for the exams as soon as possible. But it turned out perfectly. You got the highest score. It turned out all might, Tashinori said excitedly with a thumbs up. He then looked down and picked up 2 spray paint bottles with the word gas on the front of each of them. Right now, you're able to use 20% of one for all. You can use your ki effectively as well. But when you combine them, you're either at 100% or 0. But once you can control them both simultaneously, you'll be able to adjust to what your body can handle. Control. Tashinori began to elaborate on his point. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. Think of your body like a glass of water, and think of your ki as clean water. You can control that quirk pretty easily since it's the power that you were born with. But one for all is different. It is not a quirk that one is born with. It is a strange power that your body isn't used to and hasn't completely adapted to yet, unlike your ki. So think of one for all as a different kind of liquid, like soda. Putting in the soda and water in the same glass cup at the same time wouldn't be a good idea. So for you to enjoy both drinks, you would have to empty out the glass cup and pour the liquids in separately. Your body as it is now can only handle one quirk at a time. But with time and training, your body will adapt to one for all, and it will become second nature to you. And you'll be able to use both powers freely. Like this, All Might said as he crushed the 2 spray paint bottles effortlessly in his hero form. Izuku smirked as he said, "All right then. I'm just going to have to keep training up until I've mastered both quirks to the point where I can use them both at the same time without having to worry about killing myself, right?" Exactly, young Midoriya. Wait, is that All Might? No way. When did he get here? A young couple yelled as they were shocked to see All Might appear out of nowhere on the beach. All Might's sweat dropped as he forgot that there were people around. He began running as he said, "Let's go, young Midoriya." "Why, yes, sir," Izuku said as he also followed suit and ran alongside All Might to get away from the young couple as fast as possible. All Might looked towards Izuku. "The flame I passed on to you is still small, but in the future, it'll be exposed to wind, rain, and grow even bigger. And then, I will slowly become weak and disappear, and I will finish my job." "Yeah, that's deep." "April." "Izuku, do you have tissue?" "Yeah." "And your handkerchief?" "What about your handkerchief?" "Your hanky." Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled. "Yes, Mom, I have it. I'm going to be late. I have to hurry." Today is the first day of Izuku's first year in UA High School. He has been anxiously waiting for this day for over a month now. Who wouldn't be anxious? UA is the #1 hero course in the entire country. Getting into this school has been Izuku's dream for as long as he could remember. Today would start his journey into becoming a pro hero. If Izuku was going to be the #1 hero and the next symbol of peace, then this was the school to help mold him into the hero he has always strived to be. Izuku and Momo would sometimes talk for hours on the phone about the upcoming school year. She was glad that she had somebody to talk to who was on her level in terms of intellect. Izuku would get so excited that on some days, he would literally just spend all day training, using that as a way to spend all of the adrenaline he had stacked up inside of him. But even then it wasn't enough. He would go 100% fanboy mode while sparring with All Might, which annoyed him to almost no end. The #1 hero would have landed a couple of decent Kansas smashes in order to knock some sense into him. After Izuku finished tying his shoes, he stood up and put on his same old yellow book bag and opened the front door. "Izuku." Izuku turned his head to face Inko. "Yes, Mom?" "You look just like your father when he was your age. You're really cool, and I want you to know that I'm proud of you, honey, and I know for a fact that he would be proud of you as well," Inko said with a smile as she had tears at the edge of her eyes, as she could barely contain her joy of seeing her son going to his first day of high school. She was witnessing her baby boy grow up into a fine young man who will later become a great hero someday. Izuku widened his eyes. Whenever the subject of his father was brought up, it always hit a sore spot. But in the context of the situation, it being a positive one, he was actually happy that his mother said that. It not only lets him know that he has his Inko's support, but somewhere overseas, he also has the support of his father. Still, it wouldn't hurt to at least visit once in a while. Thank you, Mom. You don't know how much that means to me. Well then, I'm off. I'll see you later, Izuku said before he blasted off to the sky. Don't forget to call me if anything happens, Inko yelled out as Izuku disappeared from her line of sight. The acceptance rate for UA High's hero course is less than 1 in 300 every year. Other than the 4 people admitted through recommendations, 36 are admitted through the regular exam. Those 36 are split into only 2 classes, with 18 each. Class 1A. 1A. This place is too big. Currently, Izuku is jogging down the halls of the massive school, looking for his homeroom. Izuku is wearing standard UA uniform, which consisted of a gray-colored blazer with yellow buttons with a white-collared shirt with a red tie and dark blue pants. Of course, Izuku was wearing his trademark red sneakers, and he had his brown monkey tail out wiggling behind him. He could just wrap it around his waist, but he decided to just let it be loose and only do that when he was in a training or in a battle. There it is. Izuku finally found his homeroom. When he arrived to the door to the classroom, he was astonished. The door's huge. It must be that size so any student of all shapes and sizes can enter through. There are some pretty bizarre quirks out there. Especially mine, Izuku said to himself as he began to scan the power levels inside the room. The elite chosen from the huge number at the exam. And of course, the 2 people who I hope would not be in the same class me are in fact in the same homeroom. Lucky me, Izuku said as he sensed 2 pretty distinct power levels inside. He slid the door open only to see. Don't put your feet on the desk. Huh? Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the excellent craftsmen who made the desk? Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Izuku's sweat dropped. Of course. The tall, serious teen with glasses stopped for one moment as he began to speak again. Let's start over. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Bakugo scoffed. Semi? So you're a damn elite, huh? Looks like I will have fun crushing you. Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Tenya replied before Bakugo looked towards the door as he also did the same. He then saw Izuku standing there. It's him, Tenya said as he recognized Izuku as the one who destroyed the 0-pointer in the entrance exam. All of the students present in the classroom proceeded to look towards Izuku as he kind of stood out, being tall, having a muscular figure, and having a brown monkey tail wiggling behind him. Not to mention his unique hairstyle. Oh, Izuku said awkwardly as he wasn't used to having all of the attention on him. Since most of his life, he's kind of been a social outcast. Bakugo smirked. I knew you would pass. Good morning. I am from Semi-Private Academy. My name is Dash. I heard you before. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head, a habit that has seemed to have stuck with him. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Huh? Izuku responded dumbly. I had no idea. I completely misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me, Tenya said as he praised Izuku. Izuku's sweat dropped as he waved his hands around. No, you've got it all wrong. I wasn't aware of the secret behind the exams. I just did what I thought was right. I couldn't let a fellow examinee get hurt or worse when I could have done something to prevent it from happening. Right, Izuku said as he found Momo at the back of the class. She gave him a smile and nod as she waved at him. Oh, that curly and spiky hair. You're the handsome-looking one. Izuku turned around to see the same cute brunette that he saved during the entrance exam. He blushed at her comment as he took a good look at her. It's the nice person. You passed, just like Present Mike said. She looks good in a uniform. Izuku thought as the uniform hugged her curves nicely. Of course you did. That blast was amazing. Izuku's face now resembled a strawberry. Oh, well, it was thanks to you going to speak with him directly that Izuku stuttered. Huh? How did you know about that? Oh, that's because... Bakugo looked at the scene in front of him as he kept thinking. How was Deku able to get so strong in so little time? Meh, It doesn't matter. He's the only one from our sorry little middle school that is worthy enough to get into UA besides me. But of course, I'm still number one. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. Aren't you nervous? She's so close, Izuku thought as he did his best to hide his red face, as it was he wasn't used to Grills' age being so up close and personal with him. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends, said a monotone voice. Ochiko and Izuku looked outside the door to see a man inside a yellow sleeping bag. This is the hero course, the man said as he drank a juice box. As something's here. Izuku, Ochiko, and Tenya thought. The man stood up and unzipped his sleeping bag. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Izuku sensed the man's power level. Whoa, this guy's got a pretty high power level. He must be a teacher, which means he's a pro hero. But I have never seen a hero who looked that worn out before. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Shota Aizawa is a tall, skinny man who stands at a height of about 6 feet. He has black, messy, shoulder-length black hair that partly hangs in front of his face and black eyes. He looks tired and worn out, like someone who just got out of bed. He wears a long-sleeved black shirt with matching pants and boots. He also wears a gray scarf around his neck. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field, Aizawa said as he took out the UA gym uniform from his sleeping bag. It was blue in color and had the letters UA in white with the U going through the chest up and the A going from the stomach and down the legs connecting with the gym pants. Meanwhile, Tashinori, with his yellow suit on, was in the teacher's lounge reading the teacher directory. The UA system does not follow the beaten path. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be a Quirk assessment test. Class 1A yelled. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Ochiko asked. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Aizawa responded as he turned around to see the shocked faces of Class 1A. You kids have been doing these physical tests since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It is not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He then looked towards Izuku. Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? You were the only who scored above 200 points, earning the highest score ever in the history of UA. You were also able to completely destroy the zero-pointer, while everybody else was forced to run away. Pretty impressive to say the least. Aizawa revealed as the rest of the class looked at Izuku with surprised faces. The only one that wasn't shocked was Momo. Amazing. I didn't know you were able to get that many points. Tenya said as she respect for Izuku only grew. Wow, you must be stronger than I thought. Ochiko said as she too was impressed by Izuku's achievement. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head as smiled sheepishly. Oh, come on. It isn't that big of a deal. It was only the entrance exam. Plus you and Ida had pretty good scores as well. Bakugo was irate. What? Damn it, Deku. How were you able to get such a high score? I'll kill you if you don't dash. Anyways, that aside, Midoriya, in junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Aizawa asked as he cut Bakugo off. 43 meters, Izuku replied. Then, try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa said as he threw a softball towards Izuku, which he caught with ease. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you've got. Izuku walked to the circle as he began stretching to loosen up his muscles. He then activated One for All, full cowl as the scent of ozone filled the air around them and green sparks of lightning surrounded him. I'll only use 1%. There's no need to go overboard, Izuku thought as he gripped the softball tightly. He took a step forward and arched his back and yelled. Detroit Smash. The ball went flying through air as a gust of wind blew the students slightly off their feet. Aizawa looked suspiciously at Izuku. He's holding back, isn't he? It doesn't seem like he's giving it his all. Know your own maximum first, Aizawa said as the ball hit the ground after a few seconds. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He held up his phone as it read 800 meters. Class 1A gasped in shock. 800 meters? Seriously? Said a blonde student with a black electric bolt mark in his hair. What's this? It looks fun, said a pink-skinned girl with yellow horns and yellow eyes. We can use our quirks as much as we want, as expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa said ominously. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Huh? Most of the students of Class 1A shouted. Aizawa, huh? It seems like Izuku is going to be facing a lot of suffering from the start, Toshinori said as he looked at Shota Aizawa's profile in the teacher directory. Punished with expulsion. If you get last place in all 8 tests. Izuku thought as he somewhat couldn't believe what he was hearing. He made eye contact with Momo, and she shook her head, signaling that Aizawa wasn't being serious. Oh, I get it. He's trying to deceive us so that we put in our absolute best effort and show what exactly our limits are. Pretty smart strategy, Izuku thought as he looked in sympathy at the nervous faces of his classmates. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Welcome to UA's hero course, Aizawa said as he moved his hair out of the way, showing his freaky smirking face. Achiko spoke up. Last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who must bear the responsibility of balancing that unfairness. If you plan to go talk with your friends at the local McDonald's after school, then you're sadly mistaken. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Tenya took out his water bottle and began to drink. This is too serious to be hazing. However, this is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it. Oh, I can't wait to blast everything in my path. Bakugo thought. All right, demonstration is over. The real thing starts now. Test 1, 50-meter dash. The first test was the 50-meter dash. 2 students will line up and race each other at a time. A camera-like computer machine will read and measure each student's time, and the student that gets the fastest time will get the highest score. The first 2 students lined up ready to race are Tenya Ida and a green-haired girl with large eyes with features similar to that of a frog. On your mark, get set. Then the machine made the sound of a gunshot, signaling the beginning of the race. Tenya blasted off and was the first one to finish the race. 3.04 seconds, the computer stated as soon as Tenya passed the finish line. Shortly after, the frog-like girl was able to cross the finish line as well. For 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear, Ida thought. Name, Tenya Ida. Quirk, engine. He has engines in his calves which allows him to move at super high speeds. Well, he's like a fish in water. He's certainly in his element. However, speed isn't the only attribute that is essential for a pro hero. It'll be worth seeing what others do. Ribbit. Name, Siyu Azui. Quirk, frog. Well, the name speaks for itself. She can do whatever a frog can. Siyu's 50-meter dash time was recorded as 5.58 seconds, which is not too shabby. Lighten up my clothes and shoes. Name, Achiko Uraraka. Quirk, zero gravity. Anything she touches will become weightless, and she will have absolute control over. However, her drawback is that as she overuses her Quirk, she will begin to become nauseous. The machine made the gunshot sound as Achiko and a blonde student with a large tail began to race. The boy with the tail crossed the finish line in 5.49 seconds while Achiko did so in 7.15 seconds. All right, that's faster than I was in junior high. Humph, everyone, you're not being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like to be allowed to use your quirk. Name, Yuga Aoyama. Quirk, naval laser. He can shoot a laser from his belly button, but he's limited by the amount of time he can shoot continuously. 5.51 seconds. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. What the heck? Thought the various students of Class 1A. Looking at the upper limit of your quirks and the room for growth in each result, It becomes clear what you can and can't do. Aizawa said as he looked at the last two students getting ready to race. They were none other than Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. On your mark. Izuku looked to his left and gave Bakugo a thumbs up. Let's do our best, Kaken. Bakugo smirked. Yeah, just try not to fall too far behind me, okay, Deku? Get set. Izuku called upon his full cowl mode as he decided to also use 1% in this test. That will connect to the creativity needed for you to survive, Aizawa thought as the gunshot sound went off and both students blasted off. Explosive speed. Bakugo shouted as he ignited his hands with explosives that allowed him to get a boost of speed. 3.06 seconds. Bakugo was shocked midway through the race as he saw that Izuku had already passed the finish line before him. 4.13 seconds. Bakugo finished the race shortly after. Name: Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk: explosion. He can create explosions from the palms of his hands. When I use both hands, the force disperses. Bakugo looked towards Izuku in annoyance. He'd better than I thought. It looks like I'm going to have to bring my A game. There are 7 more tests. The more I use one for all, the more stamina it drains. Same goes for my ki. So I'm going to have to use both quirks wisely if I'm going to be consistent and efficient in the remaining tests. Izuku thought as he felt the two energies circulating through his energy. Aizawa stared at Izuku for a couple of seconds. He knew he was holding back a lot of power. Test 2. Grip strength. Focus on the water in the glass cup. Don't let it overflow. Come on, Izuku, don't go overboard. Izuku thought as he summoned 1% of one for all and gripped the device in his hand tightly. Beep. Izuku opened his eyes as he was shocked to see that his grip strength was 535 kilograms. Wow, I guess that weight training with Toshinori-sensei really paid off. Whoa, you got a monster high score, just like Shoji. What do you two guys eat? Shiro said to Izuku as he and Minato were envious of Izuku's raw power. He looked over to see a student who was also about 6 feet 2 inches with tentacle arms get a score of 540 kilograms. He was the only one to get higher than Izuku. Test 3. Standing long jump. Like Bakugo and Aoyama, who went before him, Izuku was able to completely jump over the sand and land on the other side. He could have just flew over it, but he thought that was kind of cheating. Test 4. Repeated side steps. Izuku used 1% of one for all and kept on sidestepping non-stop, but after a while he decided to stop as it got kind of boring. He wanted to give others a chance to shine. The last person to go was Minato, and he was the only to get a higher score than Izuku since he used his purple balls to bounce him back and forth with little to no effort. Izuku's sweat dropped at the display as he wasn't expecting that. Test 5. Ball throw. Since Izuku already did this exercise, he wasn't required to do it again. Bakugo got a score of 705.2 meters. He began to throw a tantrum complaining about how Deka shouldn't be above him in anything and that he was number 1. You know, the usual. Momo created a cannon and was able to fire the softball about 767 meters. Izuku congratulated her and praised her Quirk as it was one of the most useful and versatile he has ever seen. She would surely make a good pro hero. Of course, Momo blushed at the praise, but she did her best to hide it. When it was Achiko's turn, she used her zero-gravity quirk on the ball and threw it as it kept on floating and floating until it became a twinkle star in the sky as it went into space. Aizawa showed what his phone read, and everybody was aghast to see that it read a pink infinity symbol. Infinity, Class 1A shouted. That's amazing. She got infinity. Well, I guess she got me beat in this test, Izuku said as he sweat dropped and chuckled. Test 6. Sit-ups. Everyone stood there gobsmacked as they couldn't believe their eyes. Izuku was currently doing continuous sit-ups without breaking a sweat. Everybody had long stopped doing their sets. Bakugo tried to keep up with Izuku, but it was too much for him, and he was forced to stop as his body could not go on. Izuku wasn't aware of this as he was deep in his thoughts. He was only using 1% of one for all, which was practically nothing for him since it didn't consume much of his stamina. After a couple of more minutes, Aizawa decided that he's seen enough. All right, Midoriya, you can stop now. You've shown enough. I'll put you in the #1 spot for this activity, Izawa said as he looked at his phone and put everybody in their spots for the sit-ups test. Huh, Izuku said as he looked up to see everybody staring at him. He blushed in embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head nervously. Guess I kinda spaced out, huh? Test 7. Seated toe touch. Due to Izuku's high pain tolerance and strong hamstring muscles, he was able to stretch the longest distance. One would think that his size and strength would prevent him from being able to be as flexible as he is, but All Might made sure during their training that Izuku was as fast and agile as he is strong. This allowed him to be flexible so that villains wouldn't be able to exploit that kind of weakness. Okay, just one more test, and we're done, Izuku said as he prepared for the next trial. Test 8. Long distance run. After about 15 minutes, the only two people that were still running around the field were Izuku and Momo. Since Izuku had only been using 1% of 1 for all throughout all of the tests, he had plenty of stamina left, so he was easily able to keep running after everyone else who already tired themselves out. The reason Momo was still there was because she created a bicycle that allowed her to easily keep up with Izuku. You weren't kidding when you said you could create anything, Izuku said as Momo caught up with him. How in the world are you able to keep on running like that? Aren't you tired? Momo asked in between breaths as she began sweating. Izuku shook his head. Not really. I train practically every day for hours upon hours. So an exercise like this is really nothing for me. It's barely even a warm-up for me. After that, 15 more minutes passed, and Momo was forced to stop as her legs couldn't keep on pedaling forever. After Izuku stopped running, the entire class waited patiently for the results. After arranging all of the spots, Izawa looked at the class and said, "Okay, I've got the results, but there seems to be a problem." Izawa's hair then began to go up as his eyes turned red and his scarf spread and launched towards Izuku and pulled him closer to Izawa. Izuku was caught off guard as he sensed Izawa's power level rise dramatically. Around Izawa's neck was a pair of yellow goggles. Izuku gasped as he saw them. Those goggles. I see. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirk just by looking at them. The Erasure Hero, Eraser Head. Eraser? I don't know him. I've heard of him. He's an underground hero. Unbeknownst to the students and teacher, All Might was hiding in the corner observing all of the events unfolding. He doesn't like media attention because he says it hinders his work. That's right, young Midoriya. He and I don't get along. From what I can tell, you have been holding back a lot of power, haven't you? Izawa said as Izuku widened his eyes as he was shocked to find out that Izawa was able to find out that he has not been putting in his all. The purpose of this quirk assessment test is to gauge your abilities and figure out your limits so that we as teachers can help you improve and prepare you in order to become the best pro hero you can possibly become. But instead, you decided to willingly hold back when your potential is much higher than what you have shown. Izawa then let go of Izuku as his eyes and hair went back to normal. You scored the highest number of points in the practical exam history for a reason. Show us why exactly that is. Don't let your potential go to waste. That is not rational. Izawa took out his eye drops and began to take care of his dry eyes. Go ahead and redo all of the tests. And this time, don't hold back. If I catch you holding back even a little, then you will be the one going home, Izawa said as Izuku widened his eyes. Izuku walked over to the 50-meter dash site. All right, from here on out, I'm going to have to use 20%. Izuku thought as the green lightning grew bigger around him and his aura became denser. On your mark, get set. The gunshot sound went off as Izuku immediately went running faster than the naked eye can see. There was a sonic boom as strong winds blew everyone back a couple feet. 0.15 seconds. Izawa smirked. Now that's what I want to see. Tenya was speechless. What in the world? That's stupid fast. He was holding back that much power this entire time. The rest of Class 1A had similar thoughts as they have never seen a kid their age go at such ridiculous speeds. Izuku was also shocked at his own speed. What the hell? That has to be some sort of record. I wasn't expecting that. After everybody calmed down and picked up their jaws from the floor, Izuku redid the grip strength test. When he used 20% of One for All, he completely broke the device as his grip strength was way too strong to be read. Zero and Mineta cried out in shock. What? There's no way that's possible. He's not human. After that, Izuku did the standing long jump again. This time he decided to completely fly over it and land on the other side of the field. For the repeated side steps, Izuku was moving so fast that the machine couldn't keep up, and it said, "Error," and just counted Izuku's score as infinity. Izuku began to scare some of his classmates. It seemed like there was no limit to his power. For the ball throw, Aizawa decided that he needed to see more. Midoriya, remember when you were able to completely vaporize the zero-pointer during the practical exam? I want you to use that same power, but this time, don't pass out and completely break your arms. In order for you to become a pro hero, you can't always destroy your own body and think that every time somebody is going to save you. You have to learn to control your power. And if you can't, then well, I guess we won't be seeing you in UA anymore. Aizawa said as he put the most pressure on Izuku that he possible could. Tinya began to worry. Why is Mr. Aizawa putting this much pressure on Midoriya? Hasn't he proved himself already? Bakugo replied with, he better come up with something or else he's done for. He better not get expelled or I'll kill him. Come on Izuku-kun, you got this. I believe in you. Momo thought as she also began to worry for her friend. He said to show him the same power I used against the zero-pointer. He must mean when I combine both my ki and one for all into one. But if I do that, then I'll collapse. What do I do? What do I do? Izuku thought nervously. Just then a light bulb lit up in his head as he finally got an idea. All right, it's all or nothing then. Izuku then took off his training weights, which together weighs 50 tons. As soon as they hit the ground, it created a dust cloud and shook the earth that resembled a mini earthquake. What the hell is that? Don't tell me he has had that on him all this time. Mineta shouted as he and the rest of Class 1A were wondering just how the hell Izuku was even able to move with all of that weight on him. Okay, now that I'm nice and loose, let's get this show on the road, Izuku said as he activated full cowl 20%. He gripped the ball nice and hard, prepared to throw it. I have to give it my all. If not, then how can I dare call myself a hero? All Might saw what Izuku was about to do. Hey, is he serious? I have to work a lot harder than everyone else if I want to become the #1 hero. That's why, with all my strength, I'll do what I can right now. Right before Izuku threw the softball, his right index finger ignited with a yellow light, which is a sign of him using his ki. The energy mixed with the green electric power of one for all as the two energies focused on one point and combined to create an even greater power. Izuku yelled with all his might. Delaware Smash. The ball launched into the air as it went so fast that it created a sonic boom that created a whirlwind that forced everybody present to cover their face so that dust doesn't get into their eyes. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Izuku's index finger was completely broken as it was now an ugly purple color. When the ball finally hit the ground, Aizawa looked at his phone as it read 80 kilometers. Mr. Aizawa, said teacher looked towards Izuku as he looked at him in the eye and smirked pridefully as he closed his fist with the broken finger. I can still move. Aizawa smiled and returned with his freaky face. This kid. Chapter 4, Deku vs. Kaken. A man that hath friends must shew himself friendly, and there is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother. 80 kilometers. Multiple members of Class 1A cried out in shock as they were once again had their jaws dropped thanks to witnessing the absolute raw power of none other than Izuku Midoriya. Yay, that's amazing. I knew he could do it. Achiko cheered as she was happy that Izuku isn't going to be expelled thanks to exceeding everyone's expectations once again. Nice job, as always Izuku-kun, Momo said as she crossed her arms. His finger is swollen. He also broke his arms during the entrance exam as well. His quirk is really powerful, but it is also very strange. I have never seen anything like it. He truly is one of a kind, Tinya said with his finger resting on his chin as he pondered about Izuku's abilities and his unique powers. It's not very stylish, Ioma said, but everybody ignored him. However, the one that was the most surprised out of the group was Bakugo as he had his mouth open gaping at Izuku's magnificent softball throw. What's with that power? Everyone's quirks manifest by the age of 4. This is unthinkable. No, It's blasphemous. Unbelievable. But it's happening right in front of me. You're trying to tell me that he got this strong in the span of 10 months. Bakugo yelled in his head as he thought back to the first time Izuku's Quirk appeared, which was when Izuku saved Bakugo from the sludge villain. The memory brought a sour taste to the ash-blonde boy's mouth. What is the meaning of this? Bakugo said as he ignited an explosion in his right hand. He then ran towards Izuku head-on as he yelled in pure rage. Tell me what's going on. Deku, you bastard. How did you get so ridiculously powerful? Oh crap. Izuku cried in fear as he still hadn't recovered from the self-inflicting injury he suffered due to using Ki and One for All in one attack. And a super angry Katsuki Bakugo, with an explosion with Izuku's name on it, was the complete opposite of what he needed at the moment. But right before Bakugo could even lay a finger on the Izuku, Aizawa detained him using his gray scarf, which completely immobilized Bakugo, as for some reason the gray cloth just wouldn't budge. What the dash? Why is your scarf so damn hard? Bakugo said as he grit his teeth as he tried to break free, but to no avail. It also didn't help that his quirk was deactivated as well. Because it is a weapon for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. Geez, you kids keep making me use my quirk over and over again. I have dry eyes. Aizawa said as his hair was elevated upward and eyes were now glowing red, signaling that he was using his erasure quirk to immobilize Bakugo. Izuku raised his eyebrows, impressed at the high power level he sensed from Aizawa. It's such a waste, since his quirk is so amazing. All of the students from Class 1A said simultaneously as they sweat dropped at their teacher's quirk's lame drawback. Name, Shoto Aizawa. Quirk, erasure. He can erase the quirks of those he looks at. The effect goes away when he blinks. Mutant-type quirks are immune to erasure, and the quirk won't work if his line of sight is obstructed from the intended target. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and let go of Bakugo. We're wasting time. Midoriya, you don't have to redo the remaining 3 tests since the result will be the same anyway. So to not waste any more of our time, let me redo my calculations and I'll reveal the results in a moment. Izuku looked at Bakugo for a second and went towards the rest of the class as he left Bakugo in the middle of the field sulking. Is your finger all right? Ochako asked Izuku as she recognized that his injury is similar to the ones he sustained in the entrance exam when he saved her by destroying the zero-pointer. Oh yeah? It is no big deal. I've handled worse. As they were conversing, Katsuki remained in the middle of the field as he tightened his fists in anger. Until a little while ago, he was just a pebble on the side of the road. Katsuki thought his childhood memories involving him, and Izuku resurfaced his mind. You're so lucky, Kaken. Your quirk is so cool. I hope I get mine soon, too. Kid Izuku said as he and Kid Katsuki were walking in a forest. Kid Katsuki had a fishing net in his hand, and Kid Izuku was trudging behind him. No matter what quirk you get, you will never beat me, Deku. A pebble on the side of the road. Bakugo thought as he grit his teeth. After about 2 to 3 minutes, Aizawa was finally ready with the test results. He walked over to the group of students and said, Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It is a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Aizawa clicked a button on his phone as a blue hologram projection appeared showing a list that ranked all of the students' scores from highest to lowest. The results were as follows. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tinya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Masahiro Ojiro, Ijiru Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Ochako Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Azui, Yugo Aoyama, Hantasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. Mineta eyes began to tear up as he saw that he got last place in the quirk assessment test. In no way. I'm getting expelled on the first day. But right before he started to sob fully, Aizawa cut him off. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. No one is going home. All of Class 1A besides Izuku and Momo were speechless as their eyes were as wide as saucers. Aizawa smirked as he made his trademark freaky face. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Class 1A yelled besides Izuku and Momo as the rest of the class did not take kindly to being deceived so easily. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. It's the first day of school for crying out loud. I'm sorry, I guess I should have said something. Momo said. Yeah, you should have. Thought Jiro, Kaminari, and Mineta simultaneously. Yeah, sorry guys, but it was probably the only way to keep you from holding back. So I also didn't say anything. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head like he always does. Like you're one to talk. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Shiro said as he turned to talk to Kirishima. I'll take up the challenge anytime. Kirishima replied as he showed his cocky persona. Bakugo just scoffed in annoyance, probably because he got 4th overall in the quirk assessment test and Izuku was number 1, something that he had never even considered being possible. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Aizawa then walked towards Izuku with a slip of paper in his hand. Midoriya, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself. We can't have you going home with a broken finger. Aizawa said as he gave Izuku the slip of paper and walked away. Izuku looked at the slip of paper as he was immersed in his thoughts. I got through this for now. I may be strong, but there are still things that I can't do. I made it to first place, so I have a good head start. But I have a much to learn from here on out in regards to becoming a pro hero. I just need to make sure I keep working hard to get closer and closer to achieving my dream. Aizawa, you liar. Oh, good morning, All Might. So you were watching? You got too much time on your hands. Aizawa said as he passed by All Might when he was on his way back inside. A rational deception, you said? Haha, nice joke, but April Fool's was last week. You punished a whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words, that must be because you also felt it too, right? Izuku Midoriya's raw potential. All Might bellowed as he pointed at Aizawa. Aizawa began to have a suspicious look on his face as a knowing smirk appeared on his face. Also, you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. Is it too far-fetched to say that maybe you have been giving young Midoriya a little favoritism? All Might widened his eyes as he realized his mistake. Crap, I need to be more careful with the way I speak about Izuku towards others. Is that how a teacher should be acting? Aizawa started to walk away, but he decided to say one last thing before he and All Might parted ways. It's true what you say. He does have an enormous amount of potential, probably the most potential a UA student has ever had. But potential will only get you so far in this world. Execution is what matters. There are still many things he needs to learn in order for him to become a pro hero. For one, he needs to stop that habit of holding back and letting his guard down. A mistake like that could cost his or other people's lives if he's not careful. I will always cut those without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. That was the last thing he said before he walked off, leaving All Might to his own devices. All Might grimaced as he heard Aizawa's harsh, but true words. All Might knew firsthand what it was like to make a costly mistake against a villain because of a stupid rookie mistake, such as letting his guard down. It was exactly how he received the life-threatening injury to his stomach that could have ended his career 6 years ago. So you're being kind in your own way. Huh, Aizawa? Sai, I guess we don't really get along after all. Classes were now over as the first day of UA High School for Izuku Midoriya ended. A bunch of students were leaving the front gates as they conversed with one another, speaking about the first day went for them, how the classes and the teachers were, and whatnot. The first day of the school year always has the most energy, more than most of the days in the school year. I'm so tired, Izuku said as he walked out the main gates of UA, feeling very fatigued as he did. Just then, a strong hand grabbed Izuku's right shoulder. He already knew who the person was since he felt the person's energy signature about 30 seconds before they even touched him. Izuku turned around and greeted them. Hey Ida, what's up? Ida raised his eyebrows at the nonchalant attitude that the green-haired young man was displaying, but pushed that thought aside. Is your finger healed? Yeah, thanks to recovery girl. Izuku said as he showed Tinya his bandaged finger. Flashback. Nurse's office. Kiss. Recovery girl kissed Izuku's broken finger as a green light illuminated it and healed it completely. Wow, it's healed. But I suddenly feel very tired. I need a nap. Izuku said groggily as he instantly felt the fatigue kicking in. My quirk can only stimulate a person's healing ability. Healing requires stamina. If you keep getting major injuries, you'll use too much stamina and end up dying instead, so be careful. Recovery girl said as she gave Izuku candy so that he regain some energy. I'll end up dying instead. Izuku cried in horror as in his head he imagined a chibi version of him dead due to breaking all of his bones and recovery girl having to heal him, only for it to end in tragedy. *T. I need to be more *ing careful. Izuku swore as he started sweating nervously and muttering incoherently. Watch your language, young man. Recovery girl yelled as she smacked him upside the head. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said as he rubbed his head. Back to the present. I can't just keep getting help from others. I have to hurry up and learn to control and master my two quirks. Izuku said mentally as he and Ito walked side by side. I was really taken in by Mr. Aizawa. I even thought, this is the best of the best and such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie, but it seemed to have worked out in the end. Although I think threatening you with expulsion was pushing it a little, but I guess it was necessary in the end. Ito said as he crossed his arms. I thought Ito was scary, but he's just earnest and takes his education and training really seriously. That's actually a very important trait to have when you're aspiring to become a pro hero. Izuku thought as he was impressed by Tenya Ita's diligence. Hey, you two, you're heading to the train station, right? Wait for us. Ochiko shouted as she and Momo walked towards Izuku and Tenya. Uraraka? Momo-chan. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl and the girl who got second place in the quirk assessment test right behind Midoriya. Tenya said as the two young ladies caught up them. I'm Ochiko Uraraka. Yaoyorozu said she was friends with Midoriya, and I thought we could all head to the train station together. Ochiko said in her cheery voice. Yeah, I was trying to catch up with you guys, and I thought why not bring her along. Momo said as she smiled. Okay, let's see if I can get this right. You're Tenya Ida, Ochiko said as she pointed at Ida, and you're Deka Midoriya, right? Izuku widened his eyes as he didn't expect her to know that name. Deku. Huh? But during the fitness test, the boy named Bakugo said, Deku, you bastard. Right. My real name is Izuku, but D-Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. It means good for nothing, worthless, trash, and that I will never amount to anything. Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. An insult? That's not a nice way to greet a fellow classmate. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know. But Deku sounds like the Japanese word for you can do it. It has some sort of never give up vibe, so I kinda like it. DKU it is. Izuku said immediately with no hesitation as his face was bright red. What? But Midoriya, you're accepting it too easily. Wasn't that an insult? Tenya said as he was perplexed by the situation. It's like a Copernican revolution. Izuku mumbled as he hid his blushing face with his hands comically. Kopi? Ochiko asked confused as she didn't get the reference that Izuku was making. Momo giggled as she shook her head, being the only one who actually understood what Izuku was talking about. Pushing that aside, the group of four began to walk towards the train station, conversing on the way there. There are so many things I can't do yet. I have to work hard and do my best. This is only the beginning of my journey to becoming a hero. But, Tashinori-sensei, I can at least be happy that I have friends, right? Izuku thought as he finally had people who he can call friends. It has been a while since he has socialized with his classmates or other people in his school. It made him feel happy inside that now his life was finally taking a step forward from the darkness and hopelessness it used to be. This was the beginning of his path to becoming a hero. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Tashinori was sitting down as he stared at the hero costume that was currently in his hands. You don't have time to relax, Izuku, my boy. The real thing starts tomorrow. Prepare yourself for the trials to come. The next day, the curriculum of UA High's hero course, regular required classes like English in the morning. Which of these English sentences is wrong? Present Mike asked as he wrote down these 4 sentences on the chalkboard. The man whom I respect most is my father. That is the house in which he lived. I well remember the day on which we both met. Please tell me that all you know. So normal. Mina, Kaminari, and Jiro thought simultaneously. So damn boring. Katsuki thought as he rested his head on his hand. Everybody, heads up. Let's get this party started. Present Mike bellowed as he tried to get his students to be more enthusiastic. The relative pronoun is in the wrong place in number 4, Izuku said mentally as already knew the answer as soon as Present Mike wrote the problem on the board, but he wanted to give his classmates a chance to answer the questions as Izuku isn't the type of person to hog all of the spotlight. Momo raised her hand since nobody else was doing anything. Okay, Yaoyorozu, come on. Present Mike said as Momo proceeded to answer the question correctly. Lunch is at the main cafeteria, where students can buy gourmet food for reasonable prices. White rice is great comfort food, isn't it? Lunch rush, the cook hero said. Yeah, Achiko said as she chewed the delicious dish in delight. Of course, Izuku was gushing and fanboying over meeting another one of his favorite pro heroes in person. Yeah, nothing new there. And then in the afternoon, Class 1A finally has hero basic training. I am. Izuku smirked as he knew exactly who it was. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might burst through the door very dramatically, which was not normal at all. It's All Might, Kaminari said excitedly as he truly was hyped to be taught by none other than the number 1 hero. Wow, he really is a teacher, Kirishima said. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Tsuyu said observantly. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Ojiro stated as bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. All Might marched to the teacher's podium. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You will take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what will today, combat training. All Might exclaimed as he held a card that read the word, battle. Katsuki smirked in anticipation, combat. Training. Izuku finished as he too was smirking. He couldn't lie, he was just as excited for Kaken. Just the thought of fighting made him shake in excitement. He knew firsthand what it was like training with the symbol of peace. So he couldn't wait to see just what exactly they'll be doing next. His tail began wagging back forth as he anticipated for what's coming. And to go with that are these. All Might pointed to the wall as from holes installed there came out numbered boxes from 1 through 20. These are costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. Students cheered in delight as they couldn't wait to try their new costumes on. Costumes, Izuku said. After you change, gather in ground beta. Yes, sir. At ground beta. Music, Boku no Hero Academia OST, Hero, All Might stood at ground beta waiting for his students to arrive. After a couple of seconds, figures can be seen coming out through the tunnel. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. As he said that, students from Class 1A all entered through the tunnel suited up ready to face whatever challenge that may come their way. All of the students had costumes that best suited their quirks in one way, shape, or form. They were also aesthetically pleasing to look at as all of the costumes were unique and best fit the young aspiring heroes in training and their personalities. All Might smiled as he greatly approved of everybody's gear. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Music end. The clothing allowance. Before they enrolled in UA High, all of the students in the hero course submitted their quirk registration, physical measurements, and desired designs so a support company exclusive with the school could prepare state-of-the-art costumes for them. It truly is a remarkable and useful system. Flashback to 3 weeks ago. I need to go to City Hall to get my quirk registration for the clothing allowance. Izuku said as he sat on his couch with papers spread all around the table. He got caught up with all of the training with All Might that he forgot to send in his request for his costume, and he left it for the last minute. Oh wait, but I'm already registered as quirkless. Oh crap, what should I do? He decided to call Tashinori for help. Quirk registration? Oh yeah, you can update that. Tashinori said blatantly as he sat in the teacher's lounge. Wait, really? Just like that? Tashinori chuckled. Everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? But there are cases where people discover their quirks are not what they thought they were. So you're allowed to update it once or twice. They won't accept outrageous changes, but if you had none before, it's probably fine. I'm home, Inko yelled from the front door. Izuku got nervous because she could find out All Might and Izuku's secret, so he panicked and hung up by accident. Damn it, I hung up by mistake. I'll have to apologize to Tashinori-sensei later. Back to the present. Izuku jogged through the tunnel as he was little behind everyone else. It took him a little more time to get into his costume, so he had to hurry or else everybody will wonder where he's at. I saw this in a dream, it felt so real, and I guess I took inspiration from it. I couldn't get it out of my head, so I drew the model in Hero Journal, number 14. I liked the way it looked, and it just stuck to me. I sent the design to the support company, making sure that I got all of the detail accurate and listed exactly everything I needed. And now that I'm wearing it, I'm happy I did. Izuku thought to himself as he neared the entrance. He finally entered Ground Beta, as everybody had their eyes on his costume. His costume consisted of the Saiyan armor with a dark blue chest plate with green stripes. He had red-cut pants with black and green boots with red wristbands. He also wore white gloves. Izuku held a red headband in his hand as he brought it up to his forehead, tightened it, and put it on. He has his tail wrapped around his waist. He was wearing the same exact gear that Bardock, the father of Son Goku, wore. This is my costume. Oh, Dekakuen? Ochiko said once she noticed that Izuku arrived on Ground Beta. Uraraka, Izuku said, but once he got a good look at Ochiko's costume, his face began to flush. That looks so cool. I have never seen a costume like that on any kind of hero. Very original and unique. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. The hero course is the best, Mineta said as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. All Might saw Izuku's battle armor, and he was really impressed. He was worried that Izuku may try to emulate All Might's costume and copy it since he looked up to the symbol of peace so much. But All Might is glad that Izuku is trying to find his own identity and not be a blatant copy of himself. All Might saw that everybody was ready, so he began to give directions. Now, it's time for combat training. Sir, this is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training? Siyu asked. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Now it was Momo's turn to ask a question. Can we beat them up anyway? Of course Bakugo would ask a question like that. Who else? Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Ochiko asked as she didn't want that kind of pressure again. How shall we be split up? Asked Tenya. Isn't this cape crazy? Aoyama said randomly and completely off topic. All Might began to become overwhelmed as he wasn't used to being a teacher, so being asked like 50 questions at once was kind of new to him. I'll answer all of your questions. Now listen here. All Might brought out his teaching notes. A script? Is he being for real right now? Izuku thought with a sweat drop as he found amusement in his teacher and idol's antics. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might explained. While this situation feels very American, Izuku commented. All Might brought out a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly? Tenya asked as he thought the selection would be more organized. Actually, Ida, this is a smart system. Just think about it. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies. An important part of being a pro hero is that you must be able to adapt to any scenario you may come across and cooperate accordingly for the benefit of the mission, Izuku pointed out. Ida nodded his head as he understood Izuku's point. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness, Ida said as he bowed. It's fine. Let's hurry up and do this quickly. All Might bellowed as the students went and drew their lots to see who they were paired up with. These were the teams that were made random. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ashido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Masahiro Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ijiru Kirishima and Hana Siro. Wow, Deku and we're on the same team. It must be fate. I'm counting on you, Achiko said cheerfully as she was excited over the fact that she and Izuku will be working together. Izuku gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Yeah, let's do our best, Uraraka. All Might place his hands in two boxes, a white one labeled hero and a black one labeled villain. The first teams to fight will be. All Might dramatically took his hands out, and in his hands appeared a black ball labeled D and a white ball labeled these guys. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Izuku and Katsuki both gasped, as they didn't expect to be fighting each other so soon. Well, I guess I would have to go up against Kaken sooner or later, so we might as well get this over with. Oh hell yeah, perfect. I get to crush Deku with my own hands right off the bat. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room. Yes, sir. Besides the 4 students participating, the students of Class 1A did as they were told and left to go to the monitor room to watch the battle that was about to unfold. Izuku looked towards Katsuki and saw that he was giving him a mean glare. So to annoy him, Izuku decided to glare at him back and give him a cocky smirk. Bakugo was taken aback by this gesture and just got even angrier as he made a silent growl. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in and the battle will start. Yes, sir. The students minus Bakugo said as the villain team began to make their way into the building. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Yes, sir, Ida replied. If things go too far, I will stop it. Yes, sir. All the while, Katsuki looked towards Izuku, who was doing warm-up stretches getting ready for the battle that will commence in 5 minutes. Just looking Deku made Kaken growl in anger. When the villain team made it to the floor where the fake nuclear weapon was located, Ida began to speak. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. So our job is to protect this. He proceeded to knock on the fake weapon. It's papier-mâché. Hey. Tenya turned around to see that Katsuki had his back turned towards him. Deku has pretty strong quirk, doesn't he? Well, yeah. You saw that extraordinary strength, didn't you? It appears to carry a lot of risk, though. However, you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya? Bakugo was shaking in anger as a certain thought came to his mind. Has he been tricking me all this time? Playing me for a fool when in reality, he had a strong quirk all along. That damn nerd. Meanwhile, the hero team was still outside discussing battle strategies. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan, but All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Mr. Aizawa, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax, and you're not relaxed at all, Achiko exclaimed as Izuku was visibly shaking. However, it wasn't because of nervousness, but it was because of excitement. Well, it's because we're going up against Kaken, and there's Ida, too, so I feel like I need to be on guard. I see. Bakugo's the one who makes fun of you, right? Achiko said as she remembered what Izuku told her yesterday about him giving the name Deku to Izuku as an insult. Izuku sighed. He's amazing. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Yeah, he can be really annoying and a jerk, but his goal, his confidence, his physical strength, and his quirk are way more amazing than mine. Izuku then stood to his full height and tightly balled his fists. But that's all in the past. Now, I have my own power, my own confidence, my own drive, and my own goal. So now, I refuse to lose against him. Izuku bellowed as the milky white aura of his ki sparked to life. Ochako stood in awe of the sheer raw power that was coming from Izuku. It made her feel safe and brought a sense of calmness and peace to her heart. She smiled and said, "So it's a fated battle between rivals, huh?" Izuku smiled sheepishly as he scratched his head. "Oh, well, I guess you can say that." Ochako beamed at him and raised her fist up high and cheered. "All right then, let's do our best. We are a team, right? So let's work together and win." Just then, All Might began to speak through the intercom speaker at Ground Beta. "Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D." Izuku looked towards Ochako and said, "Okay, listen up, Uraraka. Here's the plan." "Okay, everyone, you all should think as well." All Might told the class as they were all gathered in the monitor room. There were monitor screens all over the place that showed various shots of the building. This allowed All Might and the students to see exactly what was going on and assess their performance as such. "Young Izuku, here, you are no more than a single student. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites. So do your best, and remember our training together." All Might said mentally as he and the rest of the students present stared at the monitors, waiting patiently for one of the teams to make a move. At that moment, Izuku and Ochako entered the building through an open window. "We've infiltrated successfully," Ochako said as they landed on the floor. "There are a lot of blind spots, so be careful to not get caught off guard," Izuku stated as the two began to walk through the hallways. Izuku closed his eyes and concentrated on the energy signatures in the area. "Okay, so Ida is on the top floor. He's stationary and not moving at all. That must mean he's guarding the nuclear weapon," Izuku thought. He then scanned the area again as a smirk appeared on his face as he sensed a certain someone's energy signature, just as according to plan. Izuku quickly grabbed Ochako and moved out of the way the second before Bakugo came around the corner and blasted an explosion aimed directly for Izuku, but since he moved out the way, it just hit the wall. "Uraraka, are you alright?" Izuku asked with genuine concern in his voice. "Yeah, thanks for the save," Ochako responded as she got up from the ground and dusted herself off. The smoke cleared as Bakugo swiped his arm through it. "Come Deku, don't dodge and fight me like a man." Izuku chuckled as he stood up straight. "I figured you would come for me first, Kaken." "A surprise attack from the start?" "Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all," Kirishima said angrily as he punched his fist towards his palm. "A surprise attack is a strategy, too. They're in the middle of a real battle right now," All Might said as he had his grading book in his hands. Midori avoided it. Mina said, "There goes Bakugo," Kaminari warned as through the monitors, they could see Katsuki charging straight towards Deku. "I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna get close," Bakugo yelled as he aimed a right hook at Izuku. But before Bakugo could connect, Izuku countered by grabbing his right arm. Izuku lifted him above his head and brought him down crashing to the ground with authority. "What the hell? Did he read my moves? But how? He's not supposed to be that good," Bakugo thought as he was sent to the ground. He immediately felt the force of the throw as his back was screaming in pain and drops of saliva escaped through his mouth due to the recoil of the counterattack. "Wow, he's like a martial arts master," Ochako cheered as she was impressed by Izuku's amazing counter. In the monitor room, everybody had their eyebrows raised as they weren't expecting Izuku to move like that and so swiftly. "Kaken," Izuku began to speak as Bakugo began to get back up. "You usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you? I wrote an analysis for all of the heroes I thought were amazing in my hero journals. In the notebook you blew up and threw away." "What?" Bakugo shouted in bewilderment as he too remembered when he threw out Izuku's notebook through the window. Coincidentally, That was the same day that Bakugo told Izuku to commit suicide, and Izuku would later on save him from death against the sludge villain. The name Deku, the same one that you use as an insult to call me useless and worthless. Well, guess what? The name Deku isn't going to mean useless or worthless or good for nothing anymore. Kaken, from now on, Deku is a name that will mean, you can do it. It will mean, never give up. It will be a symbol of hope. From this day forward, Deku is the name of a hero, and I will take great pride in that name until the day I die. Izuku shouted as the scent of ozone filled the air and powered up to 5% one for all. Full cowl. The green lightning that surrounded his aura was much more ferocious and violent due to the emotions that Izuku were feeling at the moment. Ochiko's cheeks had a slight tinge of red as she remembered that those were the exact words that she used to describe the name Deku yesterday. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know. But Deku sounds like the Japanese word for you can do it. It has some sort of never give up vibe, so I kinda like it. Katsuki now stood completely on his feet, Izuku's words now stained in his memory forever. Deku. If you keep going, I'll never forgive you, Kaken. Katsuki remembered the day when Izuku first stood up to him. He was a weak, small child. He trembled and shaked in fear as he stood in front and defended the other little boy that Bakugo and his lackeys were bullying. Izuku's face were full of tears that day. But now, 11 years later, it was a much different picture. The person that stood in front of him now is by no means a small, weak child. He is a strong, well-built young man. No tears were evident on his face as he had an expression that resembled an undying will, determination, and pride. Back then he had an aura that emanated absolute fear. Now his aura was electric as it oozed power and bravery. Izuku Midoriya is no longer afraid of Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya is now Deku. And Deku is a hero who embodies hope and justice, and he has no fear. He will take on any obstacle that comes his way until he achieves his goal. The green electric eyes bore into Katsuki's soul as the sheer raw power behind them knew no bounds. Even though you were scared that day, you still didn't stand down, and now here you are. After all of the trauma I put you through, you never gave up no matter what, and kept striving for your dreams. And look at you now, you're a completely different person. You have no fear at all. You're not even crying like you used to. You will fight no matter what the odds, and you will prevail. You will win no matter what. Katsuki's hands ignited with small explosions as his whole body was burning in absolute rage. That's what I hate about you. Because Deku and Kaken lived in the same neighborhood, they've known each other since they were little kids. Let's go kill the enemy, Kid Katsuki said as he pointed towards a gate to a forest that read, "No trespassing." Okay, Katsuki's lackeys yelled as they were willing to follow the blonde explosion Quirk user wherever he went. Okay, Kid Izuku said a little more hesitant as he was the one behind in the pack. Kaken was the type who could do anything he tried his hand at, a rascal who led the group of neighborhood kids. Good or bad, Kaken was full of confidence, and little Deku thought he was so cool. But after his quirk manifested, it accelerated him down the wrong path. All men are not created equal. This was the reality that Deku learned about society at the young age of 4. Hey, Bakugo, give me your status. What happened? Tinya said through Kaken's earpiece. Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now, Kaken replied. I'm not asking about how you feel. Hey, but right before Tinya could say anything further, the connection was cut off. He hung up, going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? Geez. Meanwhile, in the monitor room, what were Bakugo and Midoriya saying? Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound, Kirishima said. Young Bakugo was to his partner over the small wireless radio. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. All Might replied. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? Mina Ashido asked. Yes. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here, Mina said as it was true, since the heroes are under a time limit. Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Mr. Aizawa tell you to? You know here we go dash. plus ultra. The students of Class 1A cheered their school's motto. Monsieur Bakugo is dash Aoyama said. Huh. All Might replied as he looked towards the monitors. Back to the battle. Kaken put his left hand behind his back as he began to ignite an explosion. Deku saw what he was doing and yelled towards Achiko. Uraraka, follow the plan. Right, Achiko replied as she made her way towards the upper floors. Kaken fired an explosion that he used to propel him towards Deku at high speeds. He aimed a roundhouse kick towards Deku with his left leg, but Deku managed to block the attack with his right hand just in time. Looking away during a fight? You must be sure of yourself. You know, you talk a lot of crap, don't you? Deku said before he grabbed Kaken's left leg and swung him with the force of one for all across the hallway as Kaken's back hit a wall. He kicked first this time to keep me from predicting his moves. He's being cautious now. I won't win against him in an up-close battle. His explosion quirk is way too powerful. So I'm going to have to fight him at a distance and make him come to me. Deku thought as he strategized his next move. Kaken got back up from Deku's swing and placed both of his hands behind him. Deku saw what he was trying to do and immediately ran around the corner faster than the eye can blink to create some distance between the two and bait Kaken. Damn it! Don't you dare run from me. Come back here, Deku! Kaken yelled as he chased after him. After a few minutes of playing cat and mouse, Kaken was growing impatient. Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? Huh, you've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? Over here. Kaken turned his head around towards the voice, but just as he did, he got a one-for-all enhanced roundhouse kick straight to the dome, courtesy of none other than Deku. The kick sent Kaken twirling around as he landed on his back again on the floor. You damn nerd. That was a cheap shot, Kaken said angrily as he slowly got back up to his feet. By the way, I forgot to tell you Kaken Dash. You're quirkless. How can you even stand in the same ring as me? It's not like I'm trying to compete with you or anything. Believe me. I take back everything I said. Deku bellowed as he increased his power output to 8% of one for all and ran so fast that Kaken barely had time to even breathe as Deku delivered a sucker punch to Kaken's gut. The force of the strike had so much pin-up rage and aggression that it turned out to be significantly more powerful than what Deku intended. Kansas smash. Deku shouted as the punch pushed Kaken back so hard that he crashed through walls and landed in an entirely different room. Deku looked at the miniature destruction that were caused by his own hand. His sweat dropped and said to himself, I need to keep my emotions in check. I can't get carried away because of a personal vendetta. The mission takes top priority. Kaken was lying on the floor after receiving Deku's Kansas smash. He laid there as he pondered what Deku said earlier. Kaken, from now on, Deku is a name that will mean, you can do it. It will mean, never give up. It will be a symbol of hope. From this day forward, Deku is the name of a hero, and I will take great pride in that name until the day I die. He's just a pebble, Kaken said as he began to look through his earlier memories with Deku. Wow, Kaken, Kid Izuku said as he was impressed by Kid Katsuki's display of skill of kicking a ball up and down. This is easy. But when Kid Izuku tried to emulate Kid Katsuki, he failed and busted his behind. Ow. Izuku, you really can't do anything, can you? You can read the characters for Izuku as Deku, you know. Kaken, you can read? One of Kid Katsuki's lackeys asked. You can't? And Deku means someone who can't do anything. Someone is useless, pathetic, worthless, and who won't amount to anything in their life. Kid Katsuki said as that was the origin of the name Deku. Really, Kid Katsuki's lackeys began to make fun and tease Kid Izuku for the new nickname that Kid Katsuki came up with. Stop that, Kid Izuku said as he did not appreciate the way that Kid Katsuki and his lackeys were treating him. It made him feel sad, and he didn't like that feeling at all. Why don't you know? Kid Katsuki threw a stone across the river and made it skip a bunch of times. His lackeys and Kid Izuku were really impressed by his performance and wanted to be just like him. Kaken, how many times did yours skip? One of the lackeys asked. 7 times, Kid Katsuki said proudly. Wow, that's Kaken for you. What about you, Deku? Kid Katsuki asked as he looked towards Kid Izuku. Kid Izuku put his head down in shame and embarrassment 0 times. Kid Katsuki and his lackeys proceeded to laugh at Kid Izuku's misfortune. Why can't you do it? Kid Katsuki was in the middle of the classroom as every student plus the teachers were watching intently as small explosive sparks lit up his hands. His quirk has just manifested. Wow, that's so cool. Lucky, Kid Izuku said. Wow, that's an amazing quirk, the male teacher of the class said. It really is. It is a flashy quirk just right for a pro hero. Right, Katsuki? Oh, I see. I'm amazing. No one is as amazing as I am. You're so lucky. Quirk is so cool. I hope I get mine soon, too. Kid Izuku said as he and Kid Katsuki were walking through a forest as Kid Katsuki had a fishing net in his hands. No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me. He's just a pebble. Hey, did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. What? Really? Yeah, it's called being quirkless. That's so lame. Too bad for him. He's so weird. Don't worry about it, Izuku. Kid Izuku remembered the words of his mother, telling him not to worry. But that was thrown out the window as soon as the news spread about him not having a quirk. That is when the isolation for Izuku Midoriya began, and he was officially deemed a social outcast by his peers. You're the least amazing, Deku. Forward march. Members of the Bakugo Hero Agency. Kid Katsuki sang as he, his lackeys, and Kid Izuku went across a huge log that acted as a bridge since it was above the river. However, as Kid Katsuki was singing, he tripped and fell off the log and went straight towards the river as his body making contact with the water created a huge splash. Kaken. Hey, are you okay? He's fine. Kaken's real strong. See. Kid Katsuki emerged from the water, completely unscathed. I was fine. Hurry up and get back up here. Okay, no problem. Nothing was wrong. Kid Katsuki heard footsteps coming towards him. He turned his head to see Kid Izuku with his hand outstretched for Kid Katsuki to hold and use as support. Are you all right? Can you stand? Kid Izuku asked sincerely as he was truly worried for his friend and wanted to help him in any way he can. Kid Katsuki was speechless as his whole world was shaking upside down. It would have been bad if you hit your head. As soon as those words left Kid Izuku's mouth, something snapped within Kid Katsuki. Don't look at me with that face. Kaken, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Stop it. I'm better than you, DKU. Kaken yelled with all his might as his voice can be heard all around the building as it echoed about 3 times. He immediately got up, ignored whatever pain he was feeling, and used his explosions to propel himself forward to where Deku was. Deku sighed as he got into his fighting stance. He just doesn't give up, does he? All right then, Kaken, come at me. Found it. Ochako said in her head as she peeked around and saw Tenya guarding the nuclear weapon. Now I just have to tell Deku and hide until he gets here. Right before she was about to communicate to Deku, she heard Tenya begin to say something. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. Then, I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ida family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. I am extremely evil. Ochako couldn't contain her laughter as she saw the scene unfolding in front of her. He's taking this so seriously. However, that slip-up cost her dearly as it announced to Tenya that she was hiding in the room. Have you arrived, Uraraka? Oh no, my cover has been blown. Ochako thought as knowing that she has been caught. She came out of hiding and revealed herself. I knew you would come here alone the instant Bakugo ran off by himself. Your quirk allows you to make the objects you touch float. That is why I put away all the things on this floor before you arrived. Now you cannot play your little tricks. You have blundered, hero. Tenya proceeded to laugh maniacally as he knew he had cornered her. He's starting to look like a villain. Deku-kun. Deku heard his name through his earpiece as he touched it to respond. Uraraka-san, how's it going? Ida found me. Sorry, I made a slight slip-up and he immediately knew I was here. I'm evil. Deku heard someone say through his earpiece as he was a little confused. What was that? He asked. Oh, well, Right now, he's kind of getting into the whole villain role. Deku just pushed that aside. Where are you right now? At the top floor, where the weapon is located. That's almost directly above where me and Kaken are. We probably don't have much time left, either. If we run out of time, our opponents win. Deku gripped the capture tape tightly. I can't lose this fight. Just then Kaken made it to where Deku was, his face full of unfathomable rage as he was panting. His right glove glowed red. Kaken smirked. They're loaded. Kaken, Deku said as he readied his fighting stance with 8% of one for all. Full cowl activated. Why aren't you going all out? Kaken asked. Huh? Deku asked dumbly. How does he know that? Kaken growled. Don't try to act dumb and stupid. I know you aren't going 100%. The power you're using right now doesn't even hold a goddamn candle to the power I saw you use when Mr. Aizawa made you redo the ball throw. You know? The one where you threw a damn softball 80 **ing kilometers away. Crap, so he noticed, huh? Deku thought as he realized he had been caught red-handed. Kaken continued. Are you trying to tell me that you can beat me easily even if you don't use that power? Even if you do not go all out? Are you underestimating me, Deku? I have no choice but to do it. I can do it. I can. Deku said mentally as he looked at Kaken dead in the eye. I'm not scared of you anymore. Stop trying to put fear in my heart. You already know that won't work anymore. Deku stated matter-of-factly as he no longer felt any fear towards Kaken anymore. He had full confidence in his abilities and power. He no longer had to look up towards Kaken anymore. From this day forth, we are equals. Got it. Kaken widened his eyes as he heard the words that just sprouted Deku's mouth. Equals? Like hell we are. You are beneath me, damn it. Kaken thought, but then he calmed down a bit as he raised his right arm. With all your stalking, you probably already know, but my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. If they made this the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them, and Kaken began to pull the firing pin on his grenade like gauntlet. Don't tell me that's. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? All Might yelled through the earpiece. If I don't hit him, he won't die. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. OSH*T. He's being serious. Deku said as he immediately stood on guard, had his palm out. He could feel Kaken's power level rising rapidly. At that moment, Kaken completely pulled the firing pin as an explosion bigger than anything Deku has ever seen Kaken produce fired directly at him. Its attack potency was so strong that it rocked and made the entire building shake as Ochiko and Tinya were knocked off their feet in the top floor. The explosion was so strong that everyone else in the monitor room could feel it. This is supposed to be a class. Where the hell did his brain go? Is he completely nuts? Kirishima yelled as the rest of Class 1A were in complete shock of Kaken's violent and brutal attack that could actually kill someone. Young man, young Midoriya, All Might yelled as he was worried for his student's safety. The smoke cleared as Deku could be seen with his headband off and torn, bits and pieces of his armor broken. His hand was glowing with blue ki energy as he used that to try and nullify the huge explosion as best as he could so that it wouldn't cause too much damage. He increased his power output to 15% of one for all, full cowl, so that he could actually withstand and tank the attack. The green electricity around his aura became shaper and more violent as he was pissed off at the moment. Is that even allowed? And look at what you've done. My headband is torn and bits of my armor is broke. Do you know how hard it is to make these kinds of models? You literally could have killed me right there. Hell, if it was anybody else, you probably would have. Deku exclaimed as he couldn't believe that Kaken had that bad of an anger management issue. Kaken made his way through the smoke. Wow. The more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast. As he said that, his left gauntlet glowed red, signaling that it was completely loaded up. Come on, show me your full strength, Deku. I'll force you to surrender even if you're at full strength. Kaken said as he made a smiling face that resembled that of a psychopath. You're insane, Deku said blatantly as he didn't expect Kaken to go this far. Bakugo, answer me. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Explain yourself. Tenya shouted through his earpiece as he was interested in just what in the world his teammate was thinking. This is my chance. If we retrieve the weapon, we'll win. Ochako thought as she sought to take advantage of Tenya's distraction and head straight for the nuclear weapon. Tenya saw what Ochako was doing and was immediately on the defensive. I won't let you, hero. Ochako used zero gravity on herself and jumped right over Tenya as she floated above the air. Tenya was not expecting a move like that. Can she make herself float now, too? We need to touch the weapon itself for it to count as being retrieved. Release. But before she even got a chance to reach the weapon, Tenya used his engine quirk to dash towards the weapon and snatch it, as then Ochako landed hard on the ground. Your quirk is not a threat if you cannot touch anything. I'll hold out until time runs out. Tenya then did his evil laugh as he was really into the hole, playing the villain role. Dekukuin is trying so hard, though. I can't give up, Ochako thought as she got back up to her feet. Speaking of Deku, Kaken was currently taunting him. Hey, what's wrong, Deku? Why are you not going all out yet? Do you still think of me as weaker than you, or are you just that arrogant? Come at me, damn it, and fight me like a real man. However, Deku was currently immersed in his thoughts. The explosion shot out. He had his costume made so that his quirk would work even for long distances. He reached for his earpiece. Uraraka-san, what's the situation? Dekukuin. Ochako responded as she was relieved to find out that he was all right. Kaken had a perplexed look on his face. Ignoring me again? I can't believe this damn nerd. Am I not a threat to you? Meanwhile, back in the monitor room, all of the spectators were watching the scene unfold. Sir, you should stop them. That Bakugo's really crazy. He's gonna hurt somebody, or even worse if he's not detained. Kirishima pleaded to All Might. No, All Might said as he assessed the situation happening right in front of him. Strangely enough, part of him is still sane. I don't know if it's small-minded or what, but anyway, All Might thought as he spoke through his microphone. Young Bakugo, the next time you use a technique like that, I'll stop the fight, and your team will lose. Huh? Bakugo dumbly replied. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. As a teacher, I know I should stop this. However, no. All Might raised his eyebrows as he Deku's voice. Don't you dare to stop this fight, All Might. Under absolutely no circumstance. I'm going to finish this battle, and I'm going to win. Deku stated with an aura of confidence as he powered up. What was that, Deku? Kaken yelled as he couldn't believe the confidence that those words oozed. All Might stood speechless as he was almost shocked at his successor's words. Izuku, I don't know what you have planned, but I believe in you. Go to the pillar by the windows, now. Deku told Ochako through his earpiece. Over and out. Ochako understood and went to do what she was told. Fine then. Let's settle this, Deku, with our fists. Kaken charged straight at Deku. He got ready to counterattack him, but right before Kaken made contact with Deku, he changed his direction mid-air by blast and explosion and using the momentum to go over Deku's head and blast Deku with another explosion from behind. Crap, I wasn't expecting that. Deku thought as he felt the burning pain of Kaken's deadly explosion fueled by fury. Back in the monitor room, students were shocked at Kaken's move as they too wasn't expecting him to do something like that. What was that? Kirishima asked. He doesn't look the type to think, but he's more subtle and intelligent than I expected. Shoto Todoroki, who doesn't speak much at all, said as he analyzed Kaken's movements. What do you mean? Now Kirishima was interested in what Shoto was talking about. He changed his course in a blast that doubled as a smoke screen and then did it again immediately. Shoto replied, getting in a clean hit while fighting against inertia requires fine lateral adjustments to the power of explosions. Momo said as she decided to also put her 2 cents in as well. He's too talented. Too talented. Ugh, Kaminari complained. Back to the fight, Kaken went to capitalize on his previous offensive move with another swing. Where's all that confidence now, huh? You are below me, Deku. Here comes you favorite right swing. He yelled as he went for his famous right hook. You talk way too damn much. Deku shouted as he fired a blue key blast straight to Kaken's midsection on purpose. knowing that's where he has suffered the most punish throughout this fight. The blast connected as it blew Kaken away and created its own miniature explosion. He's not going to give me a chance to think. He's just going to keep charging at me like a locomotive no matter what. He's a ball of natural instincts, so I'm just going to have to fight back. Deku thought as he sensed Kaken getting back up and walking towards him. I should stop them, but I don't want to stop them for his sake. All Might thought as he was in an internal dilemma. Deku jumped over to where the winder was and positioned himself over there as he saw Kaken walk towards him slowly. That last laser blast stung like a **ch, but there wasn't too much force behind it. You're still holding back, aren't you? Why won't you use your full power? Are you underestimating me? Do you perceive me as inferior to you? Deku looked down as his eyes were shadowed. No. You have been like this ever since we were kids. Have you been underestimating me like that since then, you bastard? Kaken yelled. That's not it. Deku began to remember all of the memories he and Kaken shared as kids. You're? Deku finally looked up as his eyes were a furious, sharp, and electric green. You're an amazing person, so that's why I want to beat you. What? Kaken growled. I want to win. Deku then raised his power as rocks and pebbles began to float due to the aura of power he was shedding. And surpass you, you idiot. Don't look at me like that, you damn nerd. And with that they both charged at each at full speed. These are the first passionate emotions he's shown other than when he says I want to be the #1 hero. I'm sure this is necessary for you to arrive at the future you're looking at. The two jumped at each other, both with their right arms aimed ready to strike. Kaken had an explosion ready to ignite. Deku charged up all the way to 20% of One for All. Full cowl. Around his right arm is the milky white aura of his ki as it merged with the power of One for All and created a blue electric energy that fueled the arm with even more power than ever before. The muscles of his right arm bulged so hard that it tore his sleeve to shreds as the blue energy amplified itself even more many times over as the arm itself looked like it was about to explode. Detroit. You're toast, Deku. Kaken yelled as his explosion in his right hand was ready to fire as he aimed to completely incinerate the young man before him. As they were inches apart, All Might yelled through the microphone. Both of you. STO dash. Let's go, Uraraka. Deku yelled. Okay. Achiko heard her teammate's signal and proceeded to hold and grab onto a pillar by the window. I may have said we are equals, but... Smash! Right at the last moment before they collided, Deku aimed his arm upwards and smashed towards the ceiling. The punch went through each floor and made a hole in each one. The strike created gusts of winds that were so potent that it created whirlwinds and mini tornadoes as the entire building shook due to the sole force of the punch. The only reason the entire building didn't completely collapse is because Deku only aimed towards the ceiling and the air and not the building itself. Deku created shockwaves that were so powerful that it reached all the way to the monitor room as the students and teachers struggled to stay on their feet. What the dash? Tenya said in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. There was a large hole right at the middle of the floor where he and Achiko were located. There was so much wind and debris that it was hard to even see what was going on. Achiko activated her quirk on the pillar she was holding onto and lifted it off the ground. Sorry, Ida? Improvised special move, Comet Home Run. Achiko used the large pillar in her hands to hit the abundant debris in the air straight towards Ida. You call that a home run? Tenya yelled as he used his arms to shield himself from the debris that were aimed right for his head. Achiko took that opportunity to use her quirk on herself and leap over Ida towards the nuclear weapon. As soon as she was close enough, she yelled, "Release!" The law of gravity immediately took effect on her as she fell and hugged the top of the nuclear weapon. "Retrieve!" she yelled in delight. "No, the weapon!" Tenya screamed in horror as his words echoed throughout the building 3 times over. "This is my win, Kaken." Right at that moment, the timer went off, signaling the end of the battle. All Might's hands shook as he said his next 3 words. Hero Team wins. Chapter 5. The Pursuit to Surpass One Another. For a just man falleth 7 times, and riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief. The air was filled with silence for a second before Bakugo's brain registered All Might's words. Those 3 words that completely left him immobilized as a sudden dark realization hit him in the core like a brick wall. Deku beat me. 3 words that Katsuki Bakugo never ever dreamed of uttering. But reality had different plans. And the reality is that Deku, Izuku Midoriya, has beaten Kaken, Katsuki Bakugo, in a mock battle on the second day of UA High School. As the smoke cleared, Izuku could be seen visibly panting and out of breath. That last attack took a lot out of him, but he still had enough energy left to stand and remain conscious. He looked at the destruction he caused and winced. He didn't mean to cause this much damage, since he only aimed for the ceiling and the upper floors. But it seems this was the result of a full-powered Detroit smash mixed in with a little ki. He just hoped that All Might will not deduct too many points. Izuku looked across from him and saw Katsuki staring blankly at him, shaking. Izuku shook his head. Knowing Katsuki Bakugo as well as he did, he should have known this was what was going to happen after he Invitable won. It was just a matter of time. In all honesty, Izuku didn't want to have to humiliate Katsuki, but it was necessary. He had to learn the hard way that Izuku will not let him bully and boss him around anymore. Now he means business, and he won't let anybody get in the way of achieving his dream. Not even Kaken. After a few seconds of silence, Bakugo finally began to speak. Why you? You played me right from the start. You knew that I was going to attack you head-on first. You knew that me and my teammate were going to be separated. So you orchestrated this very plan from the very beginning. You sent that girl to go after the weapon, and while you distracted me, and once she was in position, you launched an attack towards the upper floor where the weapon was located, and that allowed her to retrieve the weapon. You baited me. It was hard for him to admit it, but yes, Katsuki Bakugo was played and fell right into Izuku Midoriya's plan. Contrary to what many would assume, Bakugo isn't dumb and actually has a very high IQ. His overall attitude just overshadows his intellect. But he knows when he's beat. You just couldn't slice it any other way. He lost fair and square. Izuku sighed. Yes, you are correct. Izuku then showed his right arm to Bakugo. It was bruised and had an ugly purple and pinkish color. You asked why I wasn't going all out right from the get-go. No, it isn't because I was underestimating you or perceived you as below me. This broken arm shows you why. I can't fully control my power yet. I can only access small portions. If I go all out, I'll end up destroying my own body in the process. It is not safe to use against real power at all if I perform an attack like I just did right now. There's still a lot I need to learn, Kaken. We both got a long way to go. Izuku began to walk past Bakugo as he made his way to the exit. I just want you to know, Kaken, that I still believe that you are an amazing person and you have great talent and potential. Don't let this loss today bring you down. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose. That's just the reality and nature of life. But true heroes pick themselves back up, and from each and every failure, they learn from their mistakes and improve themselves so that next time, they are sure to succeed. And with that last sentiment, Izuku exited the building and headed towards the nurse's office. As Izuku exited the building, he came across All Might, who handed him a slip of paper. Good job, young Midoriya. You did great. You injured yourself again, huh? Oh well, it can't be helped. Take this and head to Recovery Girl, and she'll patch you up real quick. Izuku took the slip and smiled. Thanks, sensei. Well, see you later. Have fun teaching the rest of the class. But right before Izuku left, All Might decided to say one last thing. You know, you could have ended the battle much sooner. It was pretty easy to see you were holding back a lot. So why did you let it drag on for that long? Izuku took a second before he responded. I couldn't do that to him. It wouldn't have been fair. If I did that, he wouldn't learn anything. I want him to take away something from this experience. And with that, Izuku walked away, headed straight for Recovery Girl's office. Meanwhile, Bakugo was still inside the building as he had his right hand open, shaking in anger. My right. Deku predicted it. On top of that, he found a way to win the exercise. You're an amazing person, so that's why I want to beat you. I want to win and surpass you, you idiot. As Bakugo remembered Izuku's words, he began to sweat and breathe very hard and irregularly. Does that mean, even if we fought all out, Deku would completely beat? But before Bakugo could finish that thought, he felt a big and strong hand grip his shoulder. Come back, young Bakugo. It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, looking back and learning from your experiences is a part of life. After saying that last bit, All Might, Bakugo, Ida, and Uraraka all went back to the monitor room as they prepared for the next mock battles. When Izuku made it to Recovery Girl's office, the first thing she did was scold him for being so reckless again. He apologized and said he will be more careful next time. However, as soon as Recovery Girl healed his broken arm, Izuku immediately collapsed to unconsciousness and fell into a slumber on the bed. This was due to using One for All and Ki at the same time, and the huge stamina drawback that it brings, and since Recovery Girl's quirk uses the patient's stamina, it was too much for Izuku, and he had to rest. During Izuku's nap, he had another strange dream, although this was different than all of the others he has had before. He opened his eyes and found himself floating in space above the Earth's atmosphere. He looked down below and gawked at the sight as he could only stare at the beautiful bright blue sphere below him. It's not like he had never seen pictures of Earth, but seeing it with your own eyes is a completely different experience than just looking at a couple of photos. It felt so real too. Izuku could control his body and his senses, which is different from his other visions. It made him much more relaxed as he floated around the vast void of outer space. Why am I here? This is so weird. Why the hell am I floating in space? Izuku said out loud as he turned his vision from Earth. He used his ki to try to see if he can sense out anybody else's power level, if there was anybody else in the area. He then sensed something above him and gasped in shock as he looked up. Floating above Izuku was a large green star that shined brightly above Earth. It was comparable to the sun, only it was green in color and much hotter and denser. Izuku immediately felt the raw power and energy that the green star is emanating. It had a fierce but calm aura that radiated absolute justice heroism. Izuku decided to fly upwards closer and closer to the star until he was right in front of it. Surprisingly, he didn't burn to death. He placed his hand on the surface and felt a rush of strength and adrenaline that he had never felt before. Green lightning surrounded him as his green eyes shined with power. Below the star was a digital progress meter that read, 20% complete until full mastery. The meter was 1/5 of the way filled up. He tried to move his hand across the star to over the distance that read 20%, but stopped as soon as he went over 20%. The reason was because as soon as he did that, his hand got so hot that he felt like he just placed it in a pot of boiling water. He felt the immense heat travel to his core as his body couldn't handle the unbelievable power that he was feeling. He immediately retracted his hand as blew it repeatedly as in an attempt to cool it down. Hot, hot, hot. Izuku yelled as he blew his hand earnestly. Once it cooled down, he took another look at the magnificent green star in front of him. I get it now. This star, it represents One for All. Izuku mumbled as he could the power of One for All just oozing from the star as green lightning surrounded it. Just then, right beside the star, appeared multiple large doors that stood tall over Izuku as they floated in the endless void of space. The first door was golden in color, and it had the Roman numeral of I marked in the middle. The doorknob had a large lock that prevented anyone from entering. Izuku tried to pick the lock and also rip it off with brute force, but no matter how hard he tried, it just wouldn't budge. It honestly made him frustrated. Damn it, I just want to see what's behind that door. Izuku shouted in annoyance as he sighed and moved to the next one. Now the second door was twice as big and dense as the first one. One key difference was that their active blue lightning speaking around the door, similar to the green lightning around the green star. It had 2 locks on the knob instead of 1, and right in the middle was the mark of the Roman numeral of 2. Izuku tried to open it, but it was even harder than the first one. He decided to just leave it alone and move on to the next door. Now this door was quadruple the size and thickness of the second one. It had lightning around it, but this time it was much more fierce and strong as it illuminated the Izuku's figure. There were 3 locks on the door knob, and right in the middle of the door was a mark of the Roman numeral of 3. Izuku tried to open it, but the locks were even heavier than his training weights. And right next to that was another door, But this one definitely took the cake in terms of size. It was so tall that it reached the height of the green star. If Izuku had to estimate, he would say the fourth door was over hundreds times as big as the third one. This door was a mix of red and black in color, as it had red lightning dancing around it. It had 4 locks with the Roman numeral of 4 marked in the middle. Izuku contemplated on attempting to open this ridiculous door, but decided that it was no use since he was unsuccessful in trying to open the previous 3 ones. There was no way in hell that he was going to open this one. Izuku felt an immense amount of ki from all 4 doors as they contained power that he has never seen before. Izuku struggled to figure out what these doors meant, but he was in a dead end, and he had no idea of what he could do in order to open the doors. He was lost. Man, why do I always get these weird kind of dreams? If only I can get some sort of sign to figure this kind of stuff out. As if on cue, Izuku was teleported to a completely different location. When Izuku opened his eyes again, he was shocked to see he was in a rocky desert with no signs of life as a clam wind flew by. Izuku tried to figure out where he was until he heard a voice. "You should be honored, you know. A bottom-tier boy like you hardly ever gets the chance to play with an elite warrior like me." Izuku turned around as he widened his eyes. There were 2 men who were standing face to face against one another. As he laid eyes on them, he immediately recognized them. One was taller than the other, who had spiky black unkempt hair that looked exactly like Bardock. He wore an orange GI with a blue shirt underneath. He had blue boots and wore blue wristbands. This warrior went by the name of Son Goku. The other warrior who spoke first had black spiky hair that stood all the way up. He had a huge widow's peak and a large forehead. He was wearing a blue and white model of the Saiyan armor with shoulder pads. He had his tail wrapped around his waist. We Saiyans are tested for combat aptitude soon after we are born. The pitiful babies with low power levels are shipped off to a planet with no serious opponents, just like you were. Izuku was confused. Wait, Saiyans? What's that? Izuku asked out loud, but apparently the 2 men couldn't see or hear him. If that's how I got to Earth, I'm grateful. On this planet, we know that even the lowest born can outdo the elite if they work hard enough. Goku responded. At least they have a sense of humor. Now I'll show you the wall that you can never scale with hard work alone. Vegeta said as he couldn't wait to put Kakarot in his place. The 2 Saiyans, an elite and a low class, got into their battle stances. Seconds later, they rushed towards each other at speeds Izuku couldn't even follow and began their legendary battle. Izuku opened his eyes to find a white ceiling above him. He looked towards the clock in the room to find out that it was already late afternoon. "Oh, so you're awake." Izuku turned his head to see Recovery Girl on her chair looking over him. "You passed out from exhaustion, but everything else seems to be fine when I looked you over as you were sleeping. Try not to overdo yourself too much, okay, young man?" Recovery Girl sternly said. "Yes, ma'am," Izuku replied as he got off from the bed and walked back to his homeroom. As he was walking down the halls, he sighed as he thought about the events that transpired today. "I ended up skipping my afternoon classes. Mr. Aizawa's gonna wrap me in those bindings again," Izuku mumbled. Another thing that stayed on his mind was the dream that he just had. He tried to think what those 4 doors represented or what they meant. He knew that the green star was one for all, but he didn't have a single clue about the 4 doors. And why were they locked? Did he have to find the keys? And why did those 2 men always appear in his dreams? What were they talking about? What is a Saiyan? So many questions, yet with no answers. Izuku made it to Class 1A's homeroom, and as soon as he slid the door open, he was bombarded by his classmates. "Oh, Midori is here. Good work. Man, I don't know what you were saying during the match, but you were fired up." The boy with the red hair, Eijiro Kirishima, said as he congratulated Izuku on his victory. "It was so cool seeing the top 2 students of the entrance exams fighting evenly." Hantasiro said as Izuku and Bakugo's battle as definitely the highlight of the day. "You did a good job dodging," Mina Ashido said with high levels of energy. "You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all, too," Sato said as she pumped up his fists. "You were far from elegant, but Aoyama began to say, but was cut off by Mina when she yelled out that Izuku did good in dodging again as she jumped up and down excitedly. Huh. Izuku said as he was a little embarrassed by all of the attention he was garnering. Throughout all of his school life, he was perceived as a social outcast, so he never really received much praise. So now when there are people who actually respected him and acknowledged for what he can do, he didn't know how to react. It was all new to him. I'm Ijiro Kirishima. We're all going over the training right now. I'm Hantasiro. I'm Yuga Aoya Dash. I'm Mina Ishido. You did a good job dodging. Mina yelled out as she cut off Aoyama again. I'm Tsuyu Azui. Call me Tsu. I'm Sato. Air. Izuku said as he tried to form words in his mouth. I'm Mineta. Mineta said as he popped out of nowhere and jumped up high in front of Izuku. I am Yugo Aoyama. I am a man who never stops shining. Where the heck did you pop out from? You did terrible in the training. You're too loud. Tokoyami said as he sat on top of a desk annoyed at the fact that his fellow classmates were being rather noisy. Tokoyami, that desk is not a chair. Get off immediately, Tenya said with his strict attitude. It's not that big of a deal, is it? Jiro said bluntly. WH-? What's with those hands, anyway? Ojiro asked, referring to Tenya's hand motions that move in patterns almost mechanically. You people, I cannot condone actions that disrespect the desks the great men and women who are our upperclassmen once used. Tenya shouted with absolute seriousness in his voice. Ida never wavers, does he? Izuku thought with a sweat drop. As that is going on, Kaminari and Achiko entered the classroom with stacks of books in their hands. Hey, Uraraka, want to grab a bite to eat sometime? What do you like? Kaminari asked as Achiko was oblivious to the fact that he was basically asking her out on a date. Machi dash, Achiko began to say, but cut herself off as soon as she saw Izuku. Dekakuin, how are you feeling? Are you alright? Did recovery girl completely heal your injuries? Achiko asked as she ran right to Izuku's side. Oh, yeah, I'm good. I passed out because of how much stamina I have, and Izuku said, but cut himself off as he saw that Bakugo's desk and chair was empty. At that point, he just realized that Bakugo wasn't in the classroom. Uraraka, more importantly, where's Kaken? Izuku asked as he wanted to know where his former best friend was. We all tried to stop him, but he went home just now without saying anything. Achiko replied. Izuku's eyes widened. I'm sorry, but I have to go find him before it's too late. Izuku said right before he ran out the door, leaving his classmates standing there confused. Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? You've got a pretty strong quirk there, don't you? Izuku remembered Bakugo's words as he was running down the hallway. He shook his head and opened the front door. He saw Bakugo walking out near the front gates ready to go home. Kaken, wait up. I have to tell you something. Izuku said as he ran towards Bakugo. What is it? What do you want, Deku? Bakugo asked as he stopped in his tracks and turned around to make direct eye contact with the green-haired inheritor of One for All. There's one thing that I must tell you, Izuku said as he took a deep breath. Remember when you asked if I have been tricking you for all of these years? Well, the answer is no, I have not been doing that. I would never even think about doing that. I'm here to make a declaration. Bakugo raised his eyebrow as he was actually now interested into what Izuku was saying. What kind of declaration? Izuku looked straight in his eyes as his face gained a completely serious and determined look. My declaration is that now I'm officially done trying to chase behind your shadow. I'm done seeing myself as inferior to you and putting you on a pedestal. When I told you that we are now equals, I meant it. From this day forth, we are rivals. I know that you want to be the #1 hero. But guess what? I too want to be the greatest hero. So we will be competing with each other. In order for me to achieve my dream and ambition, I will have to work 100 times harder than anybody else. That also includes you. I'll have to be better than you if I truly want to achieve that dream. And I have accepted that fact. But don't take it the wrong way. I don't want to become your enemy. But I do want to be your rival in this pursuit to surpass one another and to greatness. So do you accept me as your rival? Izuku asked as he laid out his fist towards Bakugo, waiting for his answer. Bakugo looked at Izuku for a couple of seconds before he smirked and walked towards Izuku and bumped fists with him. Yeah, I'll accept you as my rival, Deku. But know this. You beat me today, but that's all you're going to get. You will never beat me ever again, you hear me? I'll be the #1 hero, and I don't care who stands in my way. You better be ready to be the #2 hero, because that #1 spot is all mine," Bakugo said as he and Izuku broke the fist bump. Izuku gave his own smirk. "Yeah, we'll see about that, Kaken. Don't think I'm going to just let you have the #1 spot. Believe me, you're going to have to earn it. And I'll be working harder than anybody else, so be ready," Izuku said with a sense of pride. The prospect of having a rival and competing with him on a high level to become the #1 hero. The whole thing just made him a lot more excited. He couldn't wait until the next time they fought. Katsuki then turned around as he prepared to head home. "Be ready because I won't be pulling any punches from tomorrow onward." He then left as Izuku stood there by himself as he looked up towards the sunset, smiling as he couldn't wait for what the future held. Unbeknownst to him, All Might overheard their entire conversation as he smiled in relief. "I was worried that you were going to tell young Bakugo the secret of One for All. Here I thought that maybe you saw as having One for All gave you an unfair advantage given that you have an inferiority complex. But it seems that I was worried for nothing. You have gotten rid of that inferiority complex and instead gained the confidence necessary to continue pushing forward towards your dream. You even gained a rival, which is a good thing. You two will give each other motivation and drive to improve and push beyond your limits. Good job today, young Izuku. Keep it up," All Might thought as he ran back inside the school building. Other people were also watching the exchange between the two students through the window. Those people being Mina, Achiko, Tsu, and Momo. What were they saying? I couldn't hear a word they said, Mina asked. The fated battle between rivals, Achiko stated as she watched Izuku head back towards the school building. From the way they fist bumped each other, maybe they possibly made up or got along. Sue asked as she thought that could be what they were talking about. No, I think it is a little more complicated than that. After what happened today, they wouldn't just make up. That fist bump must have symbolized some kind of consensus that they came to. Just expect more from those two in the future, Momo said as she put her 2 cents in using her observation skills. The fated battle between rivals, Achiko said again as she smiled. Kaken's fuse has been lit, but that doesn't change what I have to do. This means I'll have to keep on getting better and better if I want to become the greatest hero in the world, Izuku thought as he went back to the classroom to get back his stuff and prepare to head home. But unbeknownst to him, a few days later he and the rest of Class 1A would find out how terrifying the truly cunning villains All Might warned them about were. In an abandoned bar located deep within the city, a young man sat reading a newspaper headline, All Might becomes UA teacher, closes agency temporarily. Did you see this? It says he's a teacher. Hey, what do you think will happen if the symbol of peace is killed by villains? Hey you, how are All Might's classes? A female news reporter asked Izuku as she and the rest of the media came up to him with a bunch of cameras and microphones. Izuku was really uncomfortable since they were all up in his personal space. He thought about making an excuse of saying that he needed to go to the nurse's office, but decided against seeing as the people did deserve a little info about All Might as a teacher. Well, he's a really good inspiration and motivator, and he has taught me a lot in regards of how to become a hero, Izuku said as he praised his predecessor. As soon as he said that, he used a small portion of his ki to quickly run inside the school building faster than the average human eye can blink. Before they could even ask Izuku another question, he was already gone out of their sight. Whoa, where did he go? The news reporter asked, but before she could question any further, she saw Achiko walking up to the school's entrance. The entire news report media immediately ran towards her to ask her a question. Will you tell us about the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? Achiko was a little taken aback by the question. What he's like? He's very muscular, Achiko exclaimed as she flexed both her arms, doing her best imitation of All Might. They then saw Tinya walking to the school's entrance, and they immediately ran up to him to ask some questions. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? He made me recognize anew that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. Of course his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a top hero directly from one, Tinya said with his usual serious and dramatic fashion. Unfortunately, it caused the reporters to get bored as they didn't expect a teenager to be so professional about having All Might as a teacher. They thought he would be more typical about, but they were dead wrong as there is nothing typical about Tenya Ida. Excuse me, can you tell me about All Might? Oh, you're the one who was caught by the sludge villain, the reporter said when they recognized Bakugo. Bakugo got visibly irritated and annoyed when she brought up the sludge villain. He would like to forget about that whole incident, and whenever someone reminded him about it, it really struck a nerve. Bakugo growled at the reporters. "Leave me alone, you extras." Bakugo continued on to the school entrance. About All Might. Wow, you're scruffy. What's your deal? The female news reporter asked with a grimace as Aizawa stood in front of the media. He's not on duty today. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave, Aizawa said as he turned around and went through the front entrance. Wait, I would like to speak directly with All Might. Aizawa sighed and shook his head as he kept walking. I can't believe All Might was able to work as a hero with all this. The news reporter began to get a little frustrated. Hey, just a little time is fine. Just let me see All Might, she said before she began to attempt to walk past the front entrance, but abruptly stopped when a buzzer went off and metal gates were activated as they came down to block the front entrance. What the? It's the UA barrier. If someone tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter, the security system kicks in. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school. What the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least give a brief comment. Seriously, we've been here for 2 days, and they still won't say anything. The news that All Might had been hired as a teacher at UA surprised the nation, and the media descended on the school and caused a commotion for days. Everyone knew about it. Far behind the media and news reporters, a mysterious figure could be seen standing ominously as the wind blew around him and illuminated his persona. It wasn't just some random bystander, though. No, it is somebody with ill intent. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and the results, Aizawa stated as Class 1A was seated and ready to begin class. He looked towards Katsuki and said, Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. Be mature and accept your losses and learn from them. I know, Bakugo responded with an annoyed grunt. And Midoriya. Izuku looked up at Aizawa and paid close attention as he heard his name. You settled it by breaking your arm again, huh? You can't keep saying you can't help it because you can't control your quirk. I don't like saying the same thing over and over. As long as you can fix the control issue, there's a lot you'll be able to do. You have an astounding amount of potential, so you will have to find a way to control your quirk so you can maximize your potential. Feel a sense of urgency, Midoriya. Izuku smiled as he understood what his teacher was saying. Yes, sir. Aizawa then turned his attention towards the whole class. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you. The students began anticipating on what their teacher was about to say next. Take another special test? Were the thoughts of numerous students of Class 1A, but what Aizawa said next was something that they were not expecting. Decide on a class representative. It's actually a normal school activity. The class thought in relief. I want to be class rep. Pick me, Kirishima yelled out. Me too. Kaminari followed suit by shouting his desire to also be class rep. I want to do it too, Jiro said as she raised her hand up. It's a job made for M-. I'll be the leader, Mina shouted as she interrupted Aoyama once again. Poor Aoyama. In a normal class, students might feel like they're just taking on daily duties, and this wouldn't happen. But here in the hero course, it's a role that allows one to practice being a top hero by leading a group. Izuku thought in his head as he observed the chaos that ensued in his classroom. A lot of students were shouting out weird stuff like Mineta, who said that his manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Even Bakugo wanted to be class rep as he yelled to let him do it. Izuku didn't know what he wanted to do. While it sounded nice to be class rep, he also didn't know if he personally was cut out for the job. He wasn't sure if he was ready for that leadership role yet. But he understood that if he wanted to be the next symbol of peace, it might be necessary for him to get some practice in this form. Silence, please. Everybody immediately stopped what they were doing as soon as they heard Tenya yell so that he could have their attention. It's a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Your hand is raised the highest. Class 1A responded as Tinya stood there with his hand raised up high, showing that he too wanted to be class rep. Why did you suggest that? Kaminari asked in confusion. We have not known each other for that long. So how can we have trust or anything? Tsuyu said with her finger placed on her chin. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, Kirishima began to say. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? What do you think, Mr. Aizawa? Tinya asked as he hoped the homeroom teacher would accept his proposal. I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. And don't make too much noise. Aizawa responded as he feeled down to the floor in his yellow sleeping bag to prepare for a nap. Thank you very much. A couple of minutes later. Election results. Izuku Midoriya, 3 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 2 votes. What? I got 3 votes. Where the hell did those come from? Izuku yelled out in shock. He didn't expect to get 3 votes, much less win. Who voted for him? Why Deku? Who voted for the damn nerd? Bakugo yelled in rage as he jumped out of his seat. Well, it's better than voting for you. Siro commented. What did you say? Meanwhile, Achiko and Momo were both whistling innocently and nonchalantly as they looked the other way, trying to look as normal as possible. Yeah, it's best if I just keep my mouth shut, they both said in their heads. I give up. I give up. 0 votes. I knew that would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling. Tinya said as he was filled with an aura of misery of not even getting a single vote. You voted for someone else, huh? Momo said in a sympathetic tone. But you wanted to be class rep too. What are you trying to do, Ida? Sato asked as he couldn't get why Ida wouldn't vote for himself if he truly wanted to be class rep. Shoto just closed his eyes and shook his head. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep will be Yaoyorozu. Aizawa stated in his bored and monotone voice as the two stood in front of the class. Well, I didn't expect to win, but hey, I'll do the best that I can. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. He was a little nervous, but it might be a good learning experience for him. He does want to be the #1 hero, so this could be a good step in the right direction. I'm sure you'll do fine, Izuku-kun. You're more than cut out for the job. Momo encouraged Izuku as she smiled and winked at him. Hey, you know what? This might not be too bad. Tsuyu commented as she approved of the class rep and deputy class rep. After all said and done, Midoriya can be pretty fired up anyway. He's a guy I wouldn't mind being class rep, and Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results. Kirishima stated as he also liked the idea of having Izuku as their class rep. As everyone discussed the outcome of the election, it was quiet for Tinya as he just sat there taking in the fact that he didn't get a single vote. Lunchtime. Wow, there are a lot of people today too. Achiko said as the entire cafeteria was packed full with students as there was a lot of noise and activity going on. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meets in the same place. Tinya replied. Achiko took a big bite from her white rice and smiled in pleasure. The rice is so delicious. Izuku sighed. Even though I've been chosen as class rep, I don't know if I'm qualified for it. Izuku said as he began to eat his food. You are, Achiko said bluntly as she continued to chew her food. Don't worry about it. You are completely capable of the job. Momo said as well as she also ate her food with them. It'll be fine. Your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following. Out of all of us, you're the one who probably has the most heroic spirit. That's why I voted for you. Tinya said before he took another spoonful of his food. It was you. Izuku asked in shock. Didn't he want to be class rep? Me too, Achiko stated. Me 3, Momo said. Wait a second. So you all voted for me? Izuku said in shock as his eyes grew big and wide and almost bulged out. But didn't you want to be class rep, too, Ida? I mean, you've got glasses and everything. Achiko said bluntly and outright. Uraraka just talks without thinking. Izuku thought with a sweat drop. Tenya took a sip of his orange juice. Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct. Merely? You don't usually use that word, Izuku said in confusion. Oh, Tenya mumbled. I've been thinking. Are you a rich boy, Ida? Achiko asked in curiosity. Rich? I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be called that, Tenya said. Izuku, Achiko, and Momo stared at him, urging and pleading for him to go on and explain. Tenya sighed and decided why not. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. What? Wow, Izuku, Momo, and Achiko exclaimed. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Ida asked. Of course. He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency, Izuku stated, going into fanboy mode. Wait, don't tell me. Tenya smirked as he stood and placed his hands on his heads. He is my elder brother, Tenya said with pride. He's telling us straight out. That's amazing. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Unlike me, Midoriya realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he's more suitable for the job, Tenya said, but he stopped as he saw that the three were staring at him with amazement. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida, Achiko said. What, really? I smile, Tenya said as he was surprised that Achiko would even say something like that. Izuku smiled and thought to himself, Ingenium is to Ida what All Might is to me. But I should tell him. About the entrance exam. I didn't know that there was any secret to it. I just did what I thought was right. I didn't care about the extra points that I could have gotten or that the zero-pointer was only a decoy. I wasn't going to let an innocent person get hurt or worse when I knew I could have done something. Izuku finished, but was confused when he saw that the three just stared at him. Is there something wrong? Izuku asked. You do realize that makes it even better, right? Momo told him as she smiled and giggled, but before Izuku could respond, an alarm buzzer went off, gaining the attention of all of the students in the cafeteria. An alarm, Izuku said. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. What's a level 3 security? Tenya asked an upperclassman. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too, he said before he ran out of his chair to evacuate. What happened afterwards was pure havoc as everyone tried to evacuate at the same time in a rush, in complete disorder. Everybody was squished up together and there was barely any breathing room. It was quite the uncomfortable predicament. Ow, Achiko and Momo both said as they pushed tightly against each other, painful, as there was a bunch of commotion going on. As expected of the best, everyone reacts quickly in a crisis. Tenya shouted as he too was being squished. They're so quick that it's causing a panic, Izuku said in a strained voice as he too was in an uncomfortable position. Enough of this already, Izuku yelled as he flew up in the air to finally get some personal space and breathing room and get out of that painful squishing environment. Who in the world trespassed? Izuku asked in curiosity as he thought that UA had an extremely tough security system. As he looked out the window, though, he wasn't expecting what he saw. That's the press. Give us All Might, the same female reporter from this morning demanded angrily. He's here, isn't he? We told you he's not here, Present Mike said as he too was getting a little annoyed by the consistent questions of the press and media. If you just give us one brief comment, we'll leave. If you guys get one comment, you'll want another. That's just how you are. Aizawa responded as he couldn't believe that these reporters actually managed to get past the security system. They're illegal trespassers, you know. You could call them villains. You think we can beat them up? Present Mike whispered in Aizawa's ear. Don't do it, Mike. They'll write up a bunch of half-truths about you. Let's wait for the police. Aizawa replied. Izuku saw the chaos that was happening and just shook his head at the thought that this was caused just because the media wanted an interview with All Might. I have to do something. I have to let everyone know that everything is okay, Izuku thought to himself as he flew to where the exit was located so that everybody could see him. Okay, here goes nothing. Izuku thought nervously. He took a deep breath and made sure to make his voice louder and deeper by infusing it with a little bit of key energy. Everyone, calm down. It is just the media and press. There is nothing to worry about. The teachers got the situation under control. There is nothing to fear. This is UA for crying out loud. Let's act like we have some sense and show why we are the best of the best. Every student quieted down and sighed in relief. They heard police sirens which signified that the media would be gone any minute. Tinya, Achiko, and Momo smiled as they happy Izuku stepped up and did what he needed to do to get the situation under control. Meanwhile, outside the police arrived. Goodbye, bad mass media. It's quiet for all of you. Present Mike said as the press finally left after the police arrived and ordered them to leave unless they wanted to get arrested. Izuku looked at the scene and smiled. The situation was resolved. He looked at his reflection in the window and thought to himself, maybe I am cut out for this class rep job. All right, no more doubting myself. I can do anything I put my mind to. All I have to do is believe in myself. That's why All Might chose me as his successor. Izuku said with a sense of pride as a new aura of confidence enveloped him, which will help in his future endeavors in more ways than one. Meanwhile, at UA's front entrance, four figures could be seen standing near the front entrance, one of them being Recovery Girl and two other teachers at UA. The one in front of the three of them resembled an anthropomorphic mouse/bear as he saw what was in front of him, which confused him greatly. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in? Or was it intended to be a declaration of war? The reason that he said this was because the metal gate that once stood in front of the entrance as a form of security was completely broken down and reduced to dust. Only bits and pieces remained. Who could have done this? Listen, heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'm gonna kill this rich family here. A giant pink villain stated as he held 3 civilians as hostages. The heroes he was referring to were MT Lady, Kimui Woods, and one other hero who were all on the ground panting as they were out of breath fighting the villain before them. It's fine now, family. Missouri smash. All Might came down from the sky in his yellow suit, and karate chopped the back of the villain's neck, effectively knocking him out and saving the 3 civilians in the process. Why? Because I am here on my way to work. A hit and run, another civilian shouted out loud. It'll be bad if I'm late, but All Might jumped high in the air in pursuit of the car. I've gotten slower. After I gave young Midoriya one for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in this form has gotten shorter than before. All Might thought as he caught the car that committed the hit and run and smashed the engine to prevent it from going anywhere else. Young Midoriya, please think carefully about what it means to have this power. If word gets out, it's clear that the world would be teeming with those trying to steal the power from you. This secret should be kept both to prevent chaos in society and for your sake. All Might said in his head as he thought about the safety of his successor and what dangers bearing one for all would bring to him. Even if Izuku is a suitable vessel, he is still only a 15-year-old boy. He still has much left to learn if he wants to become the greatest hero. Someone's barricaded themselves in the neighboring town. As soon as he heard that, All Might blasted off once again to go resolve the issue. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and one more person. Aizawa revealed to the class as they wondered who the 3rd teacher could be. Turned into? I wonder if it is a special case. Izuku thought. Excuse me, what will we be doing? Zero asked. Aizawa held out a card that the word rescue in blue letters printed on it, disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Rescue? Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too, Kaminari said. Right, Mina agreed with him. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble, Kirishima said as he was fired up. No one can beat me in water, Ribbit. Tsuyu said as she too anticipated the rescue training. Hey, I'm not done. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time, because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. Aizawa said as he used a remote to make the numbered boxes that contain the students' costumes come out of the wall. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready." And with that, the students got up from their chairs and began to prepare to head to rescue training. Rescue training. What I've admired. Izuku thought as he remembered the video of All Might's debut. The one where he watched countless of times as a kid. He tightened his right fist. It's training to get another step closer to being the greatest hero. I'll do my best. Izuku went outside wearing his Saiyan armor that he wore last time. The support course was able to repair the damage that was caused by Bakugo in their fight. Izuku got a new red headband that he held in his hand. "Oh, Izuku-kun, the support course was able to fix your costume? It got pretty banged up when you and Bakugo fought." Momo asked as she was surprised that they were able to fix it so quickly. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. "Yeah, I really like this armor, so I asked nicely if they could fix as soon as possible. And it turned out all right." Izuku turned his head the other way, trying not to make eye contact, as he tried to hide the blush on his face from seeing Momo's costume. Damn, what is it with these girls and their sexy costumes? Ida blew a loud whistle which caught the attention of everyone present. Class 1A, gather round. Form 2 lines by your student numbers in order to make boarding the bus go smoothly. Where did he get the whistle from? Ida is really going at full throttle, Izuku said with a sweat drop. On the bus. Shoot, I didn't think it'd be this type of bus, Tinya said as he had his head down, as the bus was more similar to a public transport where there was a lot of space to walk around. There was no point, huh? Mina said, as since there was so much space, they didn't need to make 2 lines to get in the bus smoothly. I say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya. So you said. Yes, Azui. Call me Tsu. All right, my bad. Izuku apologized. Your quirk is like All Might's. So you said bluntly. Huh? Why you think so? But Izuku stuttered nervously. Did she figure out his secret? Wait a sec, Tsu. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his. They just kind of look the same, Kirishima said. Phew, Izuku whispered as he thought he almost got caught red-handed. But it's nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff. My hardening's strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much, Kirishima said as sharp edges appeared on his left arm. Don't say that. I think it's really cool. It gives you a defensive edge in battle. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros, Izuku said honestly, as he truly thought Kirishima's quirk is pretty handy in battle. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero, too, you know, Kirishima replied. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength, Aoyama said confidently. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache, Mina said as she giggled at Aoyama's annoyed face. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, huh? Kirishima said as he pointed towards where Bakugo was sitting. Bakugo is always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though, Tsu said, which struck a nerve within Katsuki as it caused him to react. What the hell? You want to fight? Bakugo yelled as he stood up from his seat. See, Tsu said as she pointed at Bakugo, who just proved her point. We have not known each other for that long, so it's amazing that everyone already knows his personality is crap steeped in sewage, Kaminari said. What's with that vocabulary, bastard? I'll kill you. Kaken's being teased. I never thought I would see the day. Wow, I guess that's UA for you, Izuku said as he started chuckling. What a vulgar conversation, Momo said as she covered her mouth with her hand. But I like stuff like this, too, Ochiko replied cheerily. We're here. Stop messing around, Aizawa stated as the bus stopped. Yes, sir. When the class got off the bus, they were greeted by an interesting sight. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. Izuku smiled as he went into fanboy mode. It's the space hero, 13. The gentlemanly hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Oh, I loved 13, Ochiko said as she also was excited from seeing one of her favorite pro heroes. 13's costume consisted of a white space suit with a black helmet with white eyes. He wore a pair of yellow boots. A/N. 13's gender hasn't been revealed at the time this is being written, so I'm going to just say he's a guy. If it is later revealed that he's actually a girl, then I'll come back and edit it. Let's go inside without delay. Look forward to working with you. The students of Class 1A said as they made their way inside the facility. When the students entered, they were amazed at what they say. There were many different areas where different activities of rescue training can be performed. For example, there was a section that is water-themed, and there was a fire-themed section as well. Wow, it looks like USJ. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, ecteria. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. 13 said. It really is USJ. Class 1A thought. 13, where is All Might? He was supposed to meet us here? Aizawa asked 13. About that. It looks like he did too much hero work on his way to UA and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge. 13 replied as he held up 3 fingers. Aizawa sighed. That's the height of irrationality. Well, we took precautions just in case. It can't be helped. Shall we begin? Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2, or 3, or 4, 5, 6, 7. The student's sweat dropped. Why is the number increasing so much? Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. 13 said as he explained his quirk. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Izuku asked. Yes, but it is a power that can easily kill others. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Izuku looked at his hands as he knew what 13 is referring to. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you have experienced the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening. 13 finished his speech with a bow. All of what he said is true. I have powers that can kill people if I'm not careful. That's why I have to learn and master these powers so I can use them to help those in need and become a true hero. Izuku said in his mind as he prepared for whatever he needed to do next. It was now Aizawa's turn to speak. All right then, first dash. But before he could finish his sentence, the various lights and electricity went off, and in the middle of the USJ appeared a purple portal that was created by a being who made out of purple mist. Out of the portal came out a man with multiple hands around his body. Aizawa widened his eyes at this. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Kirishima asked, What's that? Out of the portal came more figures, each looking unique thanks to their own personal quirks. Is this like the entrance exam where the lesson has already started? Kirishima said. Don't move, Aizawa commanded as he put on his yellow goggles. Izuku looked at the many people who came out of the purple portal. He sensed their power levels and deciphered that most of them were not really that impressive as they were not on a pro hero's level like Aizawa. But what shocked him was when a huge person came out who had black skin and had many scars. His brain was exposed on the top of his head with his large eyes around it. He had a mouth that resembled a bird's beak. Overall, he just looked like a monster that was created in a lab. It didn't look natural at all. Izuku sensed his power level and was taken aback by how high it was. He dared to say it was comparable to All Might's. The other 2 people who were of noteworthy strength were the man with the fake hands all around his body and the purple mist-like figure who created the portal. Those 3 were the strongest. Mr. Aizawa, what's going on? This doesn't seem right. Izuku said as he knew something was up. Where did all of these people come from? Those are villains, Aizawa replied. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Villains? What are they doing here? What do they want? What are they after? How were they able to find this place? So many questions, yet no answers. Little did they know, the USJ invasion had already begun. Chapter 6. The First Glimpse of Evil. If thou faint in the day of adversity, thy strength is small. 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. Kurogiri, villain made of purple mist, pointed out as he and the rest of the villains wondered where the symbol of peace could be, as they were expecting him to be here. Aizawa ched. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all. Huh? Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too. All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Tomura Shigaraki, the man with the fake hands all around his body, said with absolute malice in his tone as he was annoyed All Might wasn't present. And it wouldn't be on him if he were to kill innocent students to bait the symbol of peace, as he barely had regard for human life. Hearing this, Izuku tightened his fists hard as his knuckles turned white. What did he say? He would kill innocent students just to make Tashinori-sensei come here? How dare you? So this is what a rotten villain looks like. You won't get away with this. Izuku thought in anger as the thought of his fellow classmates dying at the hands of these scumbags enraged him to the core. He wasn't about to sit back and just let them do as they please. The scent of ozone filled the air as Izuku subconsciously activated One for All. Full cowl. Furious green lightning cackled around him as a sharp green aura enveloped Izuku, signaling that he was ready for battle. Aizawa's hair floated up as he undid his scarf, showing its long length. Midoriya, stand down. I'll handle the villains, while you stay with the others. Aizawa ordered as he too prepared for a fight. Wait a second. Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima exclaimed as he couldn't believe that a whole gang of villains just suddenly showed up out of nowhere talking about they're going to kill a couple of kids. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Momo asked 13 as she thought that the security alarms should have been went off. We have them, of course, but 13 trailed off as he too questioned why the alarms hadn't gone off yet. Did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, said as he intellectually deduced the situation using various obvious clues. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, you're right. When the press managed to trespass, one of the villains must have used that as a distraction to slip in unnoticed and steal a copy of today's class schedule. Izuku said as he couldn't believe they were able to easily catch them off guard. They should have seen this coming from a mile away. It just made him all the more angry. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. Make sure that they are safe. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering, Aizawa said as he turned his head towards Denki. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Yes, sir. The blond boy replied as he placed his hand on a device located near his right ear. Wait a minute, Mr. Aizawa, what about you? You're actually going to go and try to fight them all by your lonesome? With that many, even if you can erase their quirks. Eraserhead's fighting style is capturing after erasing the enemy's quirk. A frontal battle would be putting you at a disadvantage. Izuku said worriedly as he knew that Aizawa's domain is more a one-on-one fight style, but trying to push and fight all of those enemies at once seems kind of crazy if you have a quirk like Aizawa. You can't be a pro by being a one-trick pony, Midoriya, Aizawa said simply. Izuku grit his teeth. That's not the point. I know you can handle most of these goons by yourself judging by their power levels, but those 3 at the end, especially the bird brain, will give you trouble if they all gang up on you. You better be careful. Izuku said mentally as he knew that Aizawa would have a hard time if all of the villains decided to just gang up on him. I'm leaving it to you, 13, Aizawa said as 13 nodded his head. He then jumped down the stairs and thrust himself towards the mob of villains. Shooting squad, let's go. One villain with holes in his fingertips said as they observed Aizawa descending towards them. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who's that? A female villain with long gray hair floating upwards stated as she and the rest of the goons underestimated Eraserhead. I don't know, but if he thinks he can come at us from the font by himself, then he's a huge idiot. Another villain stated as they got ready to kill Eraserhead. Eraserhead responded by activating his quirk as his eyes turned blood red and stared at all the villains in his line of sight. One of the villains tried to shoot from his fingertips but was confused as to why his quirk wasn't working. Huh? My quirk. The bullets won't come out. The other two villains experienced the same as their quirks weren't responding either. Eraserhead used this opportunity to grab all three of them with his scarf and throw them against each other, effectively knocking them out cold. Idiot, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. Erase? Are you gonna erase the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us, too? A large villain with multiple arms around his body said as he charged Eraserhead. No, I can't, Eraserhead said as he dodged his strike and punched him square in the face. But the skills of guys like you. Eraserhead wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg as he dodged another punch from another villain and countered it with a kick. Are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. Eraserhead threw the villain that he wrapped around his scarf to a crowd of goons and made him collapse on them, which took all of them out swiftly. So I've taken measures against that, Eraserhead said confidently as he easily manhandled the cannon fodder minions. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together, Tomura stated as he observed Eraserhead manhandling his goons. He understood that a pro at his level completely outclassed these low-tier villains that he brought along. I see. I hate pro heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them, Tomura said annoyingly as he scratched his neck. Wow, Mr. Aizawa is actually good at fighting by himself against a lot of people, huh? Izuku said in amazement as he watched his homeroom teacher handle the mob of villains. It made him excited as he too wanted to get a crack at fighting some villains. This is no time for analysis. Hurry up and come back to the group, Tinya yelled towards Izuku, who nodded and ran back to where the rest of the students were heading. As they neared the exit, a purple mist appeared in front of them as it grew in size. I won't let you lot get away, Kurogiri said as he blocked their path. Damn it, I just blinked once and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away, Aizawa thought as he got surrounded by the mob of villains preventing him to go anywhere else. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath, Kurogiri said, revealing to them their motives for being here. Izuku narrowed his eyebrows. So you want to kill All Might, huh? Humph, good luck with that. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play, Kurogiri stated as he prepared to take out 13 and the students. 13 was about to use his black hole quirk, but stopped as out of nowhere. Both Kirishima and Bakugo were in front of him as they charged Kurogiri head-on. Bakugo blasted him in the face with a loud explosion. What in the hell are those two idiots doing? Izuku said as he wiped the smoke away from his face. Did you consider that you'd got beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima yelled as he taunted Kurogiri. Oh dear, that's dangerous. When the smoke completely cleared, Kurogiri was shown to not have a single scratch on him. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs, Kurogiri said as he praised the young and talented students. No, move away, you two, 13 said as he tried to warn Kirishima and Bakugo. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death, Kurogiri yelled as he enveloped the entire class with his purple mist. It created a big circular shield around them made of smoke. What's going on? Damn it, I can't move, Izuku yelled as he tried to fly away and take the others with him to safety, but the mist was just too much. The purple smoke created a portal which forced Izuku to go through whether he wanted to or not, and completely separated him from the group. Shipwreck zone. Izuku came out of the purple portal as he descended towards the water. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was underwater. He deduced that he landed in the shipwreck zone. A warp? Is that his quirk? They want to kill All Might? What in the world is going on? What the hell? Izuku thought as he began to swim back up to the surface. However, he noticed an energy signature with ill intent coming towards him. He saw that it was a villain with shark-like features, which was probably due to a fish mutant-type quirk. He was heading straight for Izuku at high speeds, not slowing down at all. "Here I come. I don't have anything against you, but see ya." "Is that so?" Izuku thought as a yellow ki blast formed at his fingertip as he prepared to fire it at the shark villain. But right before either could deal their blow, Tiu came at the last second and kicked the shark villain away as she held Mineta in her arms. "Midoriya, ribbit," Tiu said as she wrapped Izuku with her long tongue and dragged him out of the water. Tiu placed Izuku on the boat carefully as Mineta said groggily, "For a frog, your boobs are pretty big." This caused the frog-like girl to blush in embarrassment as she threw Mineta on top of the boat roughly as he landed on the floor hard, very much unlike she did with Izuku. As Tsu was climbing up the boat, Izuku said, "Thanks for getting us on the boat, Azui." "I told you to call me Tsu," she replied as she made it on the boat. "Oh, sorry again." "Thanks, Tsu," Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. "This has turned into a bad situation, though," he said, referring to the fact that the entire class was split up in groups. "Yeah, they planned this right from the start. They split us up and separated us from the teachers so it would be easier to get rid of us. They were waiting to pounce, just as Todoroki said." Izuku told them as he assessed their current predicament and had to admit that it was a pretty clever plan. But it's not like they can actually kill All Might, right? Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys to the ground," Mineta said confidently as he tried to lighten the mood. "Mineta, don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? Guys that strong just told us they're going to torture us to death, you know. I wonder if we'll be able to even survive until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out in one piece." Tsu said as she herself didn't know if they were going to even to stay alive through all of this. Mineta began to sweat as he absorbed Tsu's words. "Midoriya, what the heck is that?" Mineta pointed towards the water. "Ribbit. You bastard. I'll kill you," the same shark villain from earlier shouted as this time he brought a couple of his friends along with him. Mineta screamed in horror. "There's a ton of them. Those guys have a way to defeat All Might." She's probably right about that. If I were a betting man, then I bet that the key to defeating All Might has something to do with that huge bird brain who has the highest power level out of all of these villains. They most likely want to kill him because he's the symbol of peace who keeps this superhuman society in balance and control. If he were to be killed, villains would be motivated to go out and commit crimes with no fear. I cannot allow that to happen," Izuku said mentally as he tightened his fists. "If these villains have a way to defeat All Might, then right now, we must put a stop to whatever they're planning, by fighting and winning," Izuku said with courage and determination as he finally put on and tightened his red headband. His emerald green eyes lit up as his milky white ki aura flared up, showing that he was ready to fight. "What do you mean, fight? Are you stupid? These guys might be able to kill All Might, the #1 hero for crying out loud, and you expect us to be able to fight them? You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. The best plan would be to sit tight and wait for the UA heroes to come save us, of course." Mineta cried out as he feared for his life and didn't want to fight when he knew that these villains could possibly kill All Might. "We don't have time to be sitting around and doing nothing. As we speak, our classmates are fighting for their lives against these villains. Now is not the time to be a coward, Mineta. Man up and face your fears, or else it could cost you your life. We can't allow them to win and get away with it. We have to put our lives on the line and do the best we can so that we can live to see tomorrow and put a stop to their evil plans. That is part of what it means to be a hero," Izuku replied with absolute seriousness. As he was saying that, he sensed everybody's energy signature and came to the conclusion that most of these villains are just low-tier cannon fodder. Students like himself, Todoroki, and Bakugo should be able to handle all of them by themselves no problem, while the rest of the class can beat them as long as they have a partner or two that can help fend them off. Mineta accepted the fact that they did indeed have to fight, so he sucked it up and asked, "Okay, so what do you think we should? What's your plan?" "Mineta, Those guys down there are clearly assuming we'll fight in the water. They are just floating there doing nothing. They are waiting for us to make the first move," Izuku said as they observed the villains below them in the water. "Does that mean they knew what was in these facilities before they gathered people?" Tsuyu asked. "Exactly. For people who gathered that much intel so meticulously, there's something strange. They sent you, ASU dash. Ribbit. I mean Tsu, to the shipwreck zone. This means, in other words, the villains probably don't know what our quirks are." Izuku finished. "Ribbit. That's true. If they knew that I was a frog, then they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there." Izuku nodded. "They probably separated us because they didn't know our quirks, so they planned to overpower us with numbers. We have inferior number and less experience. Our only hope lies in the fact that our opponents don't know what our quirks are. The enemy isn't trying to climb the boat. That supports my hypothesis. But that probably means they aren't underestimating us, either," Izuku said as he analyzed the situation as much as possible in order to come up with a sufficient plan to get past these villains. "I'll tell you more about my quirk. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. The last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them," Tsuyu said as she finished explaining all of the abilities that her quirk gives here. "I already kind of knew, but you're really strong. My quirk gives me the ability to use the energy within myself to gain super strength, flight, and energy blasts. I can control it pretty well to a certain extent, but if I use too much power at once, I will run out of stamina and the bones in my body would probably break due to the recoil of using too much power. It also gives me this brown monkey tail, but I have yet to figure out the uses of it. I also have the ability to sense other people's energy signatures," Izuku said as he produced a blue key ball on his right for a little demonstration. "My quirk creates balls on my head that grow as fast as I can pull them. They stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. But if I pull off too many balls, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off." Silence followed Mineta's explanation of his quirk as both Izuku and Tsu just stared at him, not uttering a word. Mineta's eyes began to water as he cried out, "That's why I said we should just wait quietly. My quirk is totally unfit for battle." Izuku's sweat dropped at Mineta's childish antics. "No, it's not like that. It is an amazing quirk. We can actually do something with it. Please don't get discouraged," Izuku said calmly as he tried to calm down his grape-haired classmate. But right as he said that, one of the villains used his quirk to manipulate the water in such a way so that it can become sharper than a sword, and used the water to slice through the ship the three students were on, cleanly in half. "I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly." The ship rumbled as it began to slowly sink. "What power? The ship's broken," Tsuyu said. In response to the attack, Mineta ran to the edge of the ship and began to rapidly throw his purple balls down to the water towards the villains in absolute panic. It was a desperation move as he thought they were going to die anyways. "Don't just give up like that. What are you doing? The enemy will figure out your queer dash," Izuku began to say, but didn't finish his sentence as he saw that the villains were being very cautious of Mineta's purple balls and tried to move away from them. "What the heck are these?" one villain said as he tried to shoo away the grape-colored orbs. "They're being cautious and not touching them," Izuku thought as suddenly an idea popped into his head. Mineta said they can stick to anything besides himself. That means the boat will sink in less than a minute. Once they get into the water, we're sure to win, a villain said as they prepared to end the three students' lives as soon as the ship sunk. "Oh no, they're right," Mineta said as tears were still present on his face. "Mineta, did you really enter UA to become a hero?" Tsuyu asked blatantly, as his cowardly attitude was kind of pathetic in her opinion and not fitting of a student who wanted to be a hero. "Shut up. It's weirder to not be scared right now. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? Oh, man, I'm going to die before I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's boobs first." Mineta yelled as he cowardly accepted the fact that he was going to die before he even reached the age of 18. "Oh, will you please shut up and listen? Nobody is going to die. It's going to be fine," Trust me, I've got an idea. Izuku shouted as he formulated a plan in his head that he was sure would get them out of their current predicament safe and sound with minimal injuries. He now had both of their attention as they waited to hear what he had to say. When the enemy becomes certain of their victory, that will be our chance. All Might said so before on TV. They don't know what our quirks are, so we'll use that to our advantage. I'm going to jump and get their attention and blast them away so they can become discombobulated. When that happens, you both jump out of the ship and Mineta will spam purple balls at them as much as he can. This will keep them immobilized. As they are distracted, I'll land the final blow in order to secure the victory. Got it. We don't have much time anyways. Izuku finished explaining the plan as both Tsu and Mineta nodded their heads, signaling that they understood. You really must be kids, with all of the chirping and screaming, one villain said as he taunted the young first years. Hey, Shigaraki said to not let your guard down, remember? Don't judge them by their ages. Look at their quirks. It's common sense, isn't it? Because our quirks will definitely have an advantage in the water. Izuku then flew in the air as he yelled out a loud battle cry that reverberated throughout the shipwreck zone, reminiscent of the roar of a beast. His white milky aura enveloped him as he did so. On both of his hands, blue-colored key balls formed. He then launched them repeatedly at the villains, doing as much damage as he could, but at the same time, not trying to kill them. Full power energy blast volley. Izuku yelled out his technique as he kept launching the blue key blasts from his hands nonstop, each one creating huge impacts in the water. The villains didn't know how to react as they have never seen a quirk like Izuku's before. The blasts pushed them away as some of them were hit directly, and the energy blasts burned them like boiling hot water and caused devastating pain. Seeing that now, they were distracted. Izuku yelled, Tsu, Mineta, now, rib bit. Tsu carried Mineta in her arms as she jumped out of the ship. Mineta tightened his fists. Damn it. What the heck, Midoriya? Why are you so brave? Even though we're probably in the worst situation possible, you still jump and act. You don't back down and you don't give up no matter what. How did you become so strong? I'm nothing but a coward, Mineta thought as he gripped a purple ball on his head. But no more. I'm no longer going to be afraid. I want to be a hero just like everybody else. I'm going to become strong and cool, just like you. Mineta yelled as he found new motivation within himself as he kept throwing as many purple balls as fast as he could towards where all of the villains were. I'm getting dragged in, yelled a villain as they were all getting sucked up towards the middle and were getting dangerously close to each other. Mineta's purple orbs began to stick to each and every one of them. What is this crap? I can't get it off. Izuku floated above them as he observed the sight. If a strong force is applied to the surface of the water, it'll spread and then converge back in the middle. Izuku yelled as he saw that all of the villains were squashed up together smack in the middle, courtesy of Mineta's purple sticky balls that made them all stuck and unable to move and get away from each other. Move. Get away from me. I can't move. We're too close. Numerous villains said as they were helpless and pretty much stuck together. Now for the final blow, Izuku said as green electricity gathered in his right thumb and index finger. Delaware Smash. Izuku yelled out the name of one of his signature moves as he flicked his finger. The result was a huge typhoon of force that was sent directly to where all of the villains were grouped up. The villains widened their eyes in fear as the smash completely blew them all away at once, knocking them out of commission as they were finally dealt with and knocked out unconscious. Izuku smirked as he saw the beauty that fell before him. Perfect combo. Good job, Tsu and Mineta. Izuku yelled out in victory as he flew towards where Tsu jumped in the air. Well, looks like we cleared the shipwreck zone. You two are amazing, Tsu said as she was grateful that she had classmates as strong and courageous as them. Landslide zone. Scatter you and kill you, huh? I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirks they didn't know what to do with, Shoto Todoroki said as he breathed out a breath of cold air. All around him were villains that were frozen still. They were completely immobilized as the ice-cold frost that trapped them didn't allow them to move a step as they were completely at Shoto's mercy. This guy? The instant we warped here, we were destroyed. Is he really a kid? one villain as he shivered from the extremely low temperatures of Todoroki's ice. Killing All Might. At first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite and would overpower him by numbers. One villain tried to sneak up from behind Shoto, but he caught him right before he could get hit and freezed his entire body save for his head. Another villain tried to move in on him while Shoto was distracted, but he effortlessly freezed him as well. But a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just a ragtag bunch of thugs that even teenagers could beat. Shoto thought as he disarmed the thug that came up from behind him. From what I saw, there were only 2 or 3 truly dangerous people. If that's the case, then the next step I should take is... Shoto turned to the frozen villain in front of him. Hey, at this rate, your cells will slowly die. I want to be a hero. I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible. The villain's eyes widened as small hints of tears could be seen forming as he feared that his life right now is at the hands of a 15-year-old kid. Shoto placed his right hand in front of the villain's face as cold frost air came out of it, signaling that he could make the ice he needed at any moment he wanted. I'm only going to say this once. Tell me, how do you and the rest of your so-called League of Villains plan on killing All Might? Shoto asked as he threatened the poor villain. Mountain Zone. Ah! Kaminari screamed in fear as a huge, bulky villain thug aimed a punch at him. He narrowly dodged the devastating blow and began to run away from the thug. Scary. Seriously, did you see that just now? I saw the river Styx, seriously. What the heck is up with these guys? What's going on? Worry about that later, Jiro said as she and Momo fended off a couple of thugs. Right now, we need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people. Then give me a weapon too, Kaminari pleaded as they were surrounded by a mob of low-tier villains. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them, Jiro replied as Kaminari's quirk should be more than enough to handle these cannon fodder. You saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge electricity, but it's not like I can control it. I'll hit you too. It's like, the same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jamming the signal. Listen, you two. Right now, you can't count on me. I'm counting on you. Kaminari finished as he gave the 2 girls a thumbs up, encouraging them to their best as he thought he was completely helpless in their current situation. Jiro just rolled her eyes. You're a guy, aren't you? Stop whining. Jiro kicked him in the back towards the thugs. Then, I'll use you as a human stun gun. Wait, what? Kaminari yelled as he landed in front of the big villain who he was running away from earlier. On impulse, he activated his quirk and yellow lightning enveloped the villain as he was knocked out. Oh snap, it's working. I'm strong. You two can count on me. Hey, you're too happy-go-lucky, Jiro replied with a sweat drop. Stop messing around, kid. A villain in yellow spandex said as he charged towards Jiro with a large boulder above his head. Jiro connected her earphone jack into the speakers in her legs as it created a large and loud sound wave that completely pushed the boulder back. Kaminari electrocuted that same villain as well. Another tried to ambush him with knives aimed for his throat. Momo saw this and quickly threw a net over at the villain and trapped him. This allowed the blonde-haired lightning user to electrocute him as well. It's done, Momo shouted as from her back came out a large sheet that covered both her and Jiro. It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari smirked as he understood. I see. In that case, now I don't need to hold back anymore. Kaminari proceeded to aim yellow lighting at the ground as it spread and electrocuted all of the villains present. Momo and Jiro were unaffected due to the insulation sheet they were under. Now then, I am worried about the others. Let us join them quickly, Momo said, but little did she know that Kaminari's blast was strong enough to tear apart a bit of her costume, leaving her chest exposed. Wait, your clothes got super punk, Jiro said as she was quite jealous of Momo's rather developed bust as her body was mature for her age. Oh, it's fine. I can just make new clothes again, Momo replied. Jiro heard footsteps as she immediately hugged Momo to cover her wardrobe malfunction. Kaminari, don't you dare look. But when she looked out, she saw that Kaminari had a stupid look on his face as he spoke incoherent words and walked around in a daze as he held both of his thumbs up. This was the drawback of his quirk. If he goes over his what limit, then his brain short-circuits, making him a literal retard for a bit. As they left the sheet, with Momo having already repaired her costume, they were ready to head out and try to regroup with their other classmates. But before they took another step, they heard something that completely stopped them in their tracks. Roar. The power behind that demonic roar was so strong was that it created strong winds and pushed them back as they struggled to keep their balance. What in the world did that come from? Momo asked in shock. A couple of minutes earlier. Hey, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, right? Mineta asked nervously as he, Tsu, and Izuku came out of the shipwreck zone and into the main plaza where Aizawa was dealing with the huge mob of villains. Earlier, after dealing with the goons in the shipwreck zone, Izuku suggested that the three of them go check up on Aizawa. Mineta was hesitant at first as he didn't think it was a good idea, but Izuku was worried for his teacher as he believed that he may have taken up too big of a load. He decided that he was going to go help Aizawa. However, he reassured Mineta and Tsu that if things got too dangerous or out of hand, then they would leave immediately. Yes, don't worry. We'll run away the instant it seems dangerous. I wouldn't intentionally put you guys in harm's way. Izuku replied as they hid away from the villains' sights and observed the battle that was transpiring. Multiple bodies laid across the floor as Eraserhead kept on effortless dealing with all of the cannon fodder thugs that stood in his way. After typing up 2 people with his scarf and knocking them out, he looked up to see Tamura Shigaraki charging straight for him with his right hand. 23 seconds, Tamura said as he ran towards Eraserhead. Final boss, Aizawa said as he threw his long scarf towards him in attempt to immobilize him. 24 seconds, 20 seconds, 17 seconds. Aizawa attempted to elbow Shigaraki in the chest, was blocked at the last second as Shigaraki held Aizawa's elbow in a tight grip. Damn, Aizawa said as he realized his attack was stopped. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant where your hair falls. Shigaraki began to say as Aizawa widened his eyes, them being red and dry due to using his quirk too much. That's when you have deactivated your quirk, and the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Tamura finished as the skin of Aizawa's elbow tore apart, revealing gory red blood bone as cracks appeared throughout the skin of his right arm. Aizawa jumped away from Shigaraki as he felt the pain in his right elbow. My elbow's crumbling. The fodder villains took this as an opportunity to get the jump on Aizawa. He dodged all of their attacks as he panted, feeling the fatigue for fighting a big group for a long period of time. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? Tamura said as he taunted Aizawa, who was able to take care of the other villains who tried to ambush him even with one arm. He readied his scarf as he stared at Shigaraki, ready to fight him head-on. You're so cool. You're so cool. By the way, hero, I'm not the final boss. Aizawa gasped as he turned his head to see the huge black-colored villain with an exposed brain right behind. He moved so fast that Aizawa never even heard him make a sound. His name is Nomo, and he's the one you really need to worry about. Not me, Shigaraki said as Nomu brought his claws down towards Aizawa. He tried to erase Nomu's quirk, but it didn't seem to have any effect as Nomu still brought his hand down and pushed the erasure hero to the ground and smashed his head. He broke Aizawa's arm as he screamed in pain. Nomu's level of strength is absurd. How could somebody have this much power? You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive in the face of overwhelming power. You might as well be quirkless, Shigaraki said as he smiled in delight seeing the scene of his toy man handling the erasure hero. Aizawa's eyes turned red as he activated his quirk again and stared straight at Nomu, attempting to erase his quirk again. But just like last time, Nomu was completely unaffected and snapped Aizawa's other arm as he grunted in pain. It's like he's breaking a stick. I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he is just that powerful naturally. He's as strong as All Might. Aizawa thought in his mind as Nomu picked his head up and smashed it through the ground, created cracks in the concrete. inflicting even more damage to the Erasure hero as the battle was completely one-sided. Mineta grimaced as he tried to cover his face. Midoriya, I can't take it anymore. I can't watch, it's too much. We gotta get out of her before we get hurt. Ribbit, Sue said as she too was having trouble watching the gory scene in front of her. There was just so much blood. She didn't expect a villain to be so strong that he was able to completely destroy their homeroom teacher, like it wasn't even a warm-up. Izuku grit his teeth hard as he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles were turning pale. He looked on in absolute rage as his teacher was getting pummeled to the ground. It sickened him to no end. He restrained himself from jumping in and trying to save Aizawa, because Tsu and Mineta were with him, and he didn't want to endanger their lives. However, his patience was running extremely thin. Any second now, he was about to snap and destroy the villains that dared lay their hands on his sensei. At that moment, Izuku widened his eyes as he felt a familiar energy signature enter the area. A purple mist appeared as Kurogyri stepped out of a portal. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogyri spoke, getting said man's attention. Kurogyri, did you kill 13? I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Kurogyri stated, referring to Tenya, who was able to escape the USJ and call for help from the pros. Tamura began to scratch his neck angrily. Kuroge, if you weren't a warp gate and our ride out of here, I would have crushed you to pieces. Tamura said angrily as he realized that now that pros were coming as backup, it just made their situation a whole lot more complicated. Izuku was surprised at the reveal of the new situation. Somebody was able to escape and call for help? If I were to guess, then it must have been Ida, since his quirk makes him run really quick, so it would make the most sense for him to be the one to do it. This means that backup is on their way. Izuku thought happily, as now the situation was turned in their favor. Tamura sighed as he stopped scratching his neck. We can't win against dozens of pros. It is game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home. Mineta gained a hopeful look on his face. They're going home? Did he just say they're going home? Mineta asked shakily as he thought his ears were deceiving him. That's what I heard. Sue said as she too now was getting hopeful at the fact that now the villains would leave them alone and they wouldn't have to worry no longer. However, Izuku was skeptical as he didn't believe them for a second. He kept his guard up, waiting for their next move, for them to simply retreat after doing all this. Don't they want to kill All Might? If they leave like this, Yue will just beef up their security. Game over? No, I don't believe it for a second. What's going on? What are those guys planning? Izuku said in his head as he anticipated whatever next move the villains were about to make. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at them intently. Shigaraki turned his head a little. Oh yeah, before we leave, let's smash some of his pride. In the blink of an eye, Tamura ran towards the three hiding students at transonic speeds, with his hand aimed straight for Tsu's face, as the symbol of peace. But before he could land the killing blow on Tsu, he was immediately countered by a 5% Detroit smash to the side of the head, courtesy of Izuku Midoriya, as he was able to react in time with equal transonic speeds. Tamura was blown back due to the force of the amazing smash as he was sent tumbling down back to where he was beside Kurogyri and Nomo. He got up and rubbed high shed as the punch really did a number on him. It will hurt in the morning, that's for sure. Try to lay another finger on her again, and I'll give you a smash that will give you far worse than a bruised head. Izuku yelled defiantly as he stood protectively in front of Mineta and Tsu. Tamura stared at the green-haired bearer of One for All in fascination and interest. You move well. Your smash, are you a follower of All Might's? Tamura asked as Izuku's punches were quite similar to All Might's. Izuku just ignored him as he looked towards Nomu, who was still leering over Aizawa, his blood spreading across the ground every second. Izuku sensed his life energy and gasped in horror. Mr. Aizawa is slowly dying. If he doesn't get medical treatment soon, it will be too late. Izuku looked Noma dead in the eye with his most serious face as he shook in rage. Get your hands off of my teacher, you damn bird brain. If you don't move this instant, I'm going to make you pay. Aizawa raised his head as blood trickled all over his face. He was so injured that it was difficult for him to even speak. Midoriya, forget about me. You and the others need to run now and save yourselves. You're too young. You have a long life ahead of you. Please go. It's too late for me, Aizawa said as he was slowly dying by the second. He didn't want his students to have to die this early in their careers. He is all right in dying as long as his students are safe. Izuku shook his head. No, it's not too late. How can I call myself a hero if I let one of my comrades die when I could have done something? I refuse to run, Izuku said as he couldn't allow his teacher to die at the hands of these villains. Aizawa widened his eyes as he couldn't believe that his student was actually disobeying his orders just for the sake of saving him. He thought that was the height of irrationality. Izuku was just like All Might in his eyes, always going out of their way to do what they believed was right and save others while at the same time sacrificing themselves in the process. While it was a truly noble act, nobody can deny that. It doesn't mean it is always the smartest thing to do, especially when you know you're outmatched. Izuku is smarter than he gives himself credit for, so Aizawa knows that he realizes that he is going to a battle that Izuku knows that he cannot win, but he will still rush into battle anyways. Aizawa is pretty sure that Izuku will try to buy him and Class 1A enough time until the pros arrive, but who knows how long that will take. Aizawa, who is a pro hero, was taken down in mere seconds by Nomu. So how long will Izuku, a freshman with no hero experience, last against a monster that was just as strong as All Might? Izuku looked at Nomu again. Move. Nomu said nothing as he stared at Izuku, not moving an inch, remaining in the same position as he awaited Tamura's orders. Izuku's patience ran out as he gripped his fists in absolute rage. I said move. Music, Gohan fights Frieza theme. Izuku flew straight towards Nomu at a speed that easily surpasses sound. He landed a devastating kick to the head that actually made the black monster move back as the kick was much stronger than expected. What? Tamura yelled out in disbelief as he didn't expect the kid to actually attack Noma head-on with no hesitation at all. Izuku proceeded to land a series of furious punches towards Noma's midsection. Each punch had more than enough power to level a whole skyscraper with no problem at all. The punches made Noma tumble as the blows were actually doing a considerable amount of damage to him. Izuku then threw a huge uppercut that connected right at Noma's jaw. Izuku kicked him away and launched a small yellow ki blast at Noma's face. Nomu blocked it with his two hands, but Izuku quickly appeared in front of the monster and blasted him right in the face with an even stronger ki blast. The blast sent the anti-symbol of peace flying as Izuku threw a mega-sized yellow ki ball that connected with said monster and created a huge explosion of energy that was spread around the area. The people present were in absolute shock at Izuku's strength. They had never seen anyone fight like that before. Mineta and Aizawa looked on in amazement of Izuku's raw power, while Shigaraki and Kurogiri could not believe that a 15-year-old kid was powerful enough to actually push Noma back. Tamura began scratching his neck in nervousness. Where is all that power coming from? We didn't know that Yue had a brat that was strong enough to fight Nomo. Not fair. Not fair. Not fair. He's using a cheat code. Izuku turned around and picked up Aizawa and carried him over to Tsu and Mineta. You two take Mr. Aizawa and get out of here now. It's going to get too dangerous for you guys to be here. I can't allow you two to get hurt. But Midoriya, what about you? Don't tell me you plan on taking them on by yourself. Mineta cried out as he was worried for his green-haired classmate's safety. Do not worry. Backup will get here any minute. But I'm going to buy you and the rest of our class time and keep these villains busy until the pros get here. If I don't, then they will just go and kill as many of our peers as they can until help arrives. I can't let that happen. So please understand and just go. Izuku yelled with a lot more seriousness as he needed for the both of them to leave immediately. Tsuyu nodded as she took Aizawa. Okay, we're counting on you, Midoriya. Please stay safe. Mineta wiped his tears as he and Tsu began to leave and regroup with the others. You better not die, Midoriya. Survive this. Izuku smirked. I promise I will. As they left, Tamura stepped up and said, You must be foolish if you think I'm just going to allow them to get away. In a burst of supersonic speed, Izuku appeared right in front of Tamura as he grabbed hold of his right wrist and squeezed it hard enough that he could hear the bones crunching. "Don't you dare!" Izuku then swung him by his arm and threw him towards Kurogiri as they both made hard impact to the ground. Right as that happened, Izuku sensed Noma's power level as he jumped straight back to where Izuku was in super high speeds. There was no scratch on his body at all as Izuku's series of attacks seemed to have no effect on him at all. Izuku then put on his fighting stance. "Looks like you're a lot tougher than I thought. I'm going to have to go all out if I want to even stand a chance." In response, Deku powered up to 20% full cowl as the fierce electric green energy surrounded his aura. "Here I come." Deku jumped into the air and fired a full-powered Delaware smash towards Nomu. Nomu shrugged it off with ease as he ran at supersonic speeds ready to claw Deku. Deku saw this coming from a mile away and dodged Nomu's attack. He powered up again and yelled, "Texas Smash." Deku aimed a punch at Nomu's head and connected as it sent the beast flying. Deku followed him as he wasn't done with his attack. He kept on sending a flurry of one-for-all punches that created huge shockwaves that could be felt throughout the entire USJ. When Nomu landed on the floor, Deku flew up and placed his hands over the other on his forehead as a yellow energy wave began to form. Masenko Hump. The yellow beam of energy came crashing down towards Nomu as it hit him head-on. The resulting collateral damage were mini earthquakes and explosions that made the whole USJ rumble. Smoke was all over the place as a result of Deku's Masenko. He waited as the smoke cleared, expecting to see a knocked-out Nomu. But what he saw shocked him. Nomu was standing there, completely unfazed, acting as if nothing happened at all. It was like Deku's attacks were pebbles to him. Izuku had his jaw hanging low as he couldn't believe it. What? How in the hell did you not take damage from that? What are you? Deku yelled in disbelief as all of his smashes and ki attacks didn't do a damn thing to Nomu. His quirk is shock absorption. He can take all of your punches and then some, and not be hurt at all. Shigaraki said as he laughed evilly. He enjoyed the look on Deku's face when he told him that. There was nothing that the brat could do to even hurt Nomu, let alone defeat him. Deku took a deep breath as he tried to recompose himself. "It is fine. He has shock absorption. I can work with this. I have to buy as much time as possible. He can absorb attacks, but that doesn't mean he negate them. There must be a limit to how much exactly he can absorb, and I'm going to find that out." "All right, let's try this," Deku yelled. His left arm was enveloped with one-for-all green electric energy, while his right arm was enhanced by ki energy. Deku then flew towards Nomu and began Hail Marrying him with punches using ki and one-for-all separately. Each punch was as strong as his current limit as he put 100% effort into each of them. He ended his barrage of attacks with a blue energy wave right to Nomu's dome. But when the smoke cleared, Nomu was revealed to have taken absolutely no damage. Deku's sweat dropped as he couldn't believe that none of his blows did jack squat. "Oh, come on." Shigaraki made an evil smirk. "It's no use, kid. There's nothing you can do that can even scratch him. Just give up and accept your death with grace." Deku narrowed his eyes as he prepared to fight again. "There's no such thing as give up in my damn vocabulary." Tamura sighed. "So be it then. Nomu." Nomu then charged towards Deku as he completely pierced through his Saiyan armor and destroyed the top half, leaving Deku shirtless and his upper body exposed. Nomu grabbed Deku into a tight bear hug and proceeded to squeeze the life out of Deku. "Ha-ah-wa-ea." Deku screamed in utter agony. The pain was just so unbearable. He can already feel his ribs were getting snapped effortlessly like twigs. He tried his best to escape the bear hug of death, but Nomu was just too strong. He could barely breathe as his lungs were getting squished. "Those screams of pain are music to my ears." "Yes, Nomu, squeeze him to death." Shigaraki yelled in delight as he loved the fact that Nomu was torturing Deku to death. "Damn it, he won't budge. I guess I'm going to have to use it. I was planning on saving this for later when I had better control over it, but desperate times call for desperate measures." Deku thought as he took a deep breath and yelled with all of his might. "Kaioken." "Ko what?" Shigaraki said as he was confused by what Deku shouted out. Deku's body was surrounded by a fierce and strong crimson aura of ki. His muscles bulged as his body became even more muscular than before. It covered him from head to toe as Deku was able to forcefully break Nomu's bear hug hold on him and send him flying with a super-enhanced punch that connected to Nomu's jawline. Tomura began scratching his neck nervously again. What? How? Where is that power coming from? Explain, you damn brat. Deku smirked as he began to answer his question. Oh, it's Kaioken attack. It's like a massive upsurge of energy. Everything is heightened. Power, speed, even hearing and vision improve dramatically. You sort of become a super self. It is a really useful technique if you want to get the edge over your opponent. This is my trump card. But the downside is that it puts a massive toll and strain on the body and makes you vulnerable to an enemy's attacks. And given that I haven't trained much with it or mastered it, it will be hard for me to keep it up for any longer. I'm going to have to finish this quickly, Deku said in his mind as he analyzed his current predicament and powered up his crimson aura to prepare his attack on Nomu. Shigaraki was livid. He couldn't believe that the kid had something up his sleeve that was this big. This boy, he's too strong, way too strong. He couldn't allow him to live, or else he will be a huge pain in the rear for any of his future plans. Nomu, finish him quickly now. We have to kill this brat or else he will be a problem for our future plans. Hearing his master's orders, Nomu charged Deku at full speed as he prepared to finish him in one strike. Deku grinned as he dodged Nomu's attacks with ease. He countered his claw strikes quick but strong jabs at various places of his body. Deku fired a bunch of ki blasts as he used that as distraction to reappear behind Nomu and roundhouse kick him as the black beast was sent towards the air. Shigaraki scratched his neck in irritation. How is he easily toying with Nomu like that? The Kaioken doubles my strength, speed, power, agility, durability, and basically any other attribute that is related to fighting. I'm now twice as powerful as I was before. So don't think that you can kill me so easily now. Deku replied as he saw Nomu get right back up and charge him again. You know, I'm having a lot of fun fighting you, but I think it's time to end this. Deku powered up as he charged up his crimson ki. Along with it was the green electric energy of One for All. The two auras merged as Deku's power increased even more. He focused as he brought his hands in front of him and began combining the powers of his two quirks. This next move will surely put me out of commission, so I can't hold back an ounce of my power. I have to put my all into it to make sure that Nomu gets taken out. He's the biggest threat, and he's their plan to kill Toshinori-sensei. If he's taken out, then the rest will be easy and Toshinori-sensei won't have to worry about a thing. Deku said in his mind as he finished gathering every ounce of energy that remained in his body. This is his last chance. It is all or nothing. He put his hands together sideways in front of him as a yellow energy blast began to form in his hands. It finished powering up as Nomu got back up and began pacing to him. Deku smirked as he yelled, "It's over. Let's see you absorb this bird brain. One for all 20%. Final flash." Deku fired the huge yellow energy wave with infused One for All power coursing through it, and it was also enhanced by the Kaioken. The blast made direct contact with Nomu as he did his best to block it, but the final flash was very powerful. However, with some effort, Nomu began to walk and push the energy wave slowly as he began to overpower it. Deku grit his teeth in frustration. Are you on steroids or something? Jesus Christ. How in the hell are you so ridiculously strong? Deku yelled out as he poured more power and effort into the blast. However, it all proved for naught as Nomu kept on walking through the blast as if it were a plastic door. No, I won't lose. Deku cried as he strained his arms into putting in more power into the final flash. Nomu just kept on getting closer and closer to him with each passing second. I won't let you win. I refuse to lose. You will not have your way. As Nomu came closer and closer, there was only one thing that Deku could say at the moment. KKK Kaioken. ×3. Deku's muscles bulged even more as his muscles became even larger and the extra energy pumped from his arms all the way to the final flash. That extra power made all of the difference as Nomu was pushed all the way back almost instantly. The yellow blast finally served its purpose as it created a huge explosion that almost blew the roof off the entire USJ. but Deku made sure to focus the attack on Nomu and Nomu alone. The recoil of the yellow ki wave pushed Deku back as he collapsed on the ground. Deku panted hard as he waited for the smoke to clear. I did it. Finally, he should be taken care of. The main threat is gone. The rest should be easily cleaned up by the pros when they arrive, Deku said as he gasped for breath. His arms were an ugly mix between red and purple as they were broken. Blood came with sun coming out as the strain of using the final flash, one for all, and Kaioken was just too much for his body as bits of his skin and flesh tore itself apart. Tomura was now scratching his neck hard enough to draw blood. No, this can't be possible. Nomu cannot be defeated by a single UA brat who's only a damn freshman. Nomu is supposed to kill All Might, not get beat by a damn kid. But as the smoke cleared, Deku almost puked from the sight. Nomu could be seen as his entire right half was blown up. He was missing his arm and torso as blood was all over the place. It was a horrific sight. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that to him. I only wanted to just knock him out. Crap, I hope he doesn't die, Deku said worriedly as he never meant to kill Nomu. But what happened next shocked Deku. The entire half of Nomu's body that was blown up began to regenerate slowly as he regrew an entire arm and torso. After a few seconds, Nomu looked good as new, with no signs of injuries ever happening to him. What? And in no way. You said that his quirk was shock absorption, not regeneration, Deku yelled as he wanted an explanation to what was happening in front of his eyes. Shigaraki smirked as he was relieved that Nomu still wasn't beaten. I didn't say that was his only quirk, boy. He has shock absorption, regeneration, and numerous other types of quirk fused into him. You see, Nomu is not a regular person. He was bioengineered and was made for one sole purpose, and that is to kill All Might. He is the anti-symbol of peace. Deku couldn't believe it. This guy, Nomu, had multiple quirks injected into him, and it was made so that he could kill the #1 hero. Deku put absolutely everything he had into that final flash. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't strong enough. He was too weak. And now, both of his arms are broken and his stamina has completely drained. He could barely move. And now Nomu was back to full strength. How was he going to survive this? I think it's time we put this to an end. Don't you think? You put on a hell of a fight, but we've got more important matters to deal with. The main one being All Might. We can't allow you to live. You're just too powerful. You'll prove to be a pain in the butt later on. I would invite you to join the League of Villains, but I already know you will decline. Such a shame. But such is life. Nomu, finish him, Shigaraki yelled as he gave his order to his puppet. Nomu reacted by walking towards where Izuku was standing. He was completely defenseless, so it would not be difficult at all to dispose of the green-haired one-for-all user. Deku grit his teeth as he tried to move, but couldn't. Damn it. I can't fight back. What should I do? The pros are still not here yet, and I told Mineta and Tsu to regroup with the others as I bought them some time. Damn it, Deku said in his mind as Nomu kept walking closer and closer to where Deku was. Tomura smirked, don't worry. As soon as we're through with you, we'll make sure to give the rest of your classmates a nice, painful, and torturous death. So when you die, you won't have to wait too long before you can see them again, Tomura said as he laughed maniacally at the thought of killing all of the young first years. Deku's eyes widened as he heard Tomura's words. He gritted teeth in anger. What did you say? Did I stutter? I said that I'm going to kill all of your friends, you damn brat. Deku gripped his fists tightly. He didn't care that his arms were broken or that he was an excruciating guy just threatened the lives of his classmates. No, he refuses to let that happen. Not on his watch. As Nomu kept on coming closer and closer, Deku closed his eyes as he tried to find something, anything inside him that will help. He just needs a little extra more power. In order to protect his comrades, he can't just die here. He has so many things that he still needs to do. All Might is counting on him. He can't leave his mom alone in this world. He still hasn't even met his own father, damn it. What would All Might do? Izuku thought in desperation as he tried to think what his mentor and Ito would do in a dire situation such as his with barely enough power left to even stand. Both of his arms were broken, his ki was depleted due to using Kaioken X3, and his stamina was sapped to pretty much zero. But he will not give up. Knowing All Might, no matter the odds, he would still pull through and somehow find a way to win. like how he always did. He promised to Mineta and Tsuyu that he would come back alive. And Izuku Midoriya doesn't break a promise no matter what. If he doesn't do something now, then Momo, Achiko, Kaken, everyone is going to die. Izuku kept on concentrating on the rage that he felt, the anger that he felt, all of the negative emotions he has felt in his life. He used that wrath to fuel him. He felt something hot inside of him. As Nomu reached him and prepared to deliver the final blow to Izuku, little did they both know, inside of Izuku's subconscious, the golden door that had the mark of the Roman numeral of I was shaking violently. The locks on the door knob were loosening as portions of the energy and power that resided inside the sacred door was leaking. Deku kept on thinking about the rage before his entire body was hot as the leaked energy of the sacred door enveloped him. I won't die. I won't let you hurt them. Nomu aimed his left hand straight for Deku's throat as that blow was meant to kill him in one shot. But right before Nomu could connect and murder the boy on the site, Izuku caught Nomu's hand. Tomura was shocked, as was Nomu, who looked on curiously. Izuku lifted up his head. His eyes remained closed. He opened his mouth and said something that will change everything and his life for good. Ruar. Chapter 7. Monster. I can do all things through him, which strengtheneth me. Ruar. Izuku yelled out a deafening and demonic roar filled with rage and anguish. That roar alone was enough to send ridiculous amounts of shockwaves that knocked everyone off their feet, even Nomu. Everybody in the USJ froze as they heard that roar. It was so bone-chilling. Many people wondered, what exactly was that? Whatever that was, it doesn't sound friendly, Shoto said as he stood in the landslide zone. The monster roar interrupted his interrogation of the low-tier villain, who he was trying to get information from. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to go check it out, Bakugo told Kirishima as he began running from the collapse zone to where he heard the roar was coming from. Hey, wait for me. I sense trouble from wherever that came from, Kirishima said as he followed right behind Bakugo. Back with Izuku, his body began to emit a huge amount of heat. His body was burning up as the excess energy of the sacred door of number I completely flooded his entire being. A dark yellow ki aura surrounded him as his muscles began bulking up, similar to when he used Kaioken. His hair became more spiky as it flew upwards and stood on end, completely defying the laws of gravity. /in. If you want a visual image of what his hair looks like, then go to My Hero Academia opening 4 and skip to 041 timestamp. Izuku's spiky mane then turned into a tint of red, with the majority of it still having its dark green color. Only difference being that the highlights of red shined through his hair. His skin color began to gain a slight yellow hue to it. He opened his eyes, and they were revealed to be completely white as his pupils were non-existent, showing that he has completely lost control over himself. His power skyrocketed many times over as his dark yellow ki became very unstable, spreading around the entire area. The presence of his ki alone was enough to put fear into Shigaraki's heart, as Izuku emitted a huge amount of killer intent. His rage completely took over. That's right, Deku has transformed into the false Super Saiyan. Music, Monster by Skillet. Deku crushed Nomu's hand, completely snapping and breaking it in the process. Nomu howled out in pain as he detracted away from Deku and held his broken hand as he tried to regenerate it to normal. What? Nomu shouldn't feel pain. This should not be possible. Shigaraki cried out as he couldn't believe that his toy, Nomu, is actually howling due to the brat. What's with that yellow aura and spiky new hairdo? Deku stared at Nomu with his empty and emotionless eyes, those same eyes that are currently giving the anti-symbol of peace fear. Nomu is a genetically engineered mutant. He shouldn't know what fear even is. But here was Deku giving him the biggest death stare and aiming all of his killer intent towards him. He then flew at a speed too fast even for Nomu, going over hypersonic as he created multiple sonic booms as he did so. With a mighty roar, Deku punched Nomu in the jaw, shattering the bones as his dark yellow ki was stained in it, doing more damage over time. For some reason, Nomu's regeneration was going very slowly compared to before. One reason may be because Deku's attacks were so strong that they were too much for Nomu to absorb. As a result, it halted his regeneration process by a lot. Nomu is taking damage. What is this kid? He's a monster. Shigaraki yelled out as he continually scratched his neck in irritation. Nomu was meant to be able to kill All Might. But here was this kid from UA High, completely wrecking up the anti-symbol of peace. It took a couple of seconds, but Nomu was able to regenerate everything that Deku broke. Nomu was now furious as he charged Deku and decided that he was through playing around with the brat. He charged Deku again, but Deku beat him to the punch. He fired a barrage of yellow-stained punches. The thunderous punches had more than enough force to crush entire mountains with ease. Deku's fury knew no bounds, as he kept pummeling Nomu angrily, each blow eradicating Nomu's cells one by one. Nomu tried to use his shock absorption quirk to counter Deku's punches, but the young false Super Saiyan was just way too powerful for the anti-symbol of peace. Ha-oh-ea! Deku yelled in pure rage as his body was moving entirely on his own. He was out of control, and he was ready to eradicate anybody that was in his path. Deku fired a Kamehameha wave towards Nomu. The blue energy wave connected with the black monster as it pushed him back and burned his skin. When the smoke cleared, Nomu was missing his entire upper half of his body. Nomu slowly regenerated as with each regeneration, took more and more effort. It seems to be due to Deku's overflowing ki that was causing damage over time to the anti-symbol of peace. Kurogiri, we can't let this brat kill Nomu, Shigaraki said as he and Kurogiri rushed towards Deku from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Deku was just way too fast for any of them as he quickly dodged Tamura's attack without any effort and attempted to counter with a ki-infused fist that had the power to destroy Mount Everest. Kurogiri stopped Deku's punch by appearing in front of Tamura and using his warp quirk to direct Deku's fist away from him. Deku saw this and decided to focus on Kurogiri as he jumped towards him at high speeds. Kurogiri chuckled seeing what the false Super Saiyan was trying to do. Your attacks will have zero effect on me. I will just warp away whatever you throw at me. But right as he said that, Deku was already in front of the purple mist that was Kurogiri and attacked a piece of metal that was connected to his physical body. Deku grabbed it and punched Kurogiri in the stomach as the purple warp user gasped in pain. Impossible, he exploited my weakness. Deku then fired a simple yellow ki blast, and it connected to Kurogiri as he blew him away. As he was distracted by Kurogiri, Deku failed to notice Tamura, who was sneaking up right behind him. Tamura grabbed Deku's arm and smirked in victory as he believed that he was going to make Deku's entire body crumble to dust and end his life once and for all. Or so he thought. It's game over for you now, Tamura said as he waited for cracks to appear through Deku's body. However, that never happened. Deku remained unfazed as his dark yellow aura focused around where Tamura's hand was. Deku turned around and stared at him with his pale white eyes full of inconceivable rage and fury. The one who threatened the lives of Deku's fellow classmates shivered in fear at the sight of those eyes. He couldn't believe that someone had enough power to completely shrug off the effects of his decay quirk, like it did the same amount of damage as a snowball. WHWH, what are you? Tamura shrieked as he tried to put more pressure on Deku's arm, but there was no effect. Ruar. Deku let out a mighty roar in response as the only thing that was fueling the young false Super Saiyan was pure anger and bloodlust. He had completely lost all sense of reason as he didn't have any control of his body. The only thing that he wanted to do right now was destroy and annihilate everything he saw. He kicked Shigaraki away as he added in a little extra yellow ki into his strike. Shigaraki was sent flying towards Nomu as the beast caught him in his arms, making sure that his master doesn't get hurt by any means necessary. Tamura turned around as his body was sore due to Deku's thunderous kick. Ininimu, finish him off. I don't care about anything else right now. Screw All Might. He's not here anyway. Torturing and murdering that spiky-haired brat is your #1 priority now. Kill him quickly. Nomu nodded as he understood perfectly of what his master's order were. Exterminate Izuku Midoriya. Nomu went towards Deku at supersonic speeds, breaking the sound barrier as he did so. The resulting sonic boom blew Shigaraki off of his feet, but Deku didn't even bat an eyelash towards it. As soon as he was directly in front of him, Nomu launched at fist at full power right between Deku's eyes. Deku stood still as he didn't make any defensive move to stop the beast's attacks. Nomu connected with his punch as he hit him right between the eyes. However, Deku didn't even flinch as Nomu's punch did absolutely zero damage to the false Super Saiyan. Deku pulled his right fist back as he punched Nomu right at the side of his face and sent him flying back to his master. "Why you? What are you?" Tamura repeated his question from before. Deku slowly walked towards where Nomu was as he stared at Shigaraki dead in the eye, his uncontrollable yellow aura flaring around him. "I know what you are." Nomu got back up as he regenerated the injury that he sustained from Deku's mountain-busting punch. "You are a monster." Tu and Mineta made it back to the main gates where the other students that didn't get warped away were. The other students were relieved to see that their classmates were all right, but they immediately grimaced as they saw the state that their teacher Aizawa was in. "Oh my god, what happened to him?" Mina yelled out in horror as she saw the gory state that Aizawa was in. That big, bulky villain with the exposed brain happened. He completely destroyed. He tried to beat him, but that thing was just too strong for him. He's just as strong as All Might. Mineta replied as he still had tears in his eyes due to the traumatic experience of watching his homeroom teacher almost be literally ripped limb from limb. The other villain with the hands all over his body would have killed us if it wasn't for Midoriya blitzing him and knocking him back. He was also able to save Mr. Aizawa from the other villain. Tsu said as she was grateful for the fact that the young green-haired Saiyan saved her life. Kakuen. Wait a minute, where is he now? Why isn't he with you guys? Is he safe? Achiko asked worriedly as she didn't want to fear for the worst of her savior and friend. He's holding off and fighting the three main villains as we speak. He told us to come and regroup with all of you as he bought time for the backup to arrive. He's doing his best to protect all of us. We have to go help him, Mineta said as he pleaded with the rest of his classmates. He didn't want Izuku, who is willingly sacrificing himself for the sake of his peers, to be murdered by those three guys when he knows that the rest of them can help. "You're right. We can't just stay here doing nothing while our class rep is literally fighting for his life right now. Let's go, guys," Sato yelled out as he pumped his fist up. Shiro nodded his head as he agreed with him and got ready to fight. As they ran towards the main plaza, Achiko still had her mind on a certain one-for-all user. "Kakuen, please be alright. If anything bad happens to you." Achiko's heart aches at the thought of her savior getting hurt badly or worse. Deku made no response to Tamura calling him a monster. His empty white eyes filled with fury just stared straight as Tamura with no other emotion present except for pure wrath. In a speed even faster than before, Deku broke the sound barrier many times over as blitzed Tamura and appeared right in front of him faster than the human eye can blink. Deku prepared a ferocious punch infused with overwhelming amounts of yellow ki as a lot of veins were visible in his arm. Deku made contact as a loud BAM was heard throughout the main plaza. But he missed his target. Instead of hitting Shigaraki, he instead landed his punch towards Nomu's midsection, completely tanking it for his master. However, it did come at a cost. Nomu cried out in pain due to the damage that he suffered through the false Super Saiyan's punch that can crush whole mountain ranges. Deku narrowed his eyes at this as he pulled his arm back and began to charge up a dark yellow ki blast strong enough to murder Tamura. However, before he had the chance to, Nomu grabbed him by his arms and ground-pounded him to the floor as cracks began to form everywhere. Deku just looked up at Nomu with a face that said, "Is that all you got?" and kicked him up in the air as he was sent flying. Deku followed and attempted to land a series of blows on the anti-symbol of peace. Nomu reacted by dodging as best as he could while not trying to fall towards the ground since he couldn't fly like Deku could. Deku managed to land a kick to the side of Nomu's face as that sent him flying back towards the floor. When he landed, it made a huge impact due to the force of the kick. The ground shook as Deku descended back to the floor. Nomu decided that he was through playing games with the young green-haired Saiyan. He drew his claws and opened his mouth as his shark-like teeth were exposed ready to pierce through flesh. Nomu flew to Deku at maximum speed and started to aim his claws and teeth towards the Scion's vital areas and organs. Deku blocked all of Nomu's attempts at his life as he began to get serious as well. With each strike that came from the anti-symbol of peace, Deku matched it with an equal force to nullify the power behind Nomu's monstrous punches. Nomu was having trouble absorbing Deku's strikes, while Deku was throwing punches left and right without even breaking a sweat. Nomu tried to use his size over Deku to his advantage as he attempted to bear hug him once again and try to overwhelm with his brute force. But when he did that, unlike last time, Deku easily and effortlessly broke out of it by pushing Nomu away from one hand as he crushed Nomu's arms. No Kaioken needed. Nomu tried to overpower him, but Deku shrugged off the attempts and just blasted him with a mountain-shattering ki blast. I am possible. Not only is he much faster than Nomu and has more range techniques, but he also is straight up has more raw power. There is no way. The only person that should be able to fight Nomu on equal footing is All Might. But this kid is just playing with Nomu like he's no challenge at all. Yuck, this makes my head hurt. Shigaraki shrieked out as he now began to scratch his head repeatedly. Deku stared at Tamura as he blasted towards him at hypersonic speeds. He was aiming to kill the leader of the League of Villains, but Nomu came out of nowhere and blocked Deku's path. Deku was now getting extremely annoyed by the anti-symbol of peace. So now, he was through playing games with him. Deku grabbed one of Nomu's arms and threw him over to the other side of the plaza. He then hit Nomu with his knee to the face. While Nomu was busy with the pain in his dome, Deku decided to grab a hold of one of Nomu's arms. He then squeezed them very tightly until he pulled them towards himself with all of his force. There was a loud snap as Nomu's arms were completely pulled out of their sockets. Blood dripped everywhere as Nomu howled even louder than before as he felt the horrific pain of having two limbs forcibly ripped out from his body. The anti-symbol of peace isn't supposed to feel this much pain, but he has met his match against the false Super Saiyan known as Izuku Midoriya. Deku proceeded to incinerate Nomu's broken limbs with small yellow ki blasts. Blood made contact with his skin as his entire exposed and buff upper half was covered in bits of red. Deku decided to power up and torture Nomu some more, but a hand came out of nowhere and tried to choke Deku to death. It didn't have any effect. As Deku turned around, he saw Shigaraki desperately trying to kill the young false Super Saiyan. "Why won't my quirk work on you, you monster?" Shigaraki yelled out as he did his best to prevent Deku from doing any further damage to Nomu. But it seems it was all futile as Deku's overwhelming ki was just too strong for the decay quirk user. It was almost absurd as to how Deku was able to shrug off Shigaraki's poor attempts like it was a baby trying to fight him. Deku simply removed Tamura's hand from his neck and kicked him away. Deku followed to where he went and began to unload a series of blows on the leader of the League of Villains. Tamura began to cough as he bled in various places due to the young false Super Saiyan's demonic onslaught. Deku prepared to end his life with a medium-sized ki blast, but Nomu came back and tanked the blast for his master as he saved his life once again. Nomu was able to regenerate his arms back, but they grew back weaker than they were before due to Deku's ki weakening the regeneration process. Tamura got up as he was panting in pain. "Nomu, you must finish him now before it is too late. If he keeps stalling us, then the pros will arrive and we will all be doomed. Finish him. Now." Hearing his master's orders, Nomu got in battle position and roared as loud as he could, creating a large boom as he did so, as the entire main plaza shook due to the force of the roar. Deku just stared at the anti-symbol of peace with no emotion whatsoever. His roar didn't make him move an inch. Deku then got into his fighting stance and began to raise his ki as it expanded all over his figure. Ruar. Deku gave out another monstrous roar as it was more loud and demonic than Nomu's could have ever been. It shook the entire USJ as the ground shook, knocking some people off of their feet. Shigaraki and Nomu sweat in fear as they felt the sensation of Izuku Midoriya's overwhelming demonic energy. The force of his aura alone was enough to strike fear in their hearts as they fell victim to Deku's killer intent. Nomu, however, didn't care and rushed towards the false Super Saiyan, following his master's orders. Deku saw Nomu coming in slow motion as the anti-symbol of peace was not on the false Super Saiyan's level in regards to speed. So, as a result, Deku began to casually dodge all of Nomu's attacks, counter-attacking whenever he had the chance since Nomu couldn't stop him. Nomu tried to absorb all of Deku's counterattacks and reduce their impact to zero, but the power behind them was just way too strong, and they actually did damage to him. What was more apparent was the fact that Nomu's regeneration didn't seem to be noticeable anymore due to all of the punishment that the anti-symbol of peace had to suffer from the false Super Saiyan. Deku decided that it was his turn and began to unleash a series of medium-sized ki blasts at Noma, each with the potency to completely eradicate whole cities in one shot. Noma was able to dodge all of them, having to move as fast as he could due to the velocity of the raging ki blasts. When the barrage ended, he looked up to try to find Deku, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Nomu, behind you," Shigaraki yelled. Nomu dumbly turned around and was met with a vicious uppercut courtesy of the young false Super Saiyan. The uppercut was so thunderous that it sent Nomu across the plaza and hit the wall hard. Noma got back up weaker than before and charged Deku again. Noma did his best to wail on Deku and threw his strikes as fast as he could and as strong as he could, but it just wasn't enough. Deku was superior to him in every way. He couldn't even land a single hit on the false Super Saiyan. When Nomu was done, it was noticeable to see that Nomu was getting a lot slower and slower as time went on. His strikes didn't have the same impact as they did before, and his shock absorption just wasn't having an effect anymore, and neither was his regeneration. It was at this point when Deku decided that enough was enough, and caught Nomu's hand as he tried to claw him in the face. Deku crushed the hand just like he did before, and began wailing on the anti-symbol of peace and punishing him with punches that were capable of destroying whole mountains. He finished his combo with a roundhouse kick that sent Nomu tumbling all over the place. Deku grabbed him and flew up into the air as he used his flight advantage to disrupt Nomu's movements as he repeatedly punched and kicked him in the without any effort. Nomu could not do anything about it. It was like taking candy away from a baby for the young false Super Saiyan. As Nomu came flying back to the ground, Deku descended with him back towards the ground as well. Deku then gave out a huge battle cry as he charged up his remaining ki as dark yellow aura enveloped him. Deku brought his hands together as a purple energy wave began charging in his hands. Shigaraki saw this and immediately widened his eyes as he shouted, "Nomu, he's charging up another one of those laser beams from before. You have to dodge it. You cannot allow him to hit you with that. If he does, he'll win, and we cannot allow that to happen." Shigaraki knew that his puppet Nomu was outmatched by the young false Super Saiyan. He was a witness to the damage that a Kaioken X3 Final Flash did to the anti-symbol of peace. So he didn't even want to imagine what a false Super Saiyan Izuku Midoriya could do with all of his overwhelming and demonic power. Deku finished charging up his attack as a purple energy orb glowed in his hands. He then fired it at max power, using all of the remaining ki he had. Super Gallic Gun. The purple energy wave went straight towards the ant symbol of peace at max speed. Nomu attempted to dodge it, but it was already too late. It was just way too fast. The Super Gallic Gun made contact with the anti-symbol of peace as it pushed him back. Nomu tried to fight back like how he did with the Final Flash, but this attack was just on a whole other level. It was much stronger and denser, and its velocity was many times greater. Nomu could feel his skin being burned by the large purple energy wave. Deku was growing impatient and finally finished it off by pumping in more ki into the attack. The result was the blast, sending Nomu upwards through the roof of the USJ at max velocity. He was sent through the sky across the city as the Super Gallic Gun continued to fly off in the distance towards the sky. It created a twinkle in the sky above as the blast continued to fly overhead to outer space right before it reached its limit and disappeared in the black void of space. Izuku Midoriya, the false super, has finally defeated Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace. Music end. Shigaraki shrieked out in anger as he realized that his puppet Nomu had been defeated by Deku. No, 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 no. This can't be possible. How could Nomu lose? Why? He is the anti-symbol of peace. He was supposed to kill All Might and end him. He shouldn't be losing to a damn UA. First-year student. Ugh. That damn brat. He cheated. There is no other way to explain it. He cheated with his damn spiky hair. As Shigaraki was throwing a temper tantrum, Deku's dark yellow aura faded and completely disappeared. His power dropped. His hair flowed down and went back to its regular color and shape. His eyes regained his green pupils, also returning his eyes to normal. Izuku reverted back to his base form, as his eyes rolled to the back of the head and collapsed to the ground as he passed out to unconsciousness due to breaking many bones in his body and using up all of the energy available in his body. Tamura gasped as he saw Deku's almost lifeless body collapse to the floor as he was completely passed out and out of power, and completely defenseless. Shigaraki decided that he may never get another chance like this in a long time. Knowing that all hope was lost due to losing Nomu, he had to retreat back to his lair and live to fight another day. However, he absolutely cannot allow Izuku Midoriya to live. He was just too powerful. If he was strong enough to completely dominate Nomu and actually defeat Nomu, whose strength is on par with All Might, at age 15, then who knows how powerful he will eventually become in the near future. Hell, he may even surpass All Might himself, for all he knew. And if that were to happen, then his future evil plans would never see the light, since the hero Deku would crush all villains that dare come out of the shadows. Whatever, fine. Since you want to beat Nomu and ruin my plans of killing All Might once and for all, then let's make an equivalent exchange. You beat my Nomu, and I kill you. Shigaraki shouted as he ran full speed towards Izuku's unconscious body. He stretched out his palms with an evil smirk on his face as he neared the green-haired Saiyan. His fingertips were inches away from Izuku's neck and completely disintegrating it along with his life. But out of nowhere, an ice wall blocked the leader of the League of Villains' path. It was right on time, because a millisecond later, Shigaraki's palm touched the ice wall as it began to disintegrate. Who created the ice wall? It was none other than Shoto Todoroki, who was followed closely behind Bakugo and Kirishima as they went over to Izuku. Oh no you don't. Sorry, but you won't be laying a single finger on our class Republic, Shoto said as he stared at Shigaraki, as he had his ice already forming on his right arm, carefully watching the villains move. Whoa, what in the hell happened to Midoriya? He's all bloody and beat up. Kirishima exclaimed as he looked over Izuku's injuries to see over a dozen broken bones and many gashes on his flesh and skin. Thankfully, though, he was still breathing. Bakugo saw the state that his rival was in and grit his teeth. He couldn't believe it. While he and the others were dealing with small fry and cannon fodder villains, Deku was over here fighting against the main guys and risking his life to protect the rest of the class. And it seemed that his injuries were not just little bruises. The thought of these villains being responsible for this just made him mad. Bakugo began to ignite a small explosion on his palm. So I'm assuming it was you guys who did this to Deku over here. Well, if that's the case, don't think we're going to allow you to get away with it. I'll send you straight to hell, you bastard. Shigaraki sighed in annoyance. These damn brats just keep on coming and coming, don't they? When will they learn? Kirojiri.